हेलो एंड वेलकम। स्वागत है आप सभी का realme BGIS 2025 टैक्टिकल टॉक्स में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट ज़ीशान अलमे के मेजी और आज के दिन पर हमारे पास एक बहुत शानदार गेस्ट जुड़ने वाले हैं। उनके पास चलते हैं, बात करते हैं, जानते हैं कि उनका realme BGIS कैसा चल रहा है। हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं ट्रॉय तमिलियन के हाइड्रो। स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
आई एम ऑल गुड मेजी भाई, आप बताइए कैसे हो?
मैं बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। पर हाइड्रो, यहीं से शुरू करेंगे कि कैसा लगता है कि जब क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में आप 45 पॉइंट्स तक पहुंच जाओ, एक पॉइंट आपको नहीं मिला, इसकी वजह से आप वाइल्ड कार्ड चले गए।
दुख तो होता ही है, हर जगह दिखता है कि वो एक पॉइंट की कमी कितनी महसूस होती है। एक पॉइंट और आ जाता तो क्वालिफाई हो जाते, बट या वाइल्ड कार्ड से भी करके आए, अभी सेमीफाइनल में खेल रहे हैं।
अभी सेमीफाइनल्स का रन आप लोग के लिए कैसा है? क्योंकि कुछ मैचेस थे जो बहुत बढ़िया गए, जैसे सैनॉक का वो मैच था, आपने चिकन डिनर निकाला, पर बाकी मैचेस का क्या?
करेंटली तो इंडिविजुअली हम लोग के चोक्स की वजह से हम लोग काफी सारे मैचेस थ्रू कर रहे हैं, बट वी आर प्लेइंग ऑन इट, वी हैव डिस्कस्ड ऑन इट, और इवेंचुअली साथ में ग्रो करके विल गिव आवर बेस्ट एंड ट्राई आवर बेस्ट टू क्वालिफाई, आई बिलीव।
तो अभी तक कितने परसेंट चांसेस लग रहे हैं टीम के? क्योंकि पिछला BMPS लैन भी खेला है, जब सिली के नाम से खेला करते थे ट्रॉय टमिलियंस के खिलाड़ी। कितने परसेंट चांसेस लग रहे हैं कि यहाँ से डायरेक्टली आप फाइनल्स में पहुंच जाएंगे?
ट्राई तो पूरा है कि वीक 1 में ही क्वालिफाई करना है, वीक 2 तक जाना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा हाई रिस्क हाई रिवॉर्ड वाला सीन हो जाएगा। अभी तो लाइक वी आर ऑन द 13 प्लेस, तो आई बिलीव कर लेंगे जैसे तैसे। सिर्फ 8-9 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है रफली, तो वी कैन रैप इट अप। पूरा डिस्कशंस एंड स्ट्रेटजीज हमने बना ली है, एंड लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट।
कोई ड्रॉप क्लैशेस जो आज के दिन पर आप सोच रहे हैं करने को?
हमारे तो वैसे ही कोई ड्रॉप क्लैशेस नहीं है, अगर कोई होता भी है तो हम लोग ड्रॉप बदल के अपना सेफ प्ले पहले रखते हैं, लूट प्रायोरिटाइज करते हैं, तो आई बिलीव वैसा ही रहेगा। लास्ट डे है तो वी वोंट रिस्क इट एनीवेज, और आज तो सारे ही रैंगल है हमारे, तो दैट इज अ बेनिफिशियल पॉइंट फॉर अस।
पर एरांगल में आपका परफॉर्मेंस अगर इस पूरे सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में देखा जाए हाइड्रो, तो उतना बढ़िया तो नहीं रहा है, तो कुछ आप अलग करने की सोच रहे हैं आज के दिन पे?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, हमारे रैंगल्स में सिर्फ फाइट चोक्स हुई हैं। जोन होल्डिंग हमारा अच्छा रहता है, रैंगल में जोन्स की दिक्कत नहीं आती हमें। तो उसी पे वर्क करके अभी के लिए तो प्लान यही है कि हम लोग निडर होके खेलेंगे, एंड विल गो फॉर द फिनिशेस एट ऑल प्लेसेस की। जोन एंट्री के लिए दिक्कत नहीं करेंगे, फाइट लेके ही जोन एंट्री ले लेंगे, तो दैट इज वन ऑफ आवर स्ट्रेटजीज राइट नाउ।
ये सुन के बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आप निडर खेलेंगे। पर एक आखिरी सवाल आपके लिए कि इन्फर्नो आपकी टीम के लिए कैसा इस वक्त काम कर रहे हैं?
इन्फर्नो का कंपैरेटिवली बीएमपीएस से अभी के लिए गेम डाउन हो रखा है थोड़ा, बट ही इज ट्राइंग हिज बेस्ट, ही इज ट्राइंग टू स्टेप अप टू हिज पॉइंट, लेकिन अभी तक तो इतना खास कुछ हमें देखने को नहीं मिला है इन्फर्नो की तरफ से। द वे ही प्लेड इन बीएमपीएस इज नॉट एट ऑल सीन राइट नाउ। मेरा भी थोड़ा सा गेम उतना अच्छा नहीं चल रहा है, बट आई बिलीव फाइनल्स तक होप इट अप, एंड सेमी से क्वालिफाई करना तो इज ऑल अबाउट कितना बढ़िया हम लोग चारों एक साथ मिलके खेलते हैं।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं हाइड्रो आज के तीनों रैंगल के मुकाबले आपके बढ़िया हो। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक्स।
चलिए, ये तो थे हाइड्रो जो हमारे साथ जुड़े, और अब हम बढ़ेंगे एंकी बॉट की तरफ, वो एक अलग इंटरव्यू के साथ आपके लिए इंतजार करते हुए।
ये तो बातचीत थी हाइड्रो के बारे में, पर अब चर्चा करनी पड़ेगी एक और तेजस्वी खिलाड़ी की, जो तब 2023 में आया था तो एक अंडर गॉड था, लेकिन उसके बाद से TWM से THW और अब ट्रू रिपर्स तक उनकी जो गाड़ी है वो पहुंच चुकी है। पर क्या ये गाड़ी पहुंच पाएगी द सिटी ऑफ जॉय में? ये जानने के लिए स्वागत कीजिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं कियो लमाओ टीम ट्रू रिपर्स से। कियो लमाओ, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले तो मैं बहुत क्यूरियस हूँ आपके नाम का मतलब जानने के लिए। ये कियो लमाओ आपका नाम आपने क्यों रखा है?
अरे एक्चुअली मैं एक कार्टून आता था पहले, निंजा हथौड़ी करके, तो उसमें उसका जो विलन था अमारा, उसकी एक बिल्ली हुआ करती थी ये कियो नाम की। वो बहुत मतलब तेज बिल्ली थी, बहुत चालाक बिल्ली थी, कनिंग थी, तो मेरे को बहुत फैसिनेटिंग कैरेक्टर लगता था उसका, तो उसको देख के मैंने नाम रख लिया था कियो। और मैं स्काउट को बहुत टाइम से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ, तो उनका जैसे ओपी था, तो मेरे को वैसा कुछ नाम रखना था जो एक मतलब जो एंड में नाम के मेरे टैग लगे, तो मेरे को लमाओ अच्छा लगा तो मैंने वो लगा दिया।
क्या बात है, ये काफी वेल थॉट जो नाम है वो आपका देखने को मिला। बट अभी अगर हम बात करें आपके टीम की और आपकी परफॉर्मेंस की, द ग्राइंड से आपका जो सफर है वो रियलमी BGIS 2025 का शुरू हुआ, जहां आपकी टीम ग्रुप बी में थी, वहां 24 मैचेस खेले और सीधे राउंड 4 में एंट्री हुई। सबसे पहले तो आप ये बताइए कि ये जो नया जोन मेटा है इसको अडेप्ट कर चुकी है टीम, और कितने चैलेंजेस आपने और आपकी टीम को फेस करने पड़े इस न्यू जोन मेटा को अडेप्ट करने में?
स्टार्टिंग में ग्राइंड के फर्स्ट डे पे तो थोड़ा सा लगा था बिकॉज सबके लिए नया था, बट उसके बाद से तो इतना कुछ इशू हुआ नहीं। देखिए कभी कभी तो कुछ कुछ टेक्निकलिटीज होती हैं, ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि नया मेटा है तो अभी हम लोग को इतना अडेप्टेशन भी नहीं है, बट ये है कि बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट भी नहीं है, हम कर रहे हैं, कर लेंगे, मतलब इतना ज़्यादा नहीं दिक्कत हुआ।
बिल्कुल। वैसे ना प्रिपरेशन की बात बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहती है। जैसे आप जब गेम खेलने के लिए जाते हैं तो आप प्रिपरेशंस करते हैं, अभी आप इस इंटरव्यू को देने के लिए आए, इसके लिए कुछ खास प्रिपरेशंस है जो आपने करी थी?
एक्चुअली मैंने जेली से पहले बात हुई थी मेरी जस्ट इंटरव्यू से पहले, तो उसने कहा था भाई देख ज्यादा कुछ फेंक के मत आइयो। बट मैंने उसको बोला भाई मैं तो मान के चल रहा हूँ हम हो गए हैं बाहर, ठीक है, तो अगर क्वालिफाई हो गए तो आप देख लेना, मैं तो मार के चल रहा हूँ बाहर है।
नहीं, बट अभी भी आपके पास चांस है, क्योंकि देखिए सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 चल रहा है। सफर शुरुआत में उतना अच्छा नहीं था, बट इवेंचुअली कल के दिन पे वो चिकन डिनर आया और एक कमबैक वाली सिचुएशन देखने को मिली। अभी आपकी टीम के पास 57 पॉइंट्स हैं और हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि कट ऑफ बहुत भी गया तो 85-88 के आसपास जाएगा, बहुत गया तो ऐसे में 3 मुकाबलों में 30 अंक चाहिए। तो आज की प्रिपरेशंस, आज का इंटेंट क्या रहने वाला है?
अपना बेस्ट देंगे हम, जितना ज्यादा हर मैच से पॉइंट निकाल सकते हैं वो निकालने का ट्राई करेंगे। बाकी तो देखिए या तो विन है या तो लर्न है जी, और इससे ज्यादा मैं क्या ही बोल सकता हूँ।
ये काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया है। पर देखिए जब आपकी हमने चर्चा करी कि 2023 जब आप BGIS के उस लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे थे, उसके बाद INKR में आपने धूम मचाई थी, तो आप एक अंडरगॉड थे। अब आप एक नोन प्लेयर है, एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बन चुके हैं। अभी जो अंडरगॉड्स आए हैं रियलमी BGIS 2025 में, वो जुगनू जो सितारे बनना चाहते हैं, उनके अगेंस्ट कंपटीशन कैसा लग रहा है? आपको लग रहा है कि उनके अंदर भी वो दमखम है कि वो बढ़िया शाइन कर सकते हैं?
जो पुरानी जनरेशन से नई जनरेशन आती है हर साल, वो ऑब्वियसली थोड़े से एडवांस होते हैं बिकॉज वो हम लोग को देख देख के सीख के आ रहे होते हैं, या हम लोग को पहले से जानते हैं तो हमसे थोड़ा सा बेटर करने का ट्राई करते हैं। तो ऑब्वियसली ये लोग, इस बार का भी कंपटीशन अच्छा है, हमें हर ही साल अच्छा होता है, बट इस साल भी अच्छा ही है, पहले साल से तो अच्छा ही है।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि उलमा हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आज के दिन पे 3 मैचेस में 30 अंक निकाल लेगी आपकी टीम, निराश आप करोगे नहीं।
ठीक है, थैंक यू
तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। और जी हाँ, ये थे की उलमाओ, जिनका कहना है कि अभी भी वो कमबैक पॉसिबल है, 3 मैचेस में 30 पॉइंट पॉसिबल है, और अगर नहीं भी हुआ तो सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 2 तो देखिए खैर बचाइए। बट अभी के लिए हमारे हीरो स्पीरो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है एक और इंटरव्यू के साथ, तो देर किस बात की, चलते हैं सीधे स्पीरो की तरफ।
थैंक यू सो मच अंकी। जैसा आपने कहा कि अब जो प्लेयर हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं वो बहुत खास हैं और इस प्लेयर पे सबका पूरा विश्वास है। तो चलिए बिना किसी देरी से बात करते हैं लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स के गॉब्लिन के साथ। हाय गॉब्लिन, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो?
यार बहुत बढ़िया गॉब्लिन, मैं जब भी आपको देखता हूँ ना, आप ऐसे खुश होते हो, मुस्कुरा रहे होते हो, एंड मैं तब सोचता हूँ यार क्या गॉब्लिन को कभी गुस्सा आता है? क्या गेम में गुस्सा आता है या रियल लाइफ में भी नहीं आता है आपको? मुझे ये जानना है।
नहीं, मतलब लाइक एकदम चिल बंदा हो यार मैं, मेरे को गुस्सा नहीं आता जब तक मतलब कुछ खतरनाक ना हो जाता तो वरना नहीं आता है मेरे को इतना गुस्सा।
चलिए, जब तक कुछ खतरनाक नहीं हो जाता गुस्सा नहीं आता है गॉब्लिन को। दैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग। बट गॉब्लिन, लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें तो कल का दिन काफी खराब गया था लिखिता ई स्पोर्ट्स का, सिर्फ 13 अंक आप निकाल पाए। क्या गलत हुआ कल के दिन में?
तो लाइक आई फील लाइक हम लोग ने बहुत एज ए टीम बहुत ज़्यादा गलतियाँ करी, एंड आई थिंक मतलब लाइक सबको अपनी गलती रियलाइज़ हो रही है। और मेन थिंग है कि लाइक अगर हम लोग नहीं भी हुए तो सेमीफाइनल्स 2 है तो हम लोग को थोड़ा लाइक न्यू जोन मेटा में भी प्रैक्टिस करने का मौका मिल जाएगा, बट विल ट्राई कि आज ही ख़त्म कर दे उसको और मतलब गलतियाँ कम से कम करें।
वो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा देखने में। बट गॉब्लिन, जैसा कि मैं देख पा रहा हूँ आप अभी अपने घर पे हो और बूट कैंप में नहीं हो, क्या इसका भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है प्लेयर्स के ऊपर कि आप एक साथ एक रूम में बैठ के नहीं खेल रहे?
हाँ मतलब बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है मेरे को तो लगता है, क्योंकि लाइक हम लोग जब बूट कैंप पे रहते थे तो हम लोग एज ए टीम गलतियाँ करते थे तो हम लोग साथ में बैठ के फटाफट उसको सॉल्व कर देते थे, बट जब दूर रहते हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम आ जाता है कि तूने क्या किया, इसने क्या किया, पीओ नहीं देख पा रहे, कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे, तो थोड़ा इशू होता है। बट आई थिंक अपने टीम मतलब प्लेयर्स सारे एकदम मैच्योर है और कर लेते हैं।
जी हाँ, काफी टाइम से यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं, सारे प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे। बट एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आज का दिन जैसे आपने बात करी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 का आखिरी दिन है। अभी आपकी टीम 50 अंकों के साथ है और कट ऑफ शायद 80, 85, 90 तक भी जा सकता है। क्या लगता है आपको आज का प्लान क्या है और क्या बात हुई टीम में?
तो हमारा वही प्लान लाइक फर्स्ट या सेकंड में से एक चिकन डिनर आ जाए तो हम लोग आई थिंक क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे। सिर्फ 30 पॉइंट चाहिए, हमारे लिए इतना हार्ड नहीं, आई नो इट। तो होपफुली आज ही खत्म हो जाए मैचेस और सेमीफाइनल 2 का टेंशन ही ना हो।
बढ़िया। गॉब्लिन, आपका टारगेट क्या रखा है आपने? कोई मीटिंग में नंबर सोचा कि कट ऑफ कितना जाएगा?
वही हम लोग ने भी 80 सोचा है। लाइक अभी जितना देखा राइट नाउ टॉप 8 के आई थिंक 65 67 है ना, आई थिंक
60 पॉइंट्स एग्जैक्ट।
ओ 60 है क्या? तो फिर तो मतलब लाइक 75 80 के बीच ही जाएगा मैक्सिमम।
ऑलराइट, ज्यादा दूरी नहीं है उसके लिए तो। बट यार गॉब्लिन, जब भी हम आपको देखते हैं ना, हमें एक MVP की झलक दिखती है आपके अंदर। बट अभी के लिए आप थोड़ा सा पीछे चल रहे हो, आप 30th रैंक पे हो 18 फिनिशेस के साथ। क्या प्लान है? क्या उसके लिए भी कोई गोल्स हैं आपके पर्सनली?
नहीं मतलब लाइक हम लोग जीत जाएंगे फाइनल्स में, मैं अपने आप बन जाऊंगा, मेरे को उसका कोई टेंशन नहीं है। मतलब अगर हमारी टीम जीत रही है तो आई डोंट थिंक कोई और MVP बन सकता है मेरे अलावा।
अच्छा गॉब्लिन, हेक्टर के साथ एक्सपीरियंस कैसा चल रहा है आपका? हेक्टर एज एन IGL वो कितना अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं?
हेक्टर लाइक एज एन IGL फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग सेमीफाइनल्स पहुंच रहे ऑफिशियल के हेक्टर के साथ, और फाइनल्स में 100% पहुंचेंगे। तो हेक्टर इज डूइंग प्रिटी गुड। मतलब आई थिंक एज ए न्यू IGL वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा कर रहा है और ऐसे अब लाइक इम्प्रूव करता रहेगा। टीम को भी लाइक साथ में लेके चल रहा है और टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, प्लेयर्स को भी सिखा रहा है। वाइपर भी हमारा न्यू प्लेयर है बहुत ही ज़्यादा, तो वाइपर भी बहुत जल्दी लाइक इम्प्रूव कर रहा है। तो हेक्टर इज डूइंग वेरी गुड।
चलिए, हेक्टर इज डूइंग अमेजिंग और हम सबको भी मजा आ रहा है आपका गेम प्ले देखने के लिए। आज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है, तो गुड लक फॉर दैट।
थैंक्स अ लॉट, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए गॉब्लिन। हैव फन टुडे। तो ये थे गॉब्लिन जिन्होंने बताया कि वो कितनी तैयारी करके आए हैं आज के दिन के लिए, और उनकी टीम यकीनन कोशिश करेगी कि आज के दिन के बाद ही सीधा कोलकाता ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंच पाए। बट गॉब्लिन के साथ साथ बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो बेटर करना चाहते हैं। कई सारी ऐसी टीम्स हैं जो आज ही ग्रैंड फाइनल्स पहुंचना चाहती हैं। आप भी देखना चाहते हो ना? तो देर किस बात की, चलते हैं सीधा शो पे।
Yesterday, a man was panned, and the sound is now a wake-up call for the remaining teams to claw their way back up in the top 8. As we know, final 6 games remain for them to achieve their dreams of being in the grand finals of the realme BGIS 2025. I'm going to be a host to Castor Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Icy, and I'm still not over the fact what happened yesterday. Admino just going God mode, securing chicken dinner, then later on we know what happened.
Hey man, with all things considered, can you feel the pan? Because I definitely felt that one here. Unfortunately to say, that was a very, very interesting one as well, because who would have thought that he actually pulled off the pan at the last moment to get that final finish against Revenant X-Pac. And interesting enough, to be honest, at the scale, especially in an official tournament like this, I'm going to quote what Desro said. It takes a special kind of confidence to pull off what he just did.
Exactly, and they're doing really good in the overall standings too. Some are down line, even the fans, even the team themselves knows that they've already qualified. The top 2 pretty much from the overall standings. They've secured enough points to directly move on towards the grand finals and be in the top 8. But still, the fight is for the remaining slots that are there. Anyone can qualify from the overall standings. There's not a lot of points separating them.
I agree. Anyone can still qualify in the standings so far to actually qualify the semifinals here. But all things considered, Hero Extreme got like this is their first time in 4 years qualifying for a LAN known as BGIS. So this is going to be very, very interesting. But as you guys know, currently sitting at the top, no competition at all. It is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike.
Closely contested by Cincinnati Kids with 88 points. Then you've got Rider Esports with 75 too, and FS Esports as well with 74 points. On paper, FS Esports and Rider Esports as well, they have pretty much solidified their slots. They just need a few more points, maybe 10 or 15 more points to confirm it in the top 8. Then you've got the latter half on the board, and this is where the real concerns really do rise. You've got so many big names looking to breach in that top 8.
Exactly. Top 8 is where you want to be as well. 60 points is the current ballpark benchmark to actually overcome every single teams as well. And as the teams actually progress down the ladder board as well, look at this, even 24 points is 45 points. So 45 to 60 is only a 15 points difference. So that means until the 28th position, which is Glitch X Reborn, they still have a chance to qualify into the semifinals within 3 more games.
As I mentioned, not a lot of points separating. Anyone can qualify from the overall standings from the 28th till the 16th. Anyone can qualify. And of course, the teams on the second page, it's not even a question. They're way too close to be in the top 8. Let's move on towards today's schedule. As we all know, we're going to kick things off on the map of Erangel with Group A and C. Then later on, Group C and D will chime in the action on Miramar.
Yeah, and of course, later on, it is going to be B and C for Sanhok, and then A and D for Erangel. Group B and D for Sanhok, and last but not least, to decide the fates of everyone in the first semifinals here is going to be Group A and B, finishing things off in the map of Erangel. Final 3 maps from each and every single team going to be playing on day number 4, and everybody is going to be trying to qualify into the top 8. But with all things considered, let's take a look at what all the casters think and who will be qualifying into the semifinals right now, and of course, making a comeback here. Let's take a look at what everyone thinks. Ankybot thinks about Likita Esports, Spiro going for Revenant Expert, Maisie going for Team Tamilas, Reckoning for Ocean, I went for Team Jelly, Johnny went for Feeks, and you went for Soul. Wow.
Yesterday I went with Phoenix Esports. They made a comeback in the overall board. Now they stand a chance as well to qualify. And what a game that was from Phoenix Esports, the final game. Now today I went with Soul. I genuinely believe they can pull off a comeback as well. They're currently on the 3rd page right next to Likita Esports. And generally speaking, Soul has pulled off major upsets in the past as well. So I really do believe in Team Soul.
Hey, my 100% prediction is still on the point so far. Godlike did really well in the first few 2 weeks, and then Soul didn't do too well, you know, kind of expected as well. Now I'm going to say that Jelly is going to do really, really well as well. So I don't know, but we shall see. You know, don't hate me, but let's talk a little bit more on towards the realme MVP with Fame's dominating performance yesterday with Ryder Esports securing the chicken dinner in the map of Miramar with a total of 18 finishes, and the chicken dinner, Fame himself, was able to get 10 finishes off that map.
Exactly, 32 finishes so far with a damage number of 5,425. Closely contested by Adi from Team Mastermind Mavericks with 32 finishes as well. Damage numbers is what really separating these two players. Then you've got Jonathan from Hero Extreme, Godlike with 28. You've also got Rivalry's player coming in, Chandan with 25, and then Smoker from SOA. I'm loving that we're able to see some new names on the mix.
Exactly, and of course all these realme MVPs are going to be fighting that individual award prizes, and this is going to be calculated all the way towards the Grand Finals itself as well. So currently Famey is going to be in the lead, but here's a little bit of fun fact as well. For some reason, Jonathan is going to be the guy that always somehow appears in the top 5 for every single LAN for some reason, whenever he appears. And whenever he appears, nothing before the semifinals, you don't see Jonathan just popping off. But when the semifinals, the quarterfinals, or maybe the award comes into play, he always finds his way into the top 5, which is ridiculous. I don't know how he does it.
When it matters the most, that's when Jonathan activates himself, right? Before that, Jonathan's just like, yeah, you know what? It's relaxed, guys. Early stage, we can anyways qualify till the late stage. And the moment the late phase comes, he knows this is where his team really needs him. That's when Jonathan wakes up. Another interesting fact is that the teams that directly moved on to wildcards, their MVP stats are counted from the wildcards. But the teams that started from the quarterfinals, their MVP stats will be counted from the quarterfinals. But right now, we need to speak about the Realme P3 Ultra as well, because that's one of the best devices. So you guys move on to this video and check it out. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more interesting rewards. Let's not forget, the device comes in with 90 FPS BGMI gaming and also the smartest AI gaming control and the world debut for Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. So I recommend you guys to move on to Google and check it out right now.
Exactly. It is, after all, the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. If you guys are looking to perform at the best of the best, scouting out the players, have insane reactions, this is the phone to check things out as well. Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Now, All things considered, now this upcoming match here, the starter is going to be very, very important for all these teams, especially in the bottom of the pack as well. Only 3 matches remaining, and the gap between them and top 8 is more or less 10 to 20 points all the way down to the bottom as well. So one good game from any team at the bottom, we will see a potential upset in towards the top 8.
So pretty much the first game itself is really going to be a big difference maker, right? The moment the first game boots up, and if the team who is already in the top 8, they get the chicken dinner, of course they're going to have that cushion to play with. But if it's someone from the latter half of the board, if it's Likitha Esports, or if it's anyone from the latter half of the board, they get a chicken dinner. That's going to be the moment where they start to make that major comeback in the top 8 as well. We've got the teams playing for day 4 of Group A and C. Group A is on the screen. TWOB, Tri-Tamilian Esports, Revenue Spark, after getting panned like that yesterday. I hope they're back up with a healthy mentality.
Yep, and following them also is going to be Vasista Esports, Orangutan, SOA Esports, FS Esports, True Reapers Jelly. And Group C, we have Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Meadow Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, Glitch X Reborn, Diesel Esports, and Team Hades X H4K. So this is going to be a very, very interesting one for a lot of these teams. In particular, I really want to talk about it's going to be True Reapers X Jelly. Because of the fact that early on just now, we saw a little bit interview between Kyo Lamau as well as Anki. He did mention a specific thing where people normally kind of give up, you know, it's like, oh no, we don't need enough points as well, we just give up. And he mentioned that Jelly said that don't think like that, just focus, we will qualify. And that belief itself is so important. And I feel like right now, they are in 10th position. If they focus on just qualifying, they will see the way.
Now look, it makes a lot of sense that Jelly's just focus on qualification because he stands a big chance to qualify. But for teams like Team Hades or all the way at the bottom of the pack, there's no way they can focus on qualification. The only thing they can focus on is maybe spoiling a few games for the teams. Now it really comes down to them, who they want to spoil the games for, or if they really want to take things much more serious and prepare for the week 2 itself.
I agree. You know, none of these teams are going to be eliminated here on the first week as well. They just have a second chance. Unfortunately, to say they have to regrind their entire points in this second semi-finals itself. But I have to bring back towards the point of what Kyo Lamau talked about Jelly as well. Have you ever heard of the red car theory?
I think so, I've heard about it. So if you're just looking for red cars, you will see the red cars, right?
Exactly. So essentially, the red car theory is that if you walk outside and look at traffic, if you don't pay attention to anything else, you will see only cars. But when you mention red car, all you see is just red cars. And you start noticing that there's 1 red car, 2 red cars, 3 red cars. It's the same with running in the forest as well. If all you see is trees, you will only see trees. But if you see the pathway, and you only see the pathway itself. So that means if your focus is only about winning and qualifying, all you see is going to be that. So focusing is going to be the important factor here in terms of shifting your mentality to qualifying towards the Grand Finals.
Yeah, but that's not the only team that's going to be focusing on qualifying, right? You've still got so many more big names like Likitha Esports, Seoul, Phoenix Esports, and the names just keep on going on, including Reckoning Esports too, who are there on the latter half of the board. So many big names still on the verge of that qualification criterion. Let's not forget the teams inside of the top 8. If you're not somewhere in the top 2, you're still in a danger zone. So even the teams in the top 8, they currently need to sustain their spot. So qualifying is not going to be easy, man. No matter how many theories you try to bring out, it's really not going to be easy. It's just going to get even tougher as the games keep on passing by. So the first game itself for you, the play, it's really going to mean a lot. You need big points.
Exactly. Safety cushion is definitely on towards Hero Extreme Spotlight and also Cincinnati Kids. But FS Esports and also Rider Esports, they do have the 70 mark threshold there, which is okay. But if they want to safely qualify, they need at least 10 to 15 points out of 3 matches, and they're set.
Generally speaking, even Team Tamilas has been an interesting affair so far. They've been surprising. It's a switch that turns off, and sometimes it turns off. They've been playing just to survive. They've been playing just to get the bare minimum. But are they going to get a chicken dinner? That's a major question in all of our minds. Let's move on towards the game 1. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Yasna Poliana towards down south. That's going to be Sosnoka military base. Now this plane flat pad tilting towards the right side of the map.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important match for everyone in this respective group as well. As teams such as Team True Rippers Jelly going to be looking to try and qualify themselves in towards the game. And it is going to be a very, very tough one considering the fact that they have about 15 points of a difference to actually catch up. Sorry, I like to correct myself. It's actually
3 points.
3 points, huh?
Yeah. They're way too close. So that's what I'm saying, I see. You're playing a safe bet. And for Jelly, they just need 3 points. So yeah, the focus is going to be on qualification. They themselves know they're really close to qualify. But the real questions and the real concern really do start on the third page itself. Hyderabad Hydra, Seoul, TWOB, Wobble Gaming, Hail Inferno Squad, Metal Esports. The names just keep on going on. But right now, even Vasista Esports is one of those teams that is in close contention too. And even they can qualify. They're currently sitting on the 14th spot.
And interesting enough, this is pretty much the first time ever in BGIS history where the teams are this close towards the qualification mark as well, right? Like from first place all the way to 26th, 28th position, everybody still has a chance to actually qualify to the semifinals.
And I've got an interesting stat as well. In 2024, in semifinals, week 1, the cutoff for the top 8 was 88 points. And this time, it really feels like the cutoff, the max it's going to go is either 80 or 85. Not more than that.
Well, maybe. But all things considered, Flight Path has pretty much shown their way, and the circle is going to be shifting towards the northwest area. Georgia Pole, Shooting Range, Zarki, Ruins, all up for grabs. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. Because every single time we've seen the circle shift up north, it's somewhat played around the riverside north of Ruins. And this is where Rider Esports was able to pull a miraculous play with Fame himself, who is currently the MVP leaderboard, and clutching things out from 11th position as a solo warrior, getting into a top 2 position.
Rider Esports in general, every man is stacked in that lineup. Fame, of course, popping off on his own level. But in general, even his team setting him up for succession has been doing a fantastic job. And that game of Miramar was a prime example of that.
But all things considered, let's talk a little bit more on Genesis Esports as well. Apollo, the clutch meister from the side of Genesis, didn't have a great game yesterday coming from Genesis Esports, but they do have one of the best experience when it comes to playing circles like this, because we've seen multiple times Apollo and Cyrex being able to pick off a lot of finishes and clutch things out for the team, and it's now or never right now, Necro, for them.
Seems like it. Genesis Esports is one of those teams that is really close as well to that qualification marker. So they can qualify too if they get a decent game in their hands.
They're 10 points away, actually,
yeah,
if you think about it. But Mastermind Mavericks, a team that no one expected them to actually dominate their lobbies during the quarterfinals, now currently sitting in 8th place, being the gatekeepers, tying it with Reckoning Esports. But the only difference is that they do have a chicken dinner. So this is going to be very, very important for Mastermind Mavericks to perform as of yet, because they are currently on the hot seat.
At this point, just playing for the survival is not going to matter. You need at least 15 points in this game itself. A crazy start for you to solidify that slot in the top 8. If you're still playing for the bare minimum, you will constantly be in that hot seat.
Well, speaking of bare minimum, Orangutan, one of the teams that had one of the most explosive openings here in semifinals, topping the charts, now currently in one of the most awkward position possible, which is the 7th position out of the overall standings. We saw AKOP popping off real good during the first day itself, and now we've seen them kind of slowly withering off, and this is not looking good because they also need those points to actually qualify into the semifinals.
It indeed isn't. Reckoning Esports is on the screen, currently sitting on the 9th spot with 60 points as well, tied up with Mastermind Mavericks. So close, but so far. Reckoning Esports themselves knows the only way they can qualify or breach in the top 8 is by at least sabotaging someone in the top 8 itself. And Reckoning Esports, they need that big game in the hands too.
Well, in order to have a big game, you gotta have the all-round slayer, and that's gonna be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently out in the market with the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. The segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming is on its way, but you can see tensions all-time high right now. Troy Tamlin Esports scouts out a little bit of a hiccup there as they are rotating, and they did spot out members coming from Genesis, so they are going to re-rotate and rotate around George Bo Everest, actually.
Interesting, going for a long rotation. Let's hope that it works out for the players of Troy Tamlin Esports. They do seem pretty stacked up as well. Maybe lacking a bit when it comes to the utilities and even meds. Ranveer has barely anything. He's only got one flashbang, one smoke, that's it. Troy Tamlin Esports, it's going to be a rough start for them. If the same thing just keeps on following up in the future as well, they need one fight that needs to be converted so they can once again replenish their loot. And speaking of replenishments, you've got True Rippers on the screen. 3 points away from that qualification marker. And we all know, looking at the form this team is in, they can easily qualify.
Team True Reapers Jelly is one of those teams that had one of the most spectacular performance yesterday, where they were able to replicate a scene where SOA could not clutch out the chicken dinner, but that same exact zone down towards the south side of the Potato Hills was something that True Reapers Jelly just needed the most to actually make a bounce back. And because of this bounce back, now, like you said, 3 points away from qualifying into the semifinals, and currently they need big games after big games.
And speaking of big games, True Rippers, the first game itself, even if they manage to get 8 points in this, that's going to be more than enough. That can still do the bare minimum, that can help you breach in the top 8, but sustaining it might just be still questionable. Revenant Spark on the screen on their Merivay as well towards the next zone. Seems like already the centric part is once again starting to get accumulated by a lot of teams. So for Revenant Spark, it's going to be a bit of a tough stretch, but let's hope it works out.
Well, this is them going for the Yasnaya drop right now instead of the Novo drop. Didn't really work out for them. But all things considered, they are relatively early in this phase of zone. So they are going to be A-okay. So I'm curious to see what kind of spots they are going to be playing. Whereas teams like True Reapers Jelly, they are taking a very, very low rotation. We've noticed a trend, especially here in semifinals, is that teams like to take center control after Stage 1, before he actually closes as well. A majority of the teams of each respective group has been doing that.
Which makes a lot of sense too, right? Especially when it comes to the new zone settings. The only curveball shift you're really going to see is going to be the Stage 2 itself. And how far away the circle's going to move from the centric. It's never going to move away. Because if you're in the smack center, you will be in some sort of a part of the zone itself.
You know it's weird considering the fact that at the start of the grind until the round stages as well, teams who have center control tentatively win. But in this semifinals, the teams that prioritize on edge control pretty much dominated in a way. If you think about it, Hero Extreme Godlike played a lot of edge circles. Cincinnati Kids played a lot of edge circles because of these circumstances. And the only times that they had center control, they did as much as they could to thin out the competitions for position points.
Now look, I see over here, it's 2 ways to look at it. If you're in this max center, the only thing you can do max to max is steal elimination points. You cannot directly go for a proper squad
Agreed.
fight. But if you're someone who's playing on the edge, you need to have a lot of confidence. That's one of the main things. And you need to pack a lot of punch as well. If you're someone who's struggling with confidence, playing from the edge is not your playstyle.
Now, for Sister Esports, one of the teams that a lot of expectations coming true as well, because they made one of the biggest comeback during the wildcard stages. And look at this, Fierce! He's going for a couple of sprays there. And it seems like Rickson is taking some serious heavy fire from the side of Mastermind Mavericks. Buggies pretty much damaged a little bit, but as soon as the zone shifts, they are going to be yeeting out of there. It seems like it is going to be on the north side of the map, and it is going to be the open fields around shooting range and south of 70.
Both for messed up pick time, Mastermind Mavericks and Vasista Esports. At this point in time, it feels like Vasista Esports, they've got the players of Mastermind Mavericks pinned down. Not a lot of breathing space available. Vasista Esports, even they need to make it inside of the circle. And if you have a look at the circle itself, it's just stacked up with teams. A splash of colors in it. Vasista Esports, Mastermind Mavericks, I would love to see a clash between these two, but Vasista Esports, they've got their own Merivay they want to follow.
Yeah, and as of yet, Cincinnati Kids and also FS Esports, they are playing a little bit of late rotations here. They are still outside the zone, hasn't really made their way marked here, but guess what? Diesel going head-to-head against Hades, H4K, and this crash is wiping the floor with H4K, and just like that, they lose 3 members, and Diesel, oh no, that explosion! No, Cheyenne, you actually blew up your teammate, they couldn't even get the reset!
Still, they've got 2 players standing now. And they will also be able to accumulate a few more elimination points. That's going to be 3 points on the board, but Diesel Esports at the cost of 2. Diesel Esports is way too far back in the overall standings. And at this point in time, they themselves know they're just here to sabotage a few games.
Well, that's going to be Hades, H4K. Both of them are currently in the bottom of the pack of the overall standings. But still, there was a small little mistakes. But guess what? On the screen, SOA going up against Genesis.
SOA is trapped, specifically EXO. Underneath that building, the man's all by himself, and Genesis is now looking to take the fight. And eventually, SOA, they've been successfully eliminated from this game. What just happened? You blink it and you miss it. The entirety of SOA, they just came crashing down.
That's got to be the fastest crash coming in the game so far. What, barely 3 seconds, and they got completely wiped off.
Maybe the fight was going on for a long time. You never know.
Agreed. SOA currently in the 5th in the overall leaderboards with 66 points. They're not currently safe, but unfortunately say this entire game is completely out of the picture for them to gain any points.
This is going to be rough for SOA. They've only got 3 games, from which one of the game is already done. Now they've only got 2 games to try and recover. Vasista Esports on the screen, tossing out the utilities against GlitchX Report. A while ago, this team was all the way down south, and now somehow they found the rotation to make it inside of the circle in a decent spot too. Up against the players of GlitchX Report, V and Clutch. Right next to each other. I'm not even sure what they're supposed to do at this point. Utility warfare is going to be there for a long time. And Vasista Esports, they need to conserve those utilities.
The best option they can do is pretty much just don't fight and share the compound as much as they can, because like it or not, teams are going to be rotating around them, and Circle is about to shift in 10 more seconds, but Tapatabs has the other things installed as well. 7 smokes, 2 grenades. They really want to take those compounds. Seems like they want to force a fight before the zone actually shifts.
They indeed do. 2 of the remaining players of GlitchX Reborn in the sidelines in the open field. They're trying to create some sort of an off angle.
Oh.
Vasista Esports forcing this fight might just mean forcing your own elimination from this game. So they need to be careful. This duel has to be isolated to perfection. And Vasista Esports, instead, they just back away because they see the next zone shift. And Pukhar, the man of Vasista Esports, is already towards the centric part. Such a quick maneuver coming in from Vasista Esports.
Oh, you can see the fear from GlitchX Report, right? They were expecting Vasista to crash them, and now with this rotation out of the way as well. But guess what? They're actually taking a pit stop, and GlitchX Report, they're not letting them off the hook.
A lot of shots taken, a few more maybe. But no, the connection's still missing, and that's why Vasista Esports, they're going to find themselves a safe rotation out of that spot. But speaking of safe, they're not so safe after all. The 2 players that were inside of the circle, they now try to face the players of Revenant X-Park. And eventually, they have been eliminated from this game too. Revenant X-Park eliminated by Vasista Esports. It felt like Revenant X-Park had the advantage.
What an opening coming from both Rage God and Pukhar, because they single-handedly 2-man crashed Revenant Xbox, took 2 players, and then Fierce and Tapatap just went in and just cleaned up. What a rush! Because I don't know what Revenant Xbox was doing, because that should not have happened to them at all.
I'm telling you, Revenant X-Park feels like it's a sinking ship.
Oh.
They're losing their form
no,
as the games keep on going on. And it's genuinely not a good thing. And Devil's trapped. What can you do? No way.
No way.
He cannot even make it out.
There's no way he's coming out. He's stuck forever. He's gone.
Someone did him dirty. It just feels bad.
There's not,
oh my god.
There's absolutely nothing he can do, Necro.
That's evil. Whoever did that, that's absolutely evil.
Hey, all things considered, points denial for the rest of the team.
But what is this man supposed to do now? Just stare at the ground?
Well, the only thing he can do is just wait for time. Only time will tell, and unfortunately, there's no way he's getting out. 100%. Not even 99%, it's 100% guaranteed. No way he's getting a finish.
I just feel bad for him, man. That's dirty. Whoever did that, that's absolutely mean. You're not even letting the man play
I think the closest in that round was actually Reckoning Esports, though. It should be Reckoning Esports, right?
Yeah. But hey, something that's going to help you get real close to your professional journey is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and also 90 FPS BGMI gaming. If you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device.
Well, speaking of a fight here, Team Mastermind Varric in the hot seat. They had a little bit of an earlier fight early on with Genesis. Unfortunately, they are back. They're going to be taking a little bit of a stalemate here in this zone. It's going to be along the shorelines of Rosok once more, but the circle shift is about to shift once more, and guess what? It's not going to be on the zone sidelines, and it is going to be on towards Metal. We've seen how Soul was able to hold those compounds where Metal is, but the question here is, can Metal actually pull it off?
I'm not a big fan of that compound either. Metal Esports, they might just be messed up big time. A lot of those teams are going to start to stack up around that vicinity, and the moment that happens, Metal Esports, they're just going to be having too many bullets against them. Even Vasista Esports is going to be there towards the right side. Metal Esports and this Max Center are also going to be the center of attraction. It does not sound good at all.
Yeah, TWOB going to be playing from the east side. They are going to be having a little bit of a run-in with GlitchX Reborn as well. Yaoshu going to be leading his charge as a scout. Unfortunately, doesn't see anything, but we all know from the north side, there's just so many people coming from the north side. We have Reckoning, we have Troy Tamanen, we have GlitchX Reborn, we have TWOB. And from the south side, Mastermind Mavericks having one of the easier rotations, but Orangutan is right beside them, so I'm very surprised Adi is actually considering going for those fights.
Mastermind Mavericks, it feels like they've got their bunkers.
Oh, this is good.
They're not going to be moving out of that spot for a long time. They're playing it real defensive because they know they're currently on the edge, on the cusp of being kicked out of that top 8.
Well, speaking of kicking out of top 8 here, TWOB, they're going to be fixing up the hovercraft, looking to set up a couple of mini bunkers with those vehicles themselves. And coming from an offside, this is a great position to have as well. Just be slow, be chill, wait for people to get third party, and then go in for those pickoffs. And GlitchX Reborn is doing the exact same thing, but at the same time, he's getting shot from behind. It's going to be Reckoning that comes in from the sides.
Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not. It's actually True Reaper Jelly. What?
Clutch getting knocked out. TWOB as well, stepping inside of the fight now. True Rippers getting a bit of that setback themselves. GlitchX Reborn, they can be third party. True Rippers, they make the pounds. This fight is such a scrappy fight. GlitchX Reborn, Ralph OG sits back in the vehicle. He tried his best to fight back, but even he gets eliminated. GlitchX Reborn taken out of the game by the players of True Rippers, but even True Rippers taken down to just a 2-man squad. As there's TWOB in the sidelines, they're constantly haunting the players of True Rippers. It's down to just Ninja. What can one man do?
I thought Reckoning is going to go for the fight here, but TWOB, they waited for the perfect time, and now True Reaper's Jelly is going to be in a lot of trouble here. Superman getting the wipe onto his Sam TWT, and Ninja stuck in that shack. The nades comes true. Superman, what a nade, man. Like, those angles should not be possible, but damn, he must have practiced a lot in the fire range or something.
Probably.
To be able to pull that off, to be honest.
With the high ground, just pinning down the players of True Rippers. Where can Ninja go? Not a lot of possible options available for the man to get out of that spot. No escape option available. But TWOB, they were constantly third-partying that fight between the players of GlitchX Reborn and True Rippers. I just don't understand, why did True Rippers go for that proper fight?
Well, they don't really have a choice, I guess. But from the northwest side, not Reckoning Esports, they didn't come into the fight. It was a smart play. But right now, Troy Tamlin Esports is going to be the ones that actually gatekeep them as they push from the north side. But as soon as they stop, look at this, Gravity, he's getting shot by TWOB. Jeez, TWB, vouchers. Absolute vouchers.
Troy Tamlin Esports. Reckoning Esports right next to him. Usually on the edges, you will see a lot of third parties. And if you're someone who finds the right timing, you might just be able to sneak in a lot of elimination points too. Looking at the map, you've got Genesis on the southern side. All the 4 players up and alive. They've got a wide spread going on. And yeah, a fight between the players of Reckoning Esports and Troy Tamlin constantly happening. Both of the teams poking each other. We're not really seeing any sort of critical damage hit them so far.
No. Reckoning Esports Kyoyo is pretty much stuck as well. He needs to get out. Unfortunately to say, teams in the north, they have to clear each other out before the next phase of zone. And unfortunately to say, Reckoning is going to be caught in the crosshairs of both Troy Tamlin and TWOB. They need to find a way to get out. It seems like Superman with this hovercraft has got a very disgusting dirty angle onto his them. And the knock is all they need before the fight ensues. Stage 5, teams in the north pretty much stuck out in the open. Nobody's making a mark yet, but guess what? From behind, TWOB for Sister is going to be looking to fourth party this.
The circle is so much in the open. Not a lot of possible cover available for the teams to actually move on and hide behind. But look at Cincinnati Kids. What's going on with them? Outside of the zone, the players are getting knocked out by the play zone itself. Flock is knocked out. Mighty's on the run towards the safety lines. You've got Genesis Esports on the opposite. Genesis with the high ground.
Oh my goodness, I think Max saw him. I think Max saw him through the leaves. Mighty, he needs to play this very carefully. Genesis gatekeeping from the south side, and they've got a wide spread as well. Look at this, Mac, Shadow on the east side. We've got Apollo and Cyrex all the way to the southwest, so far off. So everything from the southwest is completely locked down, and Cyrex actually spots Mighty.
It just blows for Mighty. He cannot go anywhere. Does not even have proper meds to actually patch himself up. No first aids available, just bandages. Cincinnati Kids for them, I don't really see any way they can survive it. And they get eliminated from this game too with just 0 points. It's completely okay though. CK is one of those teams that's currently sitting in the top 2 of the overall standings. Team Mastermind Mavericks now looking to take a fight against OG. Both the teams quite close in the overall standings. And if any of them eliminate each other, that's going to be the opening for the latter half that they were looking for. Mastermind Maverick Shots taken against OG. The high ground is really paying off, but OG is also getting picked apart from the players of Metal Esports. It's not looking too good.
Oh my goodness, Mastermind Mavericks, they're just making sure that Orangutan does not get out safely as well. Metal has a very off angle on top of the hills. Another nade comes through. Atenki, is he going to be fine? No, he is going to go down as well as Mastermind Mavericks finds another finish, and only Wizgod remains. Last man standing, Atenki needs to be picked up, but Mastermind Mavericks will not let them off the hook. But all things considered here, Necro, they've made enough noise, and Metal might actually consider the third-party Mastermind Mavericks because now they're going for the push, and Metal might be able to pick them all apart.
A lot of volume, a lot of value as well. And now you've got Mastermind Mavericks making that pounce. A lot of shots whiffed, but eventually still the connection is found. Luckily enough, Marco saves the day. Things could have been real worse. The shotgun battles sometimes can create some awkward circumstances, but Mastermind Mavericks, they win that fight against OG, and now they keep on moving up. Mastermind Mavericks, 4 elimination points secured so far. That's not enough, but they also need to win the game.
Oh, I'm surprised Metal didn't actually go for the push here. They went for a 2-2 split. But all things considered, only Mastermind Mavericks had the guts to do so. A 2-man push and a 2-man to hold off Metal Esports. Great decision making coming from them.
In my opinion, even Metal Esports did the right thing. The moment a fight prolongates, that's also going to be an invitation for the third party. And there's Vasista Esports in the nearby vicinity. So anything can happen. Looking at the next zone shift, it's going to be shifting on the left side. FS Esports, look at Max. The man's just making a mad dash.
Dude, look at Ninze. How did he actually make it inside the zone all by himself from outside the zone? That was insane.
Yeah, lucky, I guess. The man had the vehicle to work with, probably made a dash and directly found himself in the smack center. Tabata tossing out those utils. Even a bit of that scratch from the nade is going to do the damage, but Gravity still somehow dodges it. Another nade's going to be tossed right next to him, but unfortunately it's not on mark. And now Gravity will be taken down as well. Reckoning Esports, a bad game for them.
But a huge game for Vasista Esports because they were also part of the fight to actually wipe off TWOB from the northern fight. And right now, they cleared off 2 major teams in the north, and the next team is going to be Troy Tamlin Esports. Unfortunately to say, while they were going for the push, Metal Esports still holding this compound, and that's going to be legit, making sure that every team in the north is not going to have a comfortable entry point from the north side right now.
This Vasista Esports is looking so clean, so clinical, tactically sound. And Metal Esports in the Smack Center, once again, they've got that split going on for themselves, but now it's time for Metal Esports to leave the compound and shift out in the open. Moving out of the comfort zone is something that might just punish the players of Metal Esports, but they don't even have the option for anything else. And having a look at the replay of the fight between the players of TWOB and Reckoning Esports. For TWOB, yeah, the fight was quite back and forth. Even Yeshu in the final few moments tried his best to convert it. For Reckoning Esports, at the end of the day, they were just struggling from the start.
This is so unfortunate, right? Like, we knew that there was 4 teams waiting for somebody to collide, and as soon as Reckoning crashed TWOB, that was the perfect time for Vasista to take them all out. But while that actually happened, Metal, legit, what? He was all by himself. He's just annoying the heck out of this 4th party.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. When Metal Esports is the only team with the compound available, why would you not do so?
But he only had 1 finish. He only had 1 finish.
He's getting a lot of knocks, he's doing a lot of damage, but the finish contribution hasn't been that great so far. He needs to convert a few more finishes.
Oh, speaking of conversion right here, FS Esports, look at this. What a way to start things off. They are currently in the top here, but they have 6 finishes across the board, and they are part of the top 6. With this game coming in here, FS Esports should be technically guaranteed qualification into the semifinals here.
It should be guaranteed. Mastermind Mavericks, 4 eliminations so far. They need to keep on moving up defensively. True Rippers, Jelly, Ninze, the only man alive. And I guess the man's done his job. They just needed 3 points to breach inside of the top 8. And True Rippers, they've managed to get 4 elimination points so far. Oh, wow. And also add on some placement points. Maybe Ninze's done his job. The next zone's going to shift right on top of the players of FS Esports. That's the best possible odds you can have.
My goodness, FS Esports, how lucky can you get? Is it luck? Is it skill? I don't know, because as of yet, they're looking to try and clutch things out. Meanwhile, Metal Esports, they are going to be having the backs against the wall. Maxmer going for the perfect nade. Doesn't seem to connect on him. And they're pretty much stuck. Circle going to be moving 20 seconds left. They're all stuck in one small cluster. No one getting knocked yet, but Maxmer is going to get rushed. Sarvik going for the push, but he gets taken down. But that bait and switch is what gives them the opening to push through.
Risky fight for the players of Mastermind Mavericks, and that's why they're backing away. It's taken down with 3v3, even Metal Esports losing out on a man. I'm not even sure why that solo push was made from Metal Esports, and that's why now they're a man short. Metal Esports with a 3-man squad with 3 finishes secured. FS Esports in this max center. Metal Esports, they do not really have a lot of options available. They need to go for this fight. The AKM sprays perfect, and Thunder, he strikes down 2 players. Both the connection directly to the dome and Mastermind Mavericks. Not a lot of possible ways they can survive this wrath. As Metal Esports, they eliminate the existence of Mastermind Mavericks.
What a rush coming from Metal Esports, and even Vasista Esports goes down, and we're down towards the final 4 team. Troy Tamlin Esports still alive, FS with 3 man, Metal with 2. And guess what? True Reapers Jelly, they're still not out of it yet. Ninze is still alive, makes it to top 4. What a game we have. What an opening. And FS Esports, with this game and this performance, that pretty much guarantees their qualification into the Grand Finals. But Metal Esports legit is trying to hang on. He's stuck in this crate. He does have some sort of cover from his south side, but as soon as the circle closes, they all need to push into his FS.
Try to Millie Esports still on the Netherlands side, looking to rule this entire terrain. It's going to be tough when you've got names like FS Esports and Metal Esports still alive and cooking inside of the game. But Troy to Millie Esports, they've got the man advantage. FS Esports can be punished too with a 3-man squad. For them to convert this chicken dinner, it just gets even tougher. True Rippers Ninja is still alive, by the way, and the man's playing defensive from the start. Prince OG gets knocked out from Metal Esports. Such a far away knock that was.
That was clean. 3 bullets is all you need to actually get the knock. That was insane.
Maybe Prince does not have a helmet.
Well, maybe. Just maybe. But all things considered, still 4 teams remaining. Troy Tamlin in perfect position to take the winner chicken dinner. And as of yet, Ninze, oh boy, True Reapers. Top 4 finishes. Not enough, but it is very close to
Really
actually break
close.
past the top 8 here. So some points is better than no points.
I think they've already made it in the top 8.
Well,
True Rippers is going to be in the top 8, but to sustain that spot in the upcoming games, now that's what they need to do. And FS Esports right now, focusing on what's going on the screen, legit. Well, it just gets picked off by the man of Troy Timberlane Esports. Pekka just tapping away, getting the confirmation done. FS Esports still 3-man strong. 6 elimination points secured so far. These frags will be helping him out quite a bit. 3 teams alive. FS Esports is the only biggest thorn in the way of Troy Timberlane Esports to move on and secure the chicken dinner.
final 3 teams, 4v3, v1. And Troy Tamlin does not know that there is it a 4-man squad or is there a potential solos? Because as of yet, we've seen this before in the past in Sanhok. Kyo Lamar was the one to steal the chicken dinner. But this time with the opening knock coming from Ranveer, they might just go in for the rush and they know they're stuck inside the shack.
This
and
is where
Ranveer is going to go for the push.
Yeah, this is where the push is made. Ranveer is not going to be stopping. Scouting the grounds as well while he wants to move up close and personal. FS Esports, Fallen Man is back upon his feet. Tried to Million Esports, they might just throw the game away. Even Ninte's in the back lines. If he finds the right moment to strike, things can be ripped apart. FS Esports, they find an equalizer. Ranveer falls apart too. Even the man from Jelly steps up big. And Tried to Million Esports, this is a major blunder. Now Ninte as well is going to look to secure a few elimination points. As Tried to Million Esports, they've been eliminated from this game. What a blunder that was! A game that could have been a chicken dinner. Troy to Million Esports just threw it away.
1 versus 2 for Ninze, and he got the knock! 1 versus 1! True Reapers Jelly, they're doing it again! They're doing it again! They're trying to steal the chicken dinner! Ninze, you're an absolute madman! There's no way this is happening. Absolutely no way.
2 nades and a dream. Now the man's trying to create the off angle from the side. Crypto gets the revival on the knocked player. Once again, advantage back in their hands. But Crypto messes up big. He's taken down real low. Ninja's out in the open. There's no way he can fight back. In the end, it's FS Esports to secure the chicken dinner. But this should not have been the course of the action. It should have been Tried to Million's game.
It should have been, but FS Esports, they take the chicken dinner, and that's going to be the 4th winner chicken dinner for FS Esports, and with that game pretty much guarantees them in towards the grand finals thus far. But Ninze, my man, the solo warrior, he almost did a kill Lamau in the map of Sanhok. He almost stole it away, but Troy Tamlin Esports, that hurts. That really hurts. That was a punch to the face.
If I'm not wrong, True Rippers got 11 points from that game. And they just needed 3 points to topple over that 8th spot. They've done more than enough, but still sustaining that, now that's going to require a lot of efforts from True Rippers.
Yeah, I think it's not enough yet, but all things considered, Necro, with Ninze's performance right there, he put a rider for Rider Esports right there for Team True Reapers Jelly.
I mean, it just feels really bad for Tri-Tamilian Esports, man. The way things really went down, Tri-Tamilian Esports, they thought that they've got the advantage. You saw Ranveer push up close and personal, but the moment that happened, FS Esports recovered, and they were just so precise to get a few knocks against the players of Tri-Tamilian Esports. And right then and there, the entire fight was instantly converted by FS. And of course, even the man from the backlines from True Rippers Jelly stepped up big and got one elimination secured from that fight as well. Now for Metal Esports, they made the pounce on the players of Mastermind Mavericks in the highlights, you can see. And for Mastermind Mavericks, it's rough luck.
Agreed. You know, Mastermind Mavericks, they are the gatekeepers onto the top 8. Even Metal Esports was very, very close to actually reaching towards the top 8. So with this performance, the competition tightens up, especially for the middle of the pack to fight for the top 8. But as of yet, we know for a fact that True Reapers Jelly is currently in the lead to hold that spot in the top 8 here. And it seems like the mentality shift from the IGL Jelly himself has kind of worked because, guys, Lindsay, don't worry about anything else. Just worry about qualifying. We will make it. And for some reason, Ninze from 11th position makes it the top 2 and found 3 finishes of that.
But still, that was way too close for comfort. It should not have been that way. Knowing the True Rippers Jelly, knowing their decision-making has been really good up till now. Even they've been in top-notch form. But still, that fight against GlitchX Reborn, in my opinion, should not have been taken when you know you've got players of TWOB just surrounding that fight like vultures. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on towards the game number 2, which is going to be the map of Miramar. So let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and I've got an interesting thing I want to tell you guys. Have you guys heard about the realme P3 Ultra 5G? I'm pretty sure a lot of you have already heard about it, so I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G because you might just stand a chance to win the device for free.
I mean, it is an amazing device after all. We keep talking about the features every single day. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming control on the market right now, and of course 90 FPS BGMI gaming at this segment. It is unheard of. So go on to Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some amazing rewards for yourself.
Once again, back towards the real deal now. The competition's getting real cooked up, Johnny.
Ooh, yeah.
And the way the previous game went down as well, I never saw this coming. FS Esports securing that chicken dinner out of nowhere. Then you've got Ninze from True Rippers surviving till the end moment. He was the only man alive from that team. And generally speaking, for True Rippers, that was such a big blunder taking a fight against GlitchX.
It was a little bit of a blunder, but hey, Ninze made sure that he would be the savior of the team at the end of the match. And of course, finishing top 2, stealing all of those eliminations and those finishes away from the other team, especially FS. I think that is where they capitalize extremely well in that game of Erangel. And of course, while we talk about the bounce that is going to happen on the overall leaderboard for the players of True Rippers Jelly, after this game, we have to talk about FS. That was their 4th win, the 4th chicken dinner in the bag.
Yeah, and with that, they've also secured their slot directly towards the Grand Finals, got enough points, or more than enough points, to move on and qualify towards the Grand Finals. Now, here's the real deal, Johnny. Tri-Tamilian Esports, the previous game should have been theirs. And if they would have won that game, they would have been really close to that qualification bracket as well. But now that they messed up big time, they still have a decent amount of points, but they got eliminated on the 3rd spot. That's the biggest bummer.
Exactly. It is definitely going to be a bummer. And I think when they go back and watch this game again, be it either from their own POV or on the broadcast when they're reviewing the footage, they're gonna kick themselves in the shin extremely hard when they realize that there were two different teams, one isolated player on the flank that resulted in their demise.
Exactly. MVP of that previous game is on the screen. Max is going to be the man with 5 finishes. Ninja with 4th, and you've got Rage God from Assista Esports with 4. Metal Esports as well with 3 elimination points, and Mastermind Mavericks. Mastermind Mavericks could have done much better, but then Metal Esports, that pounce they made, specifically Thunder, the AKM play once again back in the meta. The man was able to strike down 2 players without any problems, straight up to the dome.
Hey man, you know, everyone got thunderstruck in this game extremely hard, and they were burned to a crisp. But Visista Esports, we have to talk about them a little bit, because now, after the awkward start on day number 1 of the semifinals, I think day 3 and day 4 in particular, Necro, we are seeing Visista kind of stabilize inside of the aggression, inside of the matches, and that has helped them climb the leaderboard at a very steady pace.
Without a doubt, Visista Esports has been doing miraculously well. And that's why I've been saying this Visista Esports, it feels much better than what we were able to see in the past from the previous lineup. And this Visista Esports, they've got the form, they know exactly what needs to be done, and they're actually achieving that too. We've got the overall standings on the screen, and with that game, look at True Ripper's Jelly. They found themselves in the top 5 of the overall standings, but they're not safe yet. That's just how close the overall standings are.
Exactly. I mean, in the morning we were having this discussion, and I am of the opinion that the cutoff at the end of the day is going to be somewhere around 75 points, and I think getting to that 85 is the only safe approach. So as you mentioned, True Rippers Jelly, they are in the top 8, but they need that extra push. Visista Esports making it to the top 10, on the verge of breaking into the top 8, but still some more distance for them to cover. But as we move on to the next page, now these are the teams that will be stepping into the upcoming matches, and of course a few big names that have taken a tumble in the last few days. One big one is going to be Botami Esports, the other one Likhita Esports.
Group C and D are now going to step in the upcoming game, so even that's going to be an important thing, right? And looking at the last page of the overall standings, you've got Phoenix Esports, Revenant, X-Park underneath the players of Phoenix Esports. It's unbelievable. Revenant X-Park has been dropping games after games. Even that previous game, Revenant X-Park somehow lost that fight. I just don't believe it.
It's a lover's quarrel between Revenant X-Park and Phoenix Esports. They like to stay together on Erangel. They like to stay together on Miramar. Why not stay together on the leaderboard as well, man?
Actually, that's pretty funny. I'm going to give it to you. But yeah, for Revenant X-Park, it's honestly concerning. It feels like the more games that are passed by, the team is just losing their form.
True. I mean, they are losing their form, but if they can win the fights, at least in the matches, then I think we can see recover. The only saving grace right now is Revenant X-Park. We saw them on the last page in the mid-40s, but on the overall leaderboard, the teams struggling on that 8th position right now are still in the 60s. Necro, one big game, 125-pointer, and you will take that leap inside of the top 8, and after that, it's just about holding on for dear life.
Look, all of that is fine, but now games need to be there for teams like Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports. They need some major performances, including Genesis Esports, and of course GlitchX Reborn, Diesel Esports. These are some of the teams that are all the way at the last page. They really need a Herculean climb back in the overall standings. Looking at Group D, you've once again got the group of death back in action. Look at the Esports, Team Tumblr, Seoul, VXT, Phoenix Esports. All these teams are now going to be back in action, including THW Non-X, because this can be a wild card.
THW Non-X, I think after that last Erangel yesterday, have definitely turned out to be a wild card, because we did not expect them to do that well inside that game. Yeah, chicken dinner, they missed out on the win, but still, getting themselves that top 3 finish, and of course the eliminations in the match was quite a big play coming in from them, especially under pressure. Because of that, they made a bounce back. That last Erangel, Phoenix Esports, they built up the aggression, they were going for fights, they were winning those fights as well, and they were able to make that leap as well into the mid-40s. These two teams making a comeback from Group D. I think this group of death and destruction is living up to its name. But again, it's the last day of week 1. You only have 3 matches. Now you have 2 more left. What are you going to do?
Let's not forget, even Team Tumblr, they've been quite surprising so far. They're on the 2nd page of the overall standings. Not too far back either, man. They just need 10 points once again in this upcoming game. And even Team Tumblr can easily breach inside of that top 8.
And no one saw this coming, because Team Tamil's the start to the semifinals was not great at all.
Exactly.
I did not expect it, but hey, slow and steady wins the race. That's what we have heard since we were little kids, right?
I don't believe that.
Really?
I don't believe that.
Why
in
not?
my opinion, slow and steady does not win the race, unless if you've got some sort of luck involved. We've always seen, right, slow and steady can do more than enough to just stay in the fight, but they can never be the winners.
Hey man, I think FS Esports is the perfect example for this. We do not see them make those highlight plates every now and then, but I do agree with you. They get lucky every now and then, but then again, with this team getting 4 chicken dinners, I think we have to give it to them that they have a lot of skill as well.
The difference between Team Tamalas and FS Esports is the chicken dinner itself.
Yes.
Team Tamalas are not able to win the games, and that's concerning. But Team Tamalas are doing just enough to scratch the surface and get the bare minimum points to keep themselves inside of the race. But now getting the bare minimum is not going to matter. Team Tamalas needs a big game.
I mean, what you said about Team Tamalas, I think it's the same issue we saw Godlike struggle for the last few days until Admino sort of stepped up and got them their first chicken dinner yesterday. Because they were consistently making it into the top 3, the top 2 of matches, getting those eliminations, but they would struggle to close out those games. I think same can be said for Team Tamalas. Hopefully they can get 1 win at least.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Those struggles are really the struggles of the rich, because Godlike was already doing good in the overall standings.
Struggles of the rich.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Godlike was already doing really good in the overall standings, and you do not even need a chicken dinner when you're already in the top 2, so that does not count. But if you're somewhere on the second or the third page, and if you're constantly getting the bare minimum, but not the chicken dinner now, that's concerning. And that's Team Tamalas right there. Let's not forget, we've also got teams like, look at the esports in the mix, Hyderabad Hydras as well. You've also got Team Soul, who's slowly and steadily losing that grip.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul has definitely lost quite a lot of grip, but it was all until Ronnie stepped in yesterday in that last Erangel. That substitution definitely made an impact, and I think, what are your thoughts today? Are they going to go with Ronnie again, or are we going to see Somraj step in? Some, not Somraj. He's in Versatile. He's in a different team.
In my opinion, they should just stick with main playing 4. We might just see Some, Hunters, of course, even Manya is going to be in the mix. So we might just see that main playing 4. I really do not want to see Seoul experimenting at this point in time. That playing 4 has been working out for a long time for them in this realme BGIS 2025. So they should stick with that. We've got the team spotlight of FS Esports on the screen. 47 finishes. And of course, a lot of damage numbers right there. I'm not going to try to read that. Then we've also got the average survival of 1854 and 92 total points. FS Esports, for some reason, it feels like they're in the Matrix. Everything just falls in the right place for them.
Yeah, they're in the Matrix and they are also new at the same time, all 4 of them. Yeah. And that situation is like quite difficult for everyone else to deal with. But hey, since I uttered the name of Somraj, Versatile is doing quite well.
Yeah, VXT is actually doing really well. They're on the 8th spot, if I'm not wrong, right? In the overall standing. So VXT, yeah, sustaining is something they need to do now. Even VXT needs a big game to once again push themselves towards the boundary and move on with that chicken dinner to directly in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, they're on shaky grounds, but 1 win will definitely solidify and give them a little bit of safety cushion to work with. And I think that can happen. But again, it is a lot of pressure because you are in the top 8, but you're not safe as well. 1 bad performance, you're going to be out of the top 8. And then the mental pressure of, again, breaking inside that bracket kicks in. And when that pressure kicks in is when teams make the most mistakes.
Johnny, I'm a believer that the top 4 has already qualified. Now it's pretty much the fight for the remaining 4 slots. And there's so many teams in contention. Teams from 9th till 28th can actually qualify.
I mean, okay, I want to know one thing from you. Where do you draw the safety line right now? 85 points?
Yeah, more than 80 points, I think.
More than 80 points?
More than 80 points. But I guess 85 is going to be the safety.
Yeah, I mean, after that, 85, once you get over 85, I think you can take like that sigh of relief. Like, we have some safety cushion to work with. You can mess up 1 game and still be inside of that top 8 bracket. So I think, yeah, that's the common ground between you and me now, 85 points. And because of that, I think top 3, I would say, is safe. 4th position can still be taken down. We do not know more matches left. 5 more matches.
Johnny, the only way teams from the page number 3 actually make a comeback is that they need to make sure that the teams from the 5th till the 8th suffocate for points. They do not get any sort of points in the overall standings. The moment those teams keep on getting points, that's the moment where the cutoff rises up.
The only way to make that happen is go for an early fight, make sure they get nothing in those matches. But that is a risky play as well, because if we see the top 8, these are the teams that actually want that early fight every time.
The only team that's crazy enough to do that is Phoenix Esports, and they're actually playing the upcoming game. So I would love to see Phoenix Esports drop clash someone and just pull off an upset off the rip.
Hey man, I'm a big fan of Phoenix Esports just because of that as well, but I'm surprised you didn't pick Phoenix today. Why is that?
I went with Phoenix Esports yesterday. They've already done the comeback. That's all I wanted Phoenix Esports to do. They've made it. Now I'm going to go with Seoul. I want Seoul to qualify.
You don't want Phoenix to qualify?
Phoenix is going to qualify because they've got the momentum now. Look, Johnny, they've got the momentum, all right? My job was to give them the momentum. Now it's up to them to carry the torch in the top 8.
I'm going to ask you to make another motivational speech if they do not perform in this game, by the way.
I'm not going to give that because I'm already done giving all that toxic motivation. I'm out of toxicity now.
I find that hard to believe, Necro, with you being the one saying you're out of toxicity. But hey, while he might be out of toxicity, how toxic is this game going to be for the teams that are struggling? It's time to find answer to that question, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the upcoming match.
As the plane's going to be in the skies, starting all the way from El Azhar towards El Pozo, and this plane flat path heavily tilting towards the northern side. The teams that want to move down south towards Puerto Paraíso, Minas del Sur, Valle del Mar, Chumacera, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
It is definitely going to be quite a tough stretch, but I think those positions towards the southwestern quadrant in the last few days, we have seen those quite heavily utilized as well. But hey, I mean, let's have a look. Are we going to see any early drop clashes in this game? Diesel taking an exit towards Al-Azhar, Thierry Bronca, you have Reckoning Esports. I think a glide towards Impala Puerto Paraíso might be underway from their side. Team Tamilas, they might look to move towards La Benedita, Los Leones, along with Genesis in tow right behind them. And of course, it is going to be Mastermind Mavericks, that water treatment, Hacienda del Patron exit of theirs. They might look for a few vehicles early, and in that position, there are quite a lot of vehicle spawns as well.
Another interesting thing to notice is FS Esports in the map standings. Even in the previous game of Erangel, FS Esports was there in the top 3. And now in Miramar 2, FS Esports is here in the top 3. FS Esports have been really consistent no matter what map you put them in.
Exactly, man. 4 chicken dinners. Nothing to scoff off about. But hey, look at this. Phoenix Esports, they drop Clash Glitch Reborn this time. And again, while Revan and X-Pac have found the answer to deal with Phoenix Esports in these early fights, I don't think Glitch have that cure yet.
Yeah.
2 players knocked out. Oh, Rex finds 2 though. Ralph comes in with the dualies. 1 versus 2. Not gonna work out. Phoenix Esports banning Glitch Reborn out of existence.
There's no way GlitchX Reborn targeted the players of Phoenix Esports. I can't believe it. GlitchX Reborn knows their qualification is tough, so they wanted the players of Phoenix Esports as well to move on to week 2 with them.
But hey, that plan backfired. Now you know what happens when Phoenix gets 4 early finishes.
Phoenix Esports at the start of the day was on 25th position, and GlitchX Reborn is on 28th. And after that previous game, GlitchX Reborn has moved down even more.
Yeah.
That's why GlitchX Reborn knows their chances of qualification are next to impossible. So they wanted to make the same odds with Phoenix Esports as well.
And now we'll have to see what Phoenix will be up to for the rest of the match. They have the momentum early inside of this game. There's Mastermind Mavericks that can third party that fight, but hey, fight for Picado. Look at the Esports against Hyderabad Hydras commencing again.
Oh man, I just can't believe that happened. GlitchX Reborn, the stubborn bunch, huh? Notorious naughty guys. I can't believe taking a drop clash against Phoenix Esports to nullify their odds of qualification is something they would come up with. But right now, we've got Likita Esports up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, this fight is a straight-up sabotage. Both of them need to qualify, and both of them stand a chance.
But then again, I mean, this fight has been happening every single time these 2 teams drop on Miramar. I mean, it's a situation similar to what we saw between OG and 8-Bit on Miramar as well, where those 2 sides fight for Chumacera control. Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports, they've been going at it for a long time. Although, here's an interesting fact. The last time this drop clash happened between these 2 teams on Miramar, Likita Esports did not take the fight. They actually disengaged from that fight and came into third party a different conflict that Hyderabad Hydras was involved in, because of which Likita Esports actually had the upper hand in the entirety of the match. But not this time. This time it seems like a commitment has to be made. Hyderabad Hydras is not letting them back off.
I don't think they need to make any sort of commitment. Unless Hyderabad Hydras is going to force themselves against Likita, what seems like it. They're looking to make the pounce on top of the players of Likita Esports, slowly and steadily moving up. S12K in the hands of Turbo. Backed up with Ninja. Both the players inside a casino. Hyderabad Hydras, hopefully they don't go bankrupt. They need to be careful. Viper's ready with his crosses train. He's just waiting for the players to walk in the trap. And the moment that happens, Likita Esports gets a major advantage. AJ is now going to start to move up as well. Goblin, you need to patch yourself up. 15 bandages available. That nade was tossed against the man. And Likita Esports, they're losing the odds of winning the fight. It's not a good news at all. Look at the esports. They need to get themselves back up on the trade. Even Viper knocked out. Goblin's taken down real low. Goblin is patching himself up with the bandages, but he gets knocked down in return. Hyderabad Hydras once again getting the man advantage back in their hands. AJ was lost out a while ago. The fight's now taken down to a 3-on-2. Look at the esports with 2 men standing. Viper still knocked out. Another man falls apart. That's going to be Hector too. He meets his end. And look at the esports now down to just 1 man. That's going to be Neo.
Hyderabad Hydras for the second time wiping Likita Esports like this. Almost though this time, Neo. I think a call is going to be given for him to back off, just play for survival. Viper getting punched out of existence in this game. And this gives the momentum shift, the Picardo control that Hyderabad Hydras need every single time to them inside of this match. Every time they have done well in this early fight, they do well for the entirety of the game, especially considering now Picardo is at the eastern edge of the circle. So for those mid-game stages, they will have an opportunity to gatekeep any late breaches from that eastern edge.
Hyderabad Hydras, they might just be the reason why Likita Esports moved on to week 2.
Ooh, yeah.
They might just be the reason. I mentioned this at the start of the day too. The game 1 is something that matters the most. And for Likita Esports, this was the game 1. Missing out on the game 1 in such a way because of a team like Hyderabad Hydras, that's got to be a stinger.
What do you mean because of a team like Hyderabad Hydras? They've been doing well since yesterday.
Yeah, but they're not doing as good as Likita Esports in the overall standings.
Hey, if they take out Likita Esports, that's competition out of the way. Exactly what we wanted.
That's one way to look at it. It's one of the point of views. But for Likita Esports, it just blows.
Yeah.
Now they've only got 2 more games to go, and to pull off such a Herculean task in those 2 games, it's going to require you 2 back-to-back major games.
It's not going to be easy. The momentum that they had built at the start of their journey in the semifinals now has completely been shut down. And the pressure might just get to the players. But in the wildcard stages, there was a moment similar to this where they were facing elimination. And back then, Hector was the man who got those points his team barely needed to qualify in 3 matches as well. So maybe, hopefully, they can pull it off again. But if you guys want to pull off miracles in your matches, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI, and the smartest AI gaming control in its segments. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some amazing rewards.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to do it right now, but back towards the game. Cincinnati kids. The previous game was a complete flop, but once again, it's CK. They've already qualified. They've got more than enough points in the overall standings in the top 2 currently.
Yeah.
So it's all good. CK, they can actually put a few spanners in the work as well. Who does CK not like?
You read my mind, buddy. I was just about to ask you the same thing, that if you're CK right now, you're asking yourself, who do I hate the most? Who do I not get along with in this scene?
Is 8-Bit in the game? No, they're not.
Why would they go after 8-Bit, though?
They're ex-team. Ex-banner.
Yeah, but I think they're still friends, man.
Are they?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Maybe
sure
they just don't want to see that banner in the Grand Finals. Something against the Orc itself?
I don't think so. That's going to be the case.
Jokes apart. At this point, we're just looking for rivalries, Johnny. And we're also creating some rivalries with our commentary.
I was about to say that. Are we looking for rivalries or are we making a few? Because it turns out, I think, this is one of those rivalries. We saw that fight in the first Miramar of the semifinals. Soul taking on Versatile. Did not work out too well for Soul last time.
So now we've got another confirmed rivalry between GlitchX Reborn and Phoenix Esports.
Nah, that's just the first time they've collided.
Yeah, but still, they pretty much try to sabotage the odds of Phoenix Esports qualifying to the Grand Finals from the week 1 itself. So that's massive.
Yeah, but
that first-timer is something that you're not supposed to do, but they still did it.
I think Phoenix Esports wouldn't mind it. They're like warm-up fight for when we go up against Revenant Xbox.
No, they won't mind it. I'm pretty sure Phoenix Esports is a team with a lot of ego. If you see an aggressive team, you got to know that team is driven by ego. Purely ego. And Phoenix Esports, they're a prime example of that.
Hey, man, but it seems like for now, Hyderabad Hydras, I love this horse situation they have going for themselves. But look at the circle. We move towards La Driella. It is going to be an interesting endgame towards the southwestern quadrant. Quite an empty space. There's those southern hills towards the west of Chumacera. We do not see anyone there, though, as of now.
We do not yet. THW Non-X. It's one of those teams that can be wildcard. Can just pop out of nowhere, punish those teams, do really good in the overall standings. Anything can happen. And right now, looking to take a fight against Genesis. It's one of those teams that stands a big chance, but the nade from Levi, it might just nullify those odds. Matt gets knocked out, the confirmation followed up as well, and the game's spoiled. Oh my god, Genesis, they're never gonna forgive the players of THW for doing that, and they instantly back away too. That's mean.
Yeah, the third party comes in from the back lines as shots were fired towards TSW NON from Team Tamilas. One of their players knocked out, but they still have decent distance between the two sides, so they can go for a reset. Rush Boy getting a revive over there, but no revive for S-Power from Versatile. He gets pounced upon by the players of Seoul. And Versatile, I think this might just be the wrong turn that this should not have taken in this game. 2 players finished off, just 2 left standing.
Yeah, Manya and Ronnie just saying hello to their ex-teammate.
Oh,
And
still playing with Ronnie, by the way.
Yeah, they are. That's what I was about to say, too. I guess we're going to see Ronnie back in the action. Things worked out for them the last time Ronnie played, which was yesterday. Few utilities tossed out against THW Non-X. The players are taken down pretty low as well. They need to patch themselves up as soon as possible. Roman could have been knocked out in that instance. Luckily enough, he was still alive, barely with a pixel. Rico is going to fall back, including Fox OP from Team Tamilas. I like that decision from Team Tamilas. It's quite mature.
But look at the radar. There's a cluster forming up, and TSW NON, they've sent 2 players up the hill right across. Oh no, they're playing the valley, in fact. That is going to be an awkward position for them to be in. If Genesis actually come for a third party, there's one more team present in the mix, or at least just one player from the 4th team that's looking to join this fray. That's Reckoning Esports Viper.
Genesis is one of those teams that's going to be struggling with a lot of confidence now.
True.
They're not going to try to go for extra bit of smoke at all. They won't take those fights because they know they're so close to that qualification bracket, and one bad fight, Genesis instantly gets kicked out. But Genesis already things have been messed up. In my opinion, you should not really take a lot of pressure.
I think wait for the opportunity to strike. Wait for the noise and the commotion to be at its peak and then chime in. But hey, Team Tamilas out of nowhere, and it's Metal Esports finding that knock. That is a big surprise.
Metal Esports is such an annoying pest.
Yeah.
I swear to God. In the previous game, too, they had a good compound to play with, and that's all they were doing. Just getting those knocks. But Metal Esports, in the end, just had 2 eliminations when they left that compound.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta adapt into that rat playstyle if you want to qualify. It all comes
It's not
down
even
to
a rap
desperation.
playstyle. It's just a mean playstyle. Simple.
You're just upset they do not commit to fights, aren't you?
You cannot even commit to fights this late inside of the game. The moment you do so, you're going to get third party. There's so many teams around you that a third party makes a lot of sense.
What do you exactly want them to do, man?
I don't know. I like the way they're playing right now, but it's just mean.
Why are you complaining about it?
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's mean.
Mean to everyone else.
Yeah, mean to everyone else.
Yeah. But hey, that's why it works out, right? That's why they're doing kind of decent in the overall rankings. But again, a big performance, a closer is going to be needed from the side of Metal as well. You need that chicken dinner to get a safety cushion going. On the other side, Phoenix Esports, hey, bonus frag found along the way. Now they sit at 5 eliminations.
It's like Metal Esports wants the other team to push them. They're rage baiting them. That's what it feels like.
Ooh.
That's a rage bait strategy.
Yeah, but hey, I love rage baiting people, and I think Metal Esports do too.
Constantly poking those players back and forth, burning through the enemy meds too, and that's pretty annoying. Diesel Esports, Orlo is out in the open. You cannot pull off stunts like that when you're in semifinals week 1. Diesel Esports, relax with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure Diesel Esports themselves know the qualification chances are next to none.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, even Diesel Esports is pulling off some weird shenanigans.
I think that's the problem, right? Not a problem, but as you said, that's the reason for those shenanigans. Too far away from the qualification marker. It is surprising considering Diesel was doing exceptionally well in the early stages of the tournament, but things go wrong sometime. But if you want things in your matches to work out just fine, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control, and of course, world debut of the 8350 Ultra chipset. But what is happening over here with Likita?
Yeah, last man of Likita Esports, Neo on the scooter, and now he's racing against the blue, and currently he's winning that race.
Yeah, he's running faster than that scooter, isn't he?
Yeah, he probably is. That's what he realized. He was like, yeah, you know what? The scooter is actually slower
It's useless.
than my running speed. He's fully boosted himself too, so he's ready. And for Look at the Esports, it just blows. Neo is going to be the only man to secure those points. Now they can try and pull off what Ninja did in that previous game.
I think it's going to be close to impossible because look at where he is. He's on that eastern edge. Diesel up north, Mastermind Mavericks towards his west, Genesis down south. And then once he tries to breach in, there are 3 more teams on that eastern edge, man. That's a close to impossible position to breach the circle from.
True that. Diesel Esports is on the sidelines. Genesis on the side as well. You've got Team Mastermind Mavericks in the front. Neo is messed up. You can't do anything at this point, Neo. Just accept your fate. Drive that Scooty in the middle of the field.
Oh, but you know, you were talking about the Matrix a few moments ago. He's Neo.
No, it's not going to work.
Why not, man?
No.
Necro, believe.
Yeah,
Not the
exactly.
player, but like
Believe. That's they
What?
are going to be leaving this game soon. Genesis Esports, 3-man strong. Mac is knocked out and confirmed a while ago. Apollo still tapping away in the far fray. Diesel Esports pounced on. It's Hyderabad Hydras, who's actually able to find some sort of success. Orlo is taken down low as well. Hyderabad Hydras having the maximum advantage. AJ is going to be up close and personal. Those utilities are starting to do some serious damage. Even Shop falls down. Turbo is doing a lot of damage. There's no way Diesel Esports can stand the wrath of Hyderabad Hydras at this point. Orlo is the man inside of the house, and he wants to make the pounce on AJ, but AJ's already moved out. This is brilliant from Hyderabad Hydras. They're just fiddling with the players of Diesel Esports, specifically Orlo. He wanted to isolate the duel against AJ, but then he realized AJ's just not in the house at all. And a beautiful flashbang. That's going to force Orlo out of his comfort zone. And Hyderabad Hydras, they get the confirmation on Orlo too. Diesel Esports down to just 1 man.
Beautifully done, but the question to Diesel Esports is, what were you doing over there? Your teammates are dying and they were just circling with that Lamborghini.
I don't think Diesel Esports cares at this point because they're all the way at the bottom in the overall standings.
But still get some practice for week 2 of the semifinals, man.
They're the alphas. They just don't care.
At this point, Phoenix Esports, I think, might be the true alphas. 3 versus 4, they will have the advantage in the fight against Hyderabad Hydras. All they got to do is be careful of the team up north. That is TSWNON. That high ground advantage can be quite brutal. Hey, Phoenix Esports are disengaging. What is going on?
They never wanted to fight. They just wanted to pull off a rotation, Johnny.
It's
They
Phoenix
just found
Esports.
they just found a bit of that pit stop towards those houses, and now they're once again on their merry way. But hold on to that thought. Soul chiming inside of a fight against Reckoning Esports, and so far it's not working out. Monez knocked out. Even Hunters is knocked out. It's down to just Ronnie. Can Ronnie save the day for Soul? They need this game desperately. Reckoning Esports lost out in Kyoya, but that's the only knock, and eventually even Ronnie gets wrapped up in a sheet. Soul's done.
Oh, he burned himself with his own Molotov, man. At least denies a point to the players of Reckoning Esports, but quite an unexpected early wipe for the players of Seoul and Reckoning Esports. This team is already doing kind of decent, I believe, and this just helps them move up with those 2 finish points in the bag, but securing a chicken dinner is still going to be a challenge, was what I wanted to say, but the circle just moves on top of their head.
There's a lot of teams still alive in the game.
Yeah.
If you're someone who's looking to pull a rotation, it just gets even tougher. Rivalry NRI in the sidelines. Mastermind Mavericks now getting chimed on by the players of Genesis. A lot of shots taken. Mastermind Mavericks super low and weak. A man gets confirmed within an instant. And that's going to give the advantage now in the hands of Genesis Esports. Fight's taken down to a 3-on-3. Mastermind Mavericks, another man knocked out from the sidelines. Third party as well, that comes into fruition. Where can you go if you're Mastermind Mavericks? Because Genesis is not looking to back away. Instead, they won those elimination points. Cyrax is pushed up. He's got no clue. Still a few players lie in the back. And Cyrax, he execute that duel. 1 man gets knocked out from Mastermind Mavericks. The second is still alive in the smoke. He's patching himself up. The MVP himself. 7 nades available in his hands. He's constantly tossing those nades against Genesis Esports. 2 players up close. And Adi has successfully managed to fend off the players of Genesis, but Adi cannot back away from this spot.
He has a shack to work with, and he has lobbed almost basically everything towards the players of Genesis. But how long can he hide in the shack? It's going to be so tough. Luckily for him, TSWNON having the line of fire on this side of the ridge might just deny Genesis the opportunity to strike. Genesis still want that point though. Blow up the door, utility lobbed in as Shadow OG gets knocked out. Can they get this revive in? I mean, they can still bring their player back, but that point goes towards the players of TSW NON. Mastermind Mavericks eliminated from the game on 12th spot.
Mastermind Mavericks, when the head's on the swivel, they're choking. Even the previous game, Mastermind Mavericks were not able to do that good. This game as well, not a lot of points secured. Early exit. But it's also quite a sweaty game at Miramar. You cannot even blame them. Team Hades, H4K, Knights knocked out. Look at Prince. Not a bear off the sidelines, and that's why when Prince gets shut down completely from Rivalry NRI, that step in the action. Team Hades, H4K, for them the survival chances are low too, but Metal Esports now losing out on the IGL, it just gets even rougher. Sarvit, he really wants to take a peek on the other side of the horizon, maybe punish the players of Rivalry NRI a bit once again. This nade, it needs to be on point if he really does want to go for the fight, but instead it's off the mark.
And Rivalry NRI, they just instantly go reset, fall back, get some distance, a little bit of breathing room to work with. And Metal Esports, this high ground on the Ladriela Hill could have been a position from where they secured a lot of finishes, but this pressure that they did not anticipate coming in towards them from Rivalry NRI might have just completely ruined their game. Phoenix Esports against Versatile, that nade quite a lot of damage onto Raiden. And Versatile just pinned at the edge of the blue. If they climb the hill, Metal Esports will be allowed to take shots in their directions. If they move up north, then Phoenix Esports is waiting for them over there.
Seems like it. Reckoning Esports in the Smack Center right next to Team Tumblers. And generally speaking, I'm concerned for Team Tumblers' position. They might just be the center of attraction soon. There's going to be a lot of those teams just surrounding that area. And Team Tumblers might be focused fire soon. VXT, Somraj, Raiden right next to each other. Phoenix Esports, a constant threat. 5 elimination points secured so far. Off the rip, they eliminated the players of GlitchX Reborn. They got 4 right there. Eliminating 1 individual man a while ago, gave them 5. So Phoenix Esports doing decent so far. They've got an average, which is pretty good.
They were at 44 at the start of this game. Now they'll be at 49. And I think the target for this game for Phoenix Esports should be to figure out how to get to 60 points. They needed 16 to pull it off. It's about 11 points more required from here. With all 4 players still intact, the possibility of the chicken dinner is still gonna be there, and they find one more knock. Raiden hits the floor. Versatile under some trouble, but Phoenix. Necro, the blue zone is closing in, and they have about 90 meters before they can enter the circle. It's not gonna be easy though.
It's fine, one of the man's already inside of the circle. Altu has found a bit of that playing space for the teammates. It's okay, Phoenix Esports, for them, it's not gonna be struggle at all. But for Team Versatile, they're getting absolutely bullied. Metal Esports, now they need to face off against the players of Rivalry NRI. Gojo is making that pounce. Sarvith is backing away from that building. Metal Esports, not a lot of escape options available. They need to go for this fight no matter what. And Rivalry, they seem in a top-notch form. Metal Esports to beat them with not having the man advantage seems even rougher. A 3-man squad of Rivalry NRI facing 2 players of Metal Esports. Sounds real tough.
It is going to be tough indeed. The nade goes flying. Sarvit somehow just manages to dodge the damage, but from the backlines, the third party comes through as Versatile. The nade from Somraj connects, but Thunder, he repays their favor, and the third party from Phoenix picks off Raiden. Versatile eliminated from the game, and I think Metal might be next. Thunder is the last man left alive, finds the opener. 1v2 against Rivalry, but that's the best case scenario he can build for his team. Metal Esports, they bite the dust, and Rivalry, they're going to look for a reset, but Phoenix Esports, look at Fury Necro, he wants to make this bounce.
Yeah, he really does want to take the advantage and punish the players once again. Phoenix Esports, they're starting him off the floor. They've lost out on 1 man a while ago. Now down to a 3-man squad. Phoenix Esports, they need to be careful. What is Fury doing? The man's all by himself. He's playing with fire. He got his hands on a few more things, and he instantly backed away from that area. He's waiting for the players of Rivalry NRI to make the run, make the pounce. Fury Things can be real bad, things can be bad, but he still moves up. He gets the knock with the shotgun. Rivalry and Alright, they mess things up big time. Fury got the confidence because his teammates were in the backlines providing the cover fire.
Exactly. As soon as Fury realized Rivalry was coming towards him, I was looking at the radar, man, and I saw the heads of the other two lads in the backlines just turn towards Rivalry and Alright. Fury now making a run for his life, does manage to regroup with the remainder of Phoenix Esports. But these 7 points that they have in the bag, Necro, are not going to be enough. More needed from this match. Approximately 9 points to hit that 60 marker. And then in the next few matches, I think about 8 to 9 points per game to qualify.
3 players next to each other. Phoenix Esports regrouped. Now the confidence seems all-time high. Genesis Apollo in the sidelines too. Phoenix Esports, all they need to do is just play from edge to edge. And if they avoid a lot of line of sights upon them, this can be an easy game to be converted. But look at Team Tumulus too. They're controlling such a massive terrain.
Oh yeah, I mean that high ground vantage, definitely a big difference maker between them and everyone else that they're looking down upon right now. But playing these valleys can be tough. Every time you're playing the dip, information denied from one of the off angles, and you just get tunnel visioned up front. Genesis Esports, that's the exit from the match, caught off guard by the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Look at Team Tumulus getting challenged from so many different angles. Cincinnati Kids, THW Non-X, and this was the exact thing I was speaking of. Team Tumulus, yes, they have a good position on paper, but to execute this position, it's really tough. There's so many teams creating that line of fire on the players of Team Tumulus. Now they're the center of attraction. Everyone is focus firing on Team Tumulus, and where can you go? Now Team Tumulus need to back away, give up that position, play a little bit pushed back, let the game take its curve. And Team Tumulus, all they need to do is just hope that these teams collide against each other and take a fight. And that's when Team Tumulus can actually move up and third party all of that.
But as you talk about collision, I think Phoenix Esports and Rivalry NRI collided. On the flank over here, we have Cincinnati Kids, who have done a brilliant job actually taking that high ground away from the players of Team Tamilas. And now they put the pressure on the players of TSW NON. The nade almost finding a knock over there. Levi almost hitting the floor, but he's going to be forced to fall back. And at the top of the hill, TSW NON in a awkward 3 versus 4 situation against Cincinnati Kids. Make that a complete 3v4 as Rush Boy is going to be knocked out. Roman extremely low. They're forced to take a step back and look for a reset.
Yeah, it's a bad fight for TSW. The odds are stacked against them, of course, because CK has the high ground. And it's an uphill battle for the players of TSW. Conversion seems tough, and that's why TSW just backed away from it. Because they know it's going to be a tough one to convert. Cincinnati Kids, all the 4 players up and alive. What a well-placed nade that was! Finds a quick 2-piece instantly by Aditya. And that's going to swing the favor back in the hands of Cincinnati Kids. One more man to go from THW, and that's going to be Levi. His position's noticed, and even Levi gets put to sleep. Cincinnati Kids, this was a desperately needed conversion.
It was a desperate fight for Cincinnati Kids to win. They have 3 eliminations from that. They break into the top 4. Man, this team is developing that consistency in a very nice manner. Still looking to challenge the first position on the overall leaderboard, but let's see how that goes for now. 4 teams remain, 12 players still alive. 1 lost survivor from the side of Phoenix Esports. Necro is still there, just playing, hoping to break into the top 3, but in the meanwhile, Team Tamilas, they are put under pressure by the boys from CK. Opening knock found, but getting the squad wipe, it is going to be tough, but maybe Reckoning Esports with the third party can make it a little easy.
Can make it. Can is the key word. Nothing is confirmed yet. Team Tumulus with that 3-man squad. Now they need to duke it out against the players of Cincinnati Kids, because soon enough they're going to move up against him. CK's found a knock against Reckoning Esports, and CK's confidence is just boiling through their veins. CK knows they've already qualified, so they can afford for any sort of risk, and that's why you can see them just moving so confidently. It's like a death march by the boys of CK. Now marching up against the players of Team Tumulus. They're the next on the hit list. Flock is taken down super low. Another nade tossed up towards that same direction. Team Tumble's just trying to avoid the fight for as long as possible. They're just trying to delay things. The Blues on the move as well. And keep this thing in mind, Altu is still alive from Phoenix Esports. He gets confirmed eventually by Viper from Reckoning Esports. And now we've got the top 3 teams on the screen. Cincinnati Kids against the players of Team Tumblers, and right behind is going to be Reckoning Esports. The only way Team Tumblers wins is if Cincinnati Kids take a fight against Reckoning Esports, but instead Team Tumblers, already a lot of Brents are needed to be faced by the players. Even the second man could have been knocked out, but what a whiff that was from Cincinnati Kids!
He missed every single shot from that shotgun, and Team Tamilas by the skin of their teeth still alive, but I think the game is decided. Reckoning Esports walking away with a nice winner chicken dinner on this map of Miramar. A brilliant conversion, and again, they just waited for the right opportunity to strike. As you mentioned, let the players of Team Tamilas and Cincinnati Kids fight amongst themselves, and when they get or knock out each other, that is when you just move in for those final frags.
With this game, we can also confirm that Reckoning Esports has moved up as well.
Yeah, I guess they are over 80 now, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. Reckoning Esports, they were already there at the start of the day with 60 points. Even the previous game, they got a decent amount of points. And now this game as well with the chicken dinner, Reckoning Esports have qualified too.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now there's only 3 slots available on paper up for grab unless the cutoff goes even higher.
Unless everyone else just makes that big push, we see finishes divided evenly between everyone else. I think that can definitely make for a very chaotic overall leaderboard at the end of the day. But yeah, I do agree with you. Reckoning Esports, now they have the safety cushion to work with. Not a big one, a small one, but hey, at least they have the opportunity to mess up one game.
But this also means that there's a big chance the cutoff can go higher, Johnny.
Yeah.
Teams are getting chicken dinners on the second page, on the first page as well. Some good games too from Metal Esports. And even Phoenix Esports is now once again on that rise. And you never know, in the upcoming games, we might just see Team Seoul pull off a comeback. Ooh. Anything can happen, man. At this point, once again, we are pretty much back to ground zero.
I think for Seoul, though, the hope from my end is kind of fading away, man. The only map that we have seen them do well in is Miramar, but this Miramar completely dropped the ball. Versatile as well, not really being able to put the best numbers on the board in this game. Cincinnati Kids, though, that was a surprising entry into the top 3, to be honest. They showed up out of nowhere, and I think they caught off guard the players of Team Tamilas as well, resulting in Reckoning having the opportunity to strike at the right nick of time. Phoenix Esports, how many finishes did they have? 7 to 8?
Yeah, Phoenix Esports had a decent amount of elimination points.
Yeah.
They definitely did have a lot of elimination points. They also eliminated Rivalry NRI in the end, so... Yeah, they probably do have double digits on the board, and they were the 4th one to get eliminated from this game.
We saw 7 when they charged towards the players of Rivalry NRI, and if they got all 3 of them...
They got 4 placement points.
Yeah.
4 placement points.
14, so basically.
Yeah, so somewhere around 15 points, right?
Either 14 or 13 points, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere around that. And that was desperately needed for Phoenix Esports too. Now they just need to maintain the consistency. Simple.
Hey man, get those 14 points every single game and you can move through as well. I mean, what a brilliant position to be in.
Sounds easy, but we know it's super tough. One single fight messed up and Phoenix Esports can instantly be out. Now they're also getting targeted by the teams on the latter half of the board. That's even worse. Glitchx Reborn drop clash them. Hopefully someone else is not going to go up against them. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more action.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो
सरकार
रोंडो क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. Last day of semi-finals week 1. This is Johnny, joined along by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, now the story is taking a lot of turns, especially on that last day, man.
I think it comes down to who sets the bigger lead, right? So far, Reckoning Esports, they had a pretty bad first game. But with this chicken dinner, it does give them the lead to actually be one of those top contenders in the bottom half of the top 8 itself. So
yeah.
I feel like, as of yet, that is going to be the target that everybody is going to be looking to beat as well. We saw a moment coming from True Reapers Jerry. They were also able to push Mastermind Mavericks, who was one of the gatekeepers on this top 8 overall standing. So with that game coming from Reckoning Esports, I'm curious to see how it will affect the current overall standings.
Exactly. But hey, before we move forward with the show, a huge shout out to our lovely sponsors, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which has 90 FPS BGMI gaming, the smartest AI gaming control, and of course, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exciting rewards for yourself. But coming back to the conversation and talking about rewards, Phoenix Esports, let's talk about them for a minute. They've started to wake up. They started to wake up yesterday. They did quite well in the last 2 matches of the day, bring themselves in those mid-40s. In the previous game as well, they went frag heavy, they got those eliminations, they got the top 4 finish as well, but do you think they can make that push inside of the top 8?
Okay, to be honest, I think when we talk about trends in terms of playstyle itself, especially during day 3, there were 3 teams that had a mentality where I don't give a damn kind of mentality, and that was Phoenix, Diesel, and Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah.
And ever since Phoenix and Hyderabad Hydras started playing like that, they were able to catch people off guard multiple times, which gave them that initial points to actually make a pickup. So Phoenix Esports is in that situation where, hey, guess what? This I don't give a damn mentality is kind of working out. And we're just very close to the top 8. So I would say, do what you're doing right now, because even though it's not strategically sound, if it's working, do it.
Yeah, it's working out right now, as we can see on the leaderboard, but they need one chicken dinner. One game closed out in a similar way with good eliminations, and maybe we're going to see them take the top spot. But hey, MVP of the match, you mentioned Hyderabad Hydras, and Turbo has gone full turbo charged in that previous game. 7 eliminations for him. We see Ninja from Hyderabad Hydras make the list of top 5 players as well with 3 finishes to his name. You have Kyoya from Reckoning with 5. Sarwar from Rivalry NRI with 4, and Aditya from CK with 3.
This is a huge game for both Hyderabad Hydras Rivalry and also Reckoning Esports as well. But with that being said, I want to see how the overall standings currently mix things up, because Reckoning Esports shift themselves in towards the top 4 with 82 points. They have one more game to go to kind of hold the fort against the rest of the pack, trying to take them down. Meanwhile, Versatile going to be on the bottom 8 here. They still have 2 more games with 66 points. Mastermind Mavericks has played 11 games, and they are currently in the hot seat. So one more game for Mastermind Mavericks. If they don't do well, they're pretty much going to be knocked out.
Yeah, but hey, as we move to the second page of the rankings, we see Team Tamilas knocking on the doors of the top 8. But Icy, what happened to OG, man? Wasn't this team sitting in the top 3 at the end of day 1?
Hey, man, they still got 2 more games. All things considered, it's still very, very close, and the fight for it is still going to be tight as possible. And like you said, Phoenix Esports, they were in the bottom and the bottom. Now, they're 18. They've got 2 more games, and 2 decent games should put them into the 60, maybe 70 ballpark. So the cutoff, like Necro said, should be higher than expected here, Johnny.
Yeah, we are seeing the cutoff rise, but hey, here's one more interesting thing. When day 2 came to an end and day 3 began, which was yesterday after that break, we saw Hyderabad Hydra sitting on the 31st and Phoenix Esports on the 32nd position. These 2 teams were at the bottom at the start of yesterday. See, right now, Hyderabad Hydras is, I believe, 11th or 12th, and Phoenix Esports is 18th in the overall.
So, truth be told, if we were to base the results of the quarterfinals, Hyderabad Hydras and Phoenix Esports are the two teams who made major comebacks in day number 2, barely qualifying into the semifinals. And now, they're replicating it again. It was what? Day 1, day 2, yeah, let's throw some games here. We are going to make the biggest comeback history right now. And I feel like with these 2 remaining matches for both these teams, it is going to be very, very difficult, but I think it's still very possible for them.
I think these 2 teams are bringing the excitement. They're raising the heat in the semifinals week 1 and on the last day itself. But hey, looking at the matchup, a group switch here. Group B coming in with Godlike, Altitude, Wobble Gaming, Ryder being there. Ryder also a top hitter team. They've done quite well for themselves, and they are going to be going up against Group C, which has Cincinnati Kids, who have been on a domination streak, Genesis Esports, who are looking to secure a spot inside of the top 8, along with Reckoning, who will look to hold on to the safety cushion they've built for themselves. 82 points. Can still slip out. If they can get 6 or 7 points more, maybe they are safe. And then, of course, Medal Esports, there was a slip up from Medal. They're trying to recover that previous game. It was kind of okay-ish, but they need a big leap to make that break in the top 8.
But that's the thing about Group C, right? Majority of teams in Group C have their one, actually not majority, all the teams in Group C pretty much have one more game to go. Reckoning Esports, they were able to recover with that chicken dinner, but they need another big game, at least about 10 points here to kind of set the benchmark for all the teams going to give chase, because they are the ones going to be starting the race. But the ones that is going to be ending the race is going to be the other groups looking to take you down. So I feel like as of yet, Mastermind Mavericks is in a position where they've given up. Like I don't think they've given up. They've put a benchmark where they're so low that they only gotten 3 points in 2 games. So this one final game, the only way Mastermind Mavericks still stands somewhat of a chance to maintain the top 8 is that they get a chicken dinner and 10 finishes minimum.
I think if they can pull it off, even then they set the target, as you said, they set the benchmark, and every other team that's going to be playing the next 3 matches of the day will know exactly what they need to do, exactly who to push out of that top 8 to get that easy entry. But with the target on their back already set before they jump into the last match, can they save their backs?
I agree. You know, True Reaper's Jelly, Orangutan, all these teams, everyone is fighting for the top 8, and we will not know who is going to be the ones that qualify. But to find out, you guys got to watch this upcoming match, because right now we're going to be jumping straight into game of Group B and also Group C.
Last match for Group C. Their last opportunity to claim a spot in the Grand Finals itself from week 1 of the semi-finals. Here we have it, the game of Sanhok on our screens, the plane in the sky, and of course the flight path in front of our eyes as well. Starting from the southeastern quadrant of the map, just south of Docks, and it's going to end towards the northwest of Camp Alpha.
This is going to be a very, very important one here for all the teams inside Group C. Cincinnati Kids, they're pretty much confirmed, but I feel like this is the perfect time for both Cincinnati Kids to go up against Hero Extreme Godlike, because they are fighting for their top 2. Meanwhile, here's a little bit of a score chart here to see who has been performing well in the map of Sanhok. Vasista Esports was able to make a comeback with 35 points in this map specifically. So I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to be the case for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see where they end up at the end of the day. But hey, look at this. Ryder, Diesel, 8-bit, 3 teams dropping into boot camp right off the bat. A big drop clash, and this drop clash takes the opportunity of a comeback away from the players of 8-bit. All of them fall within the first minute and a half. 8-bit eliminated from this game at the hands of Diesel Esports. Unexpected turnaround, man, but yeah, what was Diesel doing before that if they were playing like this?
Well, Diesel has pretty much no fear right now. They can literally play spoilers for every single one. I talked about this as well. Diesel, Phoenix, and Hyderabad Hydras are the teams that, you know what, I don't give a damn what happened. I'm just going to fight everyone. And currently, Diesel Esports has pretty much spoiled the game for 8-bit. But speaking of another team that may not give a damn, because you must understand this quote, a man with no fear is a man you should fear. Ryder Esports does have that huge safety cushion. FS Esports, with that chicken dinner earlier today, they pretty much guaranteed themselves into the grand finals themselves. But Ryder Esports has not yet made that mark, so they need still one decent good game to kind of hold the top 4 position.
They definitely do. But Ryder Esports, I mean, also very impressive run in semifinals week 1. Did not expect an undergod lineup to play like this, but Again, they have beaten all expectations out of the park. And if they can win this fight as well, I think these 4 points give them the momentum in this game. The circle also towards the eastern side kind of favors them. They can rotate out early if Mastermind Mavericks do not end up blocking their way.
Agreed. And all things considered, the star player coming from Rider Esports is going to be Fame himself. Yesterday, he posted his POV cam on the map of Miramar, where the entire team was able to get themselves 18 finishes in total in the chicken dinner. He himself was able to secure 10 finishes all by himself. So that puts him in the spot for the MVP contender. But all things considered, MVP or not, as of yet, they still need one more decent game. And that pretty much guarantees them in towards the Grand Finals. And that is where everything is at stake. The trophy is where they want to secure.
And it's going to be a big deal for a new name to show up like this. Move to the grand finale, state from semifinals week 1, and also walk away with the trophy if they can. But Jatin does not know there's a snake crawling behind him, and he will get stung in the back by Ralph OG.
That was unexpected. I wasn't expecting Jatin to not hear Ralph at all. So with that being said, that's going to be him in first squad, losing one member. Glitch actually not having the greatest run at all. They had 2 very, very disappointing run. And as of yet, again, if they want to stand a chance of qualifying to the top 8, this is the game that they need to do. Nothing shy of a chicken dinner. Unfortunate to say, they only have Ralph and Avi, 2 players left to try and make a run for it.
I don't think even a chicken dinner can help Glitch Reborn, to be honest. They're too far away from that qualification bracket by miles, in fact. And in this game, opportunities just taken away. Hail Inferno squad, another team that is struggling a lot. These are teams at the bottom that are fighting against each other, by the way.
Yeah, it is indeed here. Great Molotov coming from Avi, getting 1. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1 with this rush coming through. And he comes for a spray, and he takes 1 more. And that's 2 more down from the hands of Hail Inferno squad. Avi finds himself 2 finishes. That's going to be goaltend done for as well. And casually machetes his way. God damn.
Takes his head off his shoulders, but Hail Inferno squad now. Owen left in a 1v2. On the other side, though, Godlike. So this was a Paradise Resort bounce made by the players of Godlike. Forever Red Ross tried to challenge them, but as we can look on the finish feed, Forever Red Ross, they are getting picked apart. Godlike has the upper hand. And they're just going after these players one after the other. Lucifer finds 1. He is looking for the second. Does not succeed. Only the Jonathan getting shut down. Admino and Zap, they get the cleanup. Forever Red Ross wiped out early in this match.
Did they just swap Simp out to put Zap in for some playtime?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, Hero Extreme Godlike going for a little bit of mix-up here, but Forever Red Ross, they started their trend by announcing their drop spots during the quarterfinals. And guess what? Announcing the drop spots means that teams like Hero Extreme Godlike say, hey, you know what? I'm feeling like Paradise today. And Forever Red Ross will be feeling the heat right now because chances of them qualifying to the top 8 pretty much not going to be happening anytime soon. Maybe not even happening, to be honest.
Did they actually announce it today, Godlike?
No, I'm talking about Forever Red Ross. They've always announced their drop spots in every single map.
Don't do that when you're going up against Godlike in the day, man. They have a tendency of going anywhere and everywhere they please. This team, we have seen, this is the most adaptive team that I've seen in this entire tournament.
No, that's called Godlike doing Godlike things, man. But all things considered, Rider Esports, also another team that has been eyeing for this fight against Diesel for quite some time. Again, they do have that very, very big safety cushion. And this is going to be a test for them to train for the Grand Finals. Diesel Esports, one of those potential teams as the undergods that stood side by side with Rider to qualify into the semifinals. And this is the first time they're going directly head-to-head. Rider in prime position for the Grand Finals, but Diesel pretty much has to try their run from the second semifinals, though.
And as you said, Diesel at this point have nothing to lose, but they can take this game away from Rider Esports, which will result in problems arising for Rider and their qualification into the Grand Finale. Oh no, his M4, it's almost empty. 40 rounds in the mag, just 5 in the bag. He's going to have to rely on that DBS. No utility as well on Fame. His teammate follows up. The nade.
3 headshots per hit. 40 bullets, more than enough. The perfect dream 1 versus 4. Still very, very doable. Couple of free fires coming through, but no connection thus far. Rider seems to be a little bit hesitant here, but the nades has been cooked up. They heard it. They're going to regroup down towards the ground floor while Diesel conquers the second floor. But they're still looking for the opening. But guess what? Zyro getting knocked, and here comes the rush. Arlo going for the Thrash. But Fragger trying to hold down the fort, but they lose Fame as well. Ryder, they're losing 2 players. Could not get the trade at all. Fragger looking for that punch. But unfortunately, the mistakes were made, and now Diesel goes in for the flush. The jump shot comes through, and they find one more. Cheyenne. Oh boy, now exists. Last man standing from the side of Ryder, but even then, he could not do anything. And Diesel cleans out 2 teams in bootcamp.
Yeah, the bootcamp cleanup crew is here. Diesel Esports, 8 eliminations to kick off this game. And Ryder Esports, what just happened? Zyro ran into the nade, walked into that landmine, and his feet were gone instantly. And then everyone else just felt completely lost looking to find that trade, but let's see what's happening here. Mastermind Mavericks against Metal Esports.
Oh no.
Both the teams found those knocks. Metal still looking for the reset, and they find it as Thunder finds Rixon. Maxima is going to be brought back into the fight. The revive comes through for Mastermind Mavericks, but it is a 3 versus 4 situation now. Metal, they have the upper hand. Legit with the nade confirms Rixon. Maxima, the heal up has been denied to him, but it's going to be RD07, the savior for Mastermind Mavericks. That's the 3rd knock for this lad. Can he find the 4th as well? Sarwith, he's going to run around the corner. RD comes in with the heal. The first aid brings his HP back up, and all he has to do is pick off the last man from the side of Metal Esports, and this fight is going to be won.
Oh no, this is a tough match for Mastermind Mavericks as well. Both Metal and Mastermind Mavericks last game here in the first week of semifinals. Both cannot afford to drop the ball. And Sarvit, last man standing from the side of Metal. But Mastermind Mavericks, they need a huge game if they want to hold on towards the top 8. And as of yet, Metal has pretty much played spoilers. Altitude gave in a little bit pick, but doesn't want to commit to this 2-way showdown. Just not worth it here, Johnny.
It might not be worth it for them, but it seems like maybe for Bottom Esports or Godlike, because Godlike is just zooming in towards that airdrop in the middle of nowhere.
Are we going to see an AWM?
I hope so.
I don't know, man. But so far, in terms of trend for Hero Extreme Godlike, whenever Jonathan gets a ghillie suit, they do well.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 times he got a ghillie suit, he had 2 amazing games. One in Sanhok and one in Erangel.
Hey, it's the good luck
sorry,
charm.
it was Miramar.
Miramar, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good luck charm, right? If you can get your star player, get him as good luck charm, go for it. But I want to see if Adi can actually find the 3rd elimination against Metal Esports over here. And where did the 4th player go, by the way? Who picked him up?
Well, it was actually Metal Esports. So they actually got the opening knock onto Rixon, and then just got taken out. But all things considered, Adi was a name that nobody kind of expected him to perform, but he was the top of the Finnish leaderboard from the quarterfinals and now here in the semifinals. But he was just recently overtaken by Fame yesterday. So this is something that he may look to consider if he qualifies into the grand finals.
And one thing for you to consider, ladies and gentlemen, is your device. Check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the best in its segment for BGMI, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. You have 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course, the smartest AI gaming control. Move on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exciting rewards for yourself.
Agreed. But speaking of which as well, the 2 teams that is fighting for the MVP contender right now in this game is also going to be Hero Extreme Godlike and Cincinnati Kids. Jonathan with 21 finishes in total. Flock and Aditya from Cincinnati Kids 18 and 18 at the start of today. So if they want to try and rack up some of those points, this is going to be a great time because these 2 teams are pretty much guaranteed the grand finals here.
Yeah. And of course, I think these individuals, some of the best celebrated players in the community right now. In that previous game as well, Cincinnati Kids, I think the one thing that they have completely stopped doing is taking risk. That was a very textbook approach on Miramar coming from CK. But Godlike in this game, 4 eliminations already secured. They've lost Jonathan in that early conflict, but spots out Genesis. He's constantly making sure that Shadow OG is pinned down and has nowhere left to go.
Seems like Caster's curse is real. Jonathan looking for finishes, but guess what? Only one. Sorry to say. But
gives the other 2 players an opportunity to catch up, I guess.
I think it's not happening here.
Oh, Flock goes down as I say that.
Not. All our MVP contenders are slowly falling like flies. What's going on?
I think Aditya is going to be next if things go on like this, right?
Caster's curse, man. Caster's curse. But it seems like he's going to try and pick here because as of yet, a man with no fear is a man you should fear. And Diesel took 2 teams out all by themselves in boot camp. And guess what? They're going to try and fight everyone now. They got the knock. They picked Flocked up, so he's still up for a fight, I guess.
Comes back in, looking for revenge. Not going to be easy, though.
Uh-oh. Now, speaking of which as well, the next team... Oh, hold that thought for now. Diesel Esports, they're really taking this fight against Cincinnati kids. They really don't want to, you know, back away from any fights now.
I don't know what Diesel is going to be able to accomplish. Are they going to drop a 30 bomb in this game? Because even with the 30 bomb, I think moving up the rankings might be a little bit of a challenge for them.
Nearly impossible if you think about it.
Yeah.
Nearly impossible because at the start of the day, they started things with what? Only 27 points. So 30 bomber gives them like what? 50 plus 60 points? I don't think it's going to be enough to make it the top 8, unfortunately. Maybe a 40 bomber.
Maybe. I mean, even then, I think they're going to be still in the 60s.
Maybe. But all things considered, Reckoning Esports makes a very, very huge bounce back so far. That chicken dinner was a very, very important one for them as well because they started the day on 9th place, tying it with another team, which is Mastermind Mavericks. But the only reason why Mastermind Mavericks was on the top 8 is that they had 1 chicken dinner and Reckoning Esports had none.
Yeah, but look at this. Glitch Reborn wiped out from this game. I think their journey in the semifinals, week 1, already comes to an end with this game of Sanhok. No more opportunities in the future. This was their last game of the day.
Yeah, they're pretty much done for week 1 at least. But we'll see them bounce back hopefully in second semifinals. This is pretty much a second chance for every single team who did not qualify through the top 8. But all things considered, look at the screen so far. Kyoria being knocked off from the side Reckoning Esports. This is not good for them. They need a decent game here to try and hold on towards their top 4 position, which they are currently at.
Oh, and Reckoning just a little bit more. Just a few more points to get them close to 90. And right now, their position inside the circle is not great. In fact, they are outside the circle. Their entry is being gate-kept by 2 teams, Altitude and Mastermind Mavericks. On the other side, Wobble Gaming against Sport Army Esports, a fight happening on the northeastern edge of the zone. Wobble, they have the upper hand, but they get spotted out by Godlike and Admino. That was a nice few shots. In fact, he finds a knock on Sport Eye as well.
Well, speaking of farming for MVPs, Admino is currently the 2nd in Hero Extreme Godlike to be the closest for that MVP contention here. Meanwhile, Reckoning, they're going to have a run-in with Altitude right now. And it seems like Viper, they're just jiggling away with Prime. And that's going to be Viper taking him out. What was that jiggle?
Oh, man, that was an awkward duel, but I like the fact that they tried to run Gods into that tree, force him to stop to get that extra finish for themselves. And Reckoning making a pounce on the players of Altitude. The nades go flying at him, hits the floor. And it's going to be CK, by the way, with the third party that steal that finish away from Reckoning. Where is CK taking those shots from, man? They're all the way on the opposite edge of the circle.
I have no clue, man. This is so chaotic. But like you said, you can see glimmers of Mighty all the way far back. So that's probably where he actually stole all those finishes here. So Reckoning is what they were able to find 1 finish, but not exactly the greatest. Kyoria gets the knock on those gods here. It looks like they are going to try and secure it. Or do they back out? Seems like they're right at the edge of the zone. I don't think there's anyone there, but Reckoning Esports, they are just going to double check in case though.
Yeah. Get that finish point. Every single point is going to matter. In the meanwhile, I think Hades H4K might be nearing the end of their journey in this game. We saw on the finish feed, they took on the players of Godlike, and Genesis with the third party actually gets the last finish. Reckoning Esports, just with the nades, looking to just get that point in the bag and move on from there. On the other side, Bod Army Esports still struggling against the players of Wobble Gaming. 3 versus 4. The distraction that was created by the players of Godlike being present deep in the zone and having the line of fire has gone away. And Devotee on that flank along with Hitler needs to find the opener. The nade goes flying, no contact. Ragnar returns with his nade, but Bod Army Esports, they continue to push. They get very close to Ragnar. Will the shotgun find the knock? The DBS in the hands of Devotee, and he finds the trade. Wobble Gaming now are going to be a little wobbly in this fight, as the players of Bod Army Esports will just try to bait this revive and try to see if the players of Bot Army Esports can be funneled into a same spot.
This is so tough. This is so tough. But looking this, the knock comes through. Sporta was able to stop Bot Army Esports, and both these teams, they need to wrap things up. Circle's coming in, and it's starting to move. Now Scary John holding down against Wobble. He's all by himself. The pump comes through, and he will not find the connection, and he will get taken out. Jins comes up on top. Hitler Devotee going for the next push, but guess what? From behind, where did this guy come from? God Mino comes to third party.
Well, that was a ghost that hunted down the players of Wobble. And now Bot Army Esports are going to be the next target of his. Admino showing up out of nowhere, causing trouble for both these two sides. Man, the gods are not kind to anyone, I guess.
Okay, Admino, you gotta chill. You know, there's a gas can right beside you. If somebody shoots it, you are gonna be blown up. Has to be a little bit careful here, but he is gonna try and lob those nades. Maxmer steals the finish away from Admino, and he's gonna get out. Not worth it right now. Hitler is gonna survive momentarily, but Hero Extreme Godlike, 2 men in this game, and they're just fighting as if they don't care about anything here, Johnny.
They don't. They're like the second CK in. Nah, they're not the second CK, man. Godlike is Godlike. They're just like playing whatever they want to, doing whatever they want to. Why is CK tryharding though?
Well, CK wants to be #1 in the leaderboard, you know? Imagine looming over Hero Extreme Godlike. Guys, I'm #1 for an entire month until Grand Finals.
I think Godlike on purpose do not want to be #1. I see there's this curse that goes on in the IGC. Whoever's #1 in the semifinals always bombs extremely hard in the Grand Finale.
Well, as much as you say that, guess what? They are looking for more. Godmino finds another one. He's got 8 finishes. And it seems like this is the perfect chance for Admino actually join Jonathan in the top 5 of the MVP rankings. Jonathan was the top as of yet, but Admino, Godmino, last man standing. He's going to fight against Cyrex. And guess what? The nade comes through. He's going to steal the finish again. What are you doing? How?
No.
How?
Juicy, I think at the last moment just sprayed him down, and Cyrax, the finish went to the players of CK. But man, yeah, this man is just going after everyone. He's picking off those loose stragglers. They're not even moving towards the circle at this point. Godlike is just fighting out in the open. Nade has his feet. And finally, Godlike are going to be pushed out back into the lobby. Take a chill pill, boys. 8 finishes, top 5 exit. A wonderful performance to call it a day, I guess.
Agreed. Diesel on the top 4 as well. Hail Inferno Squad. Reckoning Esports also part of the upper echelon here. And this is a good game for Reckoning Esports because this pretty much sets the benchmark and guarantees them in towards the Grand Finals. But that is provided they have decent amount of finishes here. They need the chicken to kind of solidify it. But as of yet, they will get taken down now in the top 3 position for Reckoning Esports.
And hey man, look at this. CK against Reckoning Esports round 2. We just saw this fight break out on the map of Miramar, but it seems like both the teams are done. Kyoya gets finished off, but Viper finds the trade. Flock goes out. Viper still there. It's a 2 versus 3 situation. But CK, they are 2 split up from each other. Mighty with that nade needs to find the knock, needs to find the frag. Otherwise, he might be done, and Mighty succeeds. The nade takes on Dian, and Mighty shoots Viper out of the way. Reckoning Esports get eliminated, and Cincinnati Kids, 2 versus 3, have the upper hand to finish off Diesel Esports.
What a big game from Cincinnati Kids once more. And now Pari is going to get spotted out by Mighty. Shots come through, Pari gets knocked, and this is going to be Cincinnati Kids looking to dominate the game, 2 versus 1. Cheyenne remains from the side of Diesel, the spoilers from the bottom against the spoilers from the top.
They're looking to finish him off, otherwise he's going to keep on marking their positions. Aditya and Mighty realize that. Shyam, I think he does not have any nades. I think no utilities on the players of Diesel Esports. That's why they're just holding on the other side of the ridge. Finally, he decides to move in, but there's a big split play coming from the players of Cincinnati Kids. Brilliant performance coming in from Diesel Esports in their last match on semifinals week 1. While qualification might have been denied, they showcased their true potential. But Cincinnati Kids, this was their last game in week 1, and from this moment onwards, I think it is clear to say congratulations CK, welcome to Kolkata.
Welcome to Kolkata indeed. Cincinnati Kids with another winner chicken dinner, completely dominating the entire lobbies and every single game. And even Hero Extreme Godlike was pretty much down for the count. But again, the top two is pretty much fighting for who's going to be on top, and also fighting for that potential MVP contender. So this is going to be very close here.
It is going to be close, and I think even the MVP rankings are going to be shaken up after this game. As you mentioned, Admino is looking to make that punch, looking to make that push into the MVP leaderboard, looking to join his teammate Jonathan at the top. But I think we can see two opposite mindsets. One from CK, where even in the last match, they are like, all right, we're going to practice for the Grand Finale. We're going to figure out how to consistently be at the top, be in the top 3, close out those matches. And then there's just Godlike doing Godlike things. You come here, points. You come here, points.
Well, Admino was able to secure a decent amount of points as well, because Hero Extreme Godlike just... I don't know what they were doing. They were just like, oh, they see something move, they're just going to fight everything way through. And this is why I said that a man with no fear is a man you should fear, right? Because you will not expect things to happen. Yeah. And that's kind of what happened to Diesel. They just drop clash 8-bit. Oh, okay, 8-bit, I don't care. Oh, Ryder? Oh, Ryder, I don't care. 8 points in bootcamp just from the get-go.
Exactly. Diesel Esports had 8 points within the first 6-7 minutes of the game itself by eliminating 2 teams, and they made it to the top 2 with 11 finishes to their name. So impressive performance from Diesel. But IC just makes you question, what were they doing the entire time in the semi-finals before this? They had, 11 matches before this. They dropped the ball every single time. In the 12th game is that when they just wake up. Oh, this is what we have to do.
Hey, it's all part of the plan, man. Prepare for the second semi-finals here. And this is where experience and also people with no experience comes into play, right? That's the biggest difference between the top dogs versus the undergods themselves. So I feel like this is the perfect example for Diesel to say, like, you know what? Even gods can bleed.
Even gods can bleed, and it was funny what happened to Juicy over there, out into the open. Just tries to take that buggy and ram the last player of Diesel Esports and just gets the wind knocked out of him, man. There was brakes put on him all of a sudden.
You know what's really surprising, Johnny? That was a very, very quick game. I wasn't expecting the game to actually end so quickly, if you think about it.
Hey man, it's Sanhok. That's what happens when 3 teams get eliminated within the first 5 minutes of the match starting. And of course, the loose stragglers fighting each other on the northern side as well. But while this game was exciting, we still have 3 more matches left.
Exactly. And the slots for the top 8 is slowly dwindling down. And of course, Reckoning Esports, you know, even in the top 4 finish, they had 7 finishes. I would say it was a decent run coming from them.
That gives them the safety cushion inside of the top 8. But a few more slots to game. What's going to happen? We'll find out after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final day of the realme BGIS 2025 first week of the semi-finals. My name is ICBB12, joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the journey of the commentaries on the English broadcast itself. Now, interesting enough, Reckoning Esports, even though they did not get the chicken dinner in the previous game here, they were still part of the top 4 upper echelon. So technically, they have built themselves a very, very big safety cushion in the top 8 right now.
A lot of teams have actually pushed themselves over that safety cushion. You've also got Rider Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Hero Extreme, Godlike. Now, Reckoning Esports as well is doing so good. FS Esports too is in the mix. That means pretty much 5 to 6 slots are already taken away.
Exactly.
Just the remaining slots are there for the other teams to fight for.
Exactly. 3 to 4 slots. Max 4 slots is going to be available as well. So it is going to be a very, very long journey for some of these teams, to be honest.
It's going to be an extremely long journey. A lot of teams, we're going to see them move on towards the week 2 and play for the upcoming 4 days too. But something that's going to help you play your games even better is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device.
Exactly, so be sure to check it out as well. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. So if you guys want to have some good FPS while playing BGMI gaming, have some insane reflexes like how Goblin does it in his performance in Ligita Esports, you should get it out. But for now, Ligita Esports, unfortunately to say, they are a team that is in the bottom as well. And they were, I would say, in a very precarious spot because I want to talk a little bit more. Okay, you know what? Before I get into Ligita Esports, let's talk about the MVP first, right? Like, there's a lot of things that I want to talk about, and I have to be very careful about what I say about this. But all things considered, let's take a look at the MVP on the screen. And MVP, I believe, should be the members coming in from Cincinnati Kids again, because
yeah, of course, man. Cincinnati Kids, the confidence is just boiling through here. Extreme God, like the same thing's going on. The players individually now are starting to pop off. For Cincinnati Kids, yes, now they're playing really good, but hopefully the same performance is going to transition even inside of the Grand Finals. That's been the main problem with CK every single time. They easily qualify till the Grand Finals, but the moment they're in the Grand Finals, they start choking big time. But the MVP is going to be sharp from the side of Diesel Esports. 6 finishes racked up. It's a little too late for Diesel Esports to wake up.
It's very, very late, but again, I've talked about this during the game as well. A man with no fear is a man you should fear, and Cheyenne, pretty much from inside the Diesel Esports, they wiped out 2 major teams in bootcamp all by themselves. First was 8-Bit, after that they took out Rider Esports, and then they just proceeded to casually make it into the top 4, which in this case, they were eventually wiped out by Cincinnati Kids in the top 2 position. But again, like you said, it doesn't really affect the overall standings for Diesel. But Cincinnati Kids, they are going to be on the #1 spot right now with 115 points, and they pretty much played all their 12 matches here in the first semifinals.
Reckoning Esports has played all the 12 games too. Mastermind Mavericks as well. They've played all the 12 games. Now, the concerning part is Mastermind Mavericks and even Rider Esports. Rider Esports, they've still got 2 games to play, so they've got that leeway. But specifically for Mastermind Mavericks, with just 75 points, have they qualified? It all comes down to the cutoff.
Exactly. It is going to be very, very close as well. The expected cutoff is somewhere to about 82 to 88 points, maybe even 90 points here. But
no,
based on last year's BGIS performance, it was 100 over points.
It was 88. The cutoff for the top 8 was 88
right,
points. So, but this time things are much more different. They're much more competitive. Getting points has gotten even tougher. But still, teams like CK and Hero Extreme Godlike are constantly having that flow. Now we've got the 3rd page of the overall standings on the screen. Seoul is struggling. You've got Phoenix Esports as well on that same struggle. At least the game that they played was really good. So Phoenix Esports still with a chance to qualify. They've got 2 more games. But here's a news for you, IC. Revenant Spark, they've played a decent amount of games so far. With just 2 games remaining, I don't think they're going to make the cut.
It's going to be tough here as well. But like
impossible.
The only way they actually make the cut is that they have 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in their respective 2 matches. So that is going to be very, very possible still. Again, anything is possible at this stage because technically everyone has not played all their matches yet. So the benchmark right now is somewhere around 70 over points. So technically, if they want to qualify, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And we've seen this happen before. We've seen it happen before.
They need 20 points in the upcoming 2 games. Each game I'm speaking of. That means they need 40 points in total. And that's too much to ask for, I see. It feels like Revenant Spark is currently a sinking ship. The games keep on passing by, and they're just losing that constant form. And that's not a good news at all. I mean, they are pretty much down to just their last 2 games. And speaking about a few more teams, they're of course going to be having a few more rivals on the latter half of the board too that are going to make sure that Revenant Spark joins them in that same stream of the week too.
Well, in this final 3 games as well, mathematically, every single team is still up in contention to qualify for the top 8 yet. Mathematically, okay? Not impossible. And again, even if they don't qualify for the top 8 here, they're down, but they're not out yet. There is still the 2nd week of semifinals, which is, again, now, here, top 8 out of 32 teams. But when you go to the 2nd semifinals, it's top 8 out of 20. Come on, man.
I mean, look, they're going to move on to, 2014. Yeah. Listen, man, never ask me a math question. I'm really bad at it, all right? You never ask me that. I'm way too bad. Even though the answer is obvious, I'm still bad at it. Simple. But yeah, look, top 8 from 24, that sounds a little bit more, a bit of a sigh of relief. But at the end of the day, still, majority of the chunk is still going to get eliminated, right? So that's a big problem as well. We've got the realme MVP after that previous game. Adi still currently at the top from Mastermind Mavericks with 38 finishes. Then we've got Viper from Reckoning Esports with 29.
Wow, this is a huge lead that Adi have pretty much set himself here, coming in from Mastermind Mavericks as well. And currently, they have in no more position to actually fight for the top 8. Yes, they're still in the top 8 because they've played 12 more matches, but the remaining teams has not finished yet. So if Mastermind Mavericks does not qualify from here and then not qualifying from the second semifinals here, Adi's points will not be taken into consideration for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, they won't be. But look, for Adi, since he's already at the top, that's a really good thing. And as you mentioned, the MVP of the Grand Finals specifically, that's also going to be starting from a complete fresh start.
Exactly.
So Adi, once again, needs to carry himself back up towards that board.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure Jonathan might just be the one to top that because he has been in a red-hot form so far. Looking at the teams playing, we've got Group A on the screen. And of course, inside of Group A, we've got teams like Troy Tamilian Esports, Revenant Spark, once again, back in the flow of things. Revenant Spark desperately needs this game no matter what. And speaking of Group D, we've got a few more struggling names like Team Tumula, Soul, Likita Esports, Rivalry NRI, Phoenix Esports, VXT. All these names need any sort of points that they can get.
Now, currently from the group of destruction, right, we've talked about how Group D being one of the most difficult teams so far, and the two teams that make a huge bounce back, actually not two teams, actually three teams that made a huge bounce back yesterday was Versatile, Hyderabad Hydras, and also Phoenix Esports. So Versatile, they were able to make it into the top 8 at the start of the day. So now it's all about consistency for them. That's one. Two, Hyderabad Hydras, are they going to be able to pull a comeback? Same can be said for Phoenix Esports because these two teams has developed a mentality where, you know what, I don't give a damn. I'm just going to play. I see anything that moves, I'm going to take them out. And so far, it's kind of working out for both Hyderabad Hydras and Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, but it did not really work out in the initial stages, so that's the concerning part, right? For Phoenix Esports right now, that mentality is definitely paying off, but we're seeing a bit more of that patience also implemented from the side of Phoenix Esports in the upcoming games too, right? Specifically that game of Miramar that we saw Phoenix Esports play. They were quite patient in making those rotations, taking those pit stops as well, then moving inside of the circle, and that's been working out for the players of Phoenix Esports. Speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, yes, the previous game, or previous game was decent. So Hyderabad Hydras, they just need to ride on that same flow. Simple.
Agreed. But all things considered, we have a little bit of substitution here. It's going to be coming from SOA. They're bringing back Starboy and subbing Coach out to actually play the game. So SOA is a team that is doing pretty okay in the top 8. They were top 5 at the start of the day with at least 66 points actually. So I would say right now, they still need about 10 to 20 points if they want to secure their top 8 position. So I don't think it's that big of an issue because FS is pretty much done. SOA hasn't really played yet.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? SOA's points are still yet to be found. And here's the main thing. If SOA is making these substitute at the last second, it's really a big concern. You've also got FS Esports now bringing in their subs itself. Now, Secret is going to be there in the main playing for. Let's be honest, for FS Esports, they've already qualified, so this does not even matter. But the main part is going to be about SOA. Coach sitting out. They have now brought in their star fragger, which is Starboy. Where was Starboy before? That's my main question.
It was on and off, right? Like Starboy was actually playing a couple of games. He was playing a majority of the games actually here as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like now they started things off, taking things a little bit slow and realized that, hey, guess what? The gap is actually pretty close because FS Esports with that chicken dinner at the start of the day pretty much says like, FS, guaranteed qualification. You know, they're the only team with 4 winner chicken dinners. Nobody even come close to them, which is insane if you think about it.
Yeah, teams are struggling to get 1 chicken dinner, and FS Esports is over here with 4 chicken dinners.
That's
honestly,
why, right?
Look, things have just been falling into the right place for FS Esports. Somehow, even the luck is favoring the players big time, and for FS Esports, of course, the decision-making has been flawless. And I guess a prime example of the decision-making has to be that game of Erangel, where the circle formed on the edge, and using those hovercraft, they found themselves in a great spot.
Agreed. You know, like when we talk about Undergods teams, there are 2 teams that really bring you in mind here. Number 1, FS Esports.
Yeah.
Was it luck? Was it skill? Because for some reason, Circle always favors them. They got 4 chicken dinner.
So here's the thing. FS Esports can be really called them the Undergods because they have been a part of the Grand Finals in the past, like 2 years back. So FS Esports is not exactly the Undergods, but still they have been trying their best to refresh themselves over and over again. After that, we've seen a major downfall from FS Esports.
Well, true, but and at the same time, the other team that I want to talk about is Rider Esports as well, because they both two pretty much started from the same journey, and now they're here in the semifinals, playing against the best of the best. And one was luck, one was skill. So I don't know. It feels like both have different kinds of skill sets to and how they approach the game itself.
Exactly. And speaking of the game, without wasting any more time, let's just directly dive into the upcoming game. The plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Neuropnoi towards shooting range. And this plane flat path is dividing the map into 2 equal halves. Now this plane flat path, once again, since it's so good, this game is going to be a competitive one.
Oh, speaking of a competitive one, it is a pretty balanced one for every single team. So I don't expect a little bit of a drop clash here, but what I do expect here is going to be where Revenant X-Punk is going to go, because yesterday, the Pan didn't really go well. They swapped their drop spots a couple of times. They started just now with Yasnaya, but this time they're going to go back to Novo once more. And interesting enough, will they collide against Team True Reaper's Jelly? Because I do believe they do lean on towards either Novo or Milta. Sometimes they go for a wide spread to take all 4 as well.
Look, speaking of Revenant X-Park, 20 points each game, honestly speaking, that sounds way too difficult. Looking at their current form, looking at how things have been looking for them, they do not even have the momentum. I'm not going to lie, semifinals week 2 sounds much more easier than actually securing 20 points each game.
Yeah, I agree. Likita Esports also having a okay performance in day number 3, which is yesterday, but day 4 seems to be a complete flop for Likita Esports, and that's something that I'm a little bit concerned as well, because they were very close to actually, make it in the top 8, but after that performance earlier today, just didn't go well for them, especially with that clash against Hyderabad Hydras, because, the match in the casino, yes, Hyderabad Hydras has won 2 out of 3 matches in the Picado fight, but that same exact scene in casino, Likita Esports won the previous one, Hyderabad Hydras actually adapted and they came up on top, so I feel like because of that small little rivalries that is happening in Picado, in Miramar, Likita Esports has put them in this position where it's nearly impossible for them to actually qualify as the top 8 here.
Yeah, and speaking of impossible things, man, in general, Vasista Esports, they've made the impossible possible. Specifically yesterday, too, Vasista Esports, the gameplay that we saw, things that they were able to pull off was absolutely mesmerizing. And this form from Vasista Esports has been missing for a long time. Early stage of the tournament, the past couple of 4 players that we saw from Vasista Esports, that lineup was not working that well. But now they finally found the sweet 4.
I agree. But all things considered, Orangutan, one of the teams that started their journey in the first day with being the table toppers here. And look how far they've fallen here as well. Fortunately for them, they still have a couple more matches to go. So that means they still have a shot to actually secure the spots in the top 8. And of course, Orangutan is actually playing in Group C. No, sorry, Group A.
Yeah.
And of course, Group A has one more match, which is the end of the day. So technically, this game, if they do well, and in the final game they do well as well, Orangutan might just be able to take the cake away from a lot of teams who's currently eyeing for the top 8.
The crazy part is OG started off the week 1 with a banger of a start. 38 points on the day 1 itself. OG was top in the charts with a decent amount of lead too. But then later on, OG was just not able to funnel in points. I don't even know what exactly went wrong with OG, but whatever's going on, they just need to play the same way they played the week 1.
Yeah, I agree.
Or the day 1. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, I agree. So far hasn't been able to do what they're expected as well, because before coming to the semifinals, Seoul had one of the most amount of points gained in Miramar itself, and they were close to be titled as the Kings of Miramar. But ever since the semifinals happened as well, Seoul hasn't been able to perform in Miramar, but instead, they've done well in Erangel itself. So
true that.
I'm very surprised that because of this switch, Seoul is struggling, to be honest.
They indeed are struggling. Seoul is currently sitting on the 3rd page, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
On the verge of being kicked all the way back to the 4th. Who would have thought? None of us saw this coming. Even for Seoul, they pretty much need the same average as Revenant X-Park. 20 points per game. My prediction as well at the start of the day was Team Seoul, and I generally believe Team Seoul is someone that can make a comeback like that.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting is that Group D, at the start of this entire first semifinals, the top 2 from Group D was actually Likita Esports and also... Likita Esports and also Seoul initially. And then Seoul fell, Likita fell, and then now it's Versatile, Phoenix Esports, and Hyderabad Hydras who overtook both of the leaderboards in Group D respectively.
Exactly.
Which is insane, you know? So
even Phoenix Esports overtook Seoul.
Yeah, this 3, exactly. Hyderabad Hydras, Versatile, and Phoenix.
Yeah.
These 3 teams overtook the top 2, which is closest to qualify the top 8, which is Likita and Seoul. And they just got completely shut down, which is unfortunate, right? Like, there is a reason why we call it the Group of Destruction.
Yeah, they're just destroying themselves at this point. And that's the main problem. Revenant Spark with an Herculean task ahead of them. If they manage to secure a chicken dinner right here, right now, that can be the qualification that they're looking for.
To be honest, I don't think their morale has been fixed ever since the pan came through.
It's not just about the pan. Even before the pan, Revenant Spark's performance was on a downhill.
Yeah, there were moments that were doing okay, but ever since their run-in against Hero Extreme Godlike here in the semifinals, it hasn't been going well. And what I mean by run-in, it wasn't like intentional drop clash. It was just like every single time they try to push through, they have a very good formation. Hero Extreme Godlike has came up on top in terms of entry. Like, from a disadvantaged position, Hero Extreme Godlike has won. From an advantage position, Hero Extreme Godlike has also won. And that's kind of hurting them morally. And I know for a fact that Scout is saying that, hey, it's not over yet. He's actually quoted as well. It's not over. There's still second semifinals. So don't give up hope yet, Revenant Xbox fans. But for now, I think just take a little bit chill pill, get a little bit of reset, focus on second semifinals.
Here's the thing, right? You speak of Revenant Spark running into Godlike and then things just coming downhill for them. The thing is that Revenant Spark was constantly poking Hero Extreme Godlike on the social medias too. Before this. Yeah. So that's why there's this back and forth that's constantly going on. And now that Hero Extreme Godlike yesterday pulled off such a major upset against Revenant Spark, that's why it's such a big W for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. But something that's going to help you achieve the Ws too in your game is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Make sure to check it out. But once again, back towards the conversation. Phoenix Esports, Yasna Polyana, it's been their main drop location for a long time. And even Phoenix Esports, they need 15 more points to once again get their tally up.
You know, it's interesting how this fight between Revenant Xbox and Phoenix Esports in Yasnaya kind of concluded with Phoenix coming up on top. So to see Phoenix finally, you know, having a free drop in Yasnaya is going to be great. But can they make the comeback is going to be the question here, because Orangutan is also going to be the team that is going to be trying to take them down, because slots are very, very limited now. Only 3 to 4 slots at max for the top 8 for the Grand Finals. And who doesn't want to go to Grand Finals, man? You know?
Everyone.
Living in 5-star hotels.
But as you mentioned, luckily enough, this is not going to be it. You will still have the week 2. If you're someone who does not find yourself in the top 8, you move on towards the week 2. And good luck there. You will be duking it out against the remaining teams. That will be super nice as well. 24 teams in total will be there inside of the week 2. And the top 8 once again joined the already qualified top 8 from the week 1.
Oh,
That's
boy.
interesting.
We've seen this happen again. Likita Esports on top of the mountain. Previously it was Hero Extreme Godlike, but Godlike is not here. But Seoul looking to try and pounce on those Likita Esports, and seems like they are going to be expecting company. Hector is all by himself, and here comes the rush. And the knock comes through. Hector finds one. Where is Seoul? They're trying to salvage the fight, and he gets taken down 1-for-1. But the flank from afar, Viper Hunter was able to trade somebody off.
Oh no, it's
my
not
goodness.
good for Seoul, and just like that, you blink it and you miss it. Seoul's eliminated from the game. What was that push from Seoul? Such an unorthodox fight taken from the players of Seoul. They knew exactly who they were going up against too, but they still went for the odds and just found those 2 strikes. That's it. And with that, we can also confirm that Seoul's not going to move up.
What was that? What a held back. Seoul wasn't expecting a flank. The moment Hector opened up the things, opened up the fight, Neo was able to wrap it all up. That's going to be delivery on towards Everest. Unfortunately to say, even though they are on Everest, look at the circle. It's going to shift up north, and they have to get out from Everest themselves. And it is going to be on the north side. And Zarki is actually in play.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the rarest circles I've seen for a while. THW is right there. Vasista Esports next to him. VXT as well in the Smack Center. Rivalry in our eyes making that pounce as well. Phoenix Esports on the move too. All these teams are going to find themselves with a major advantage. Now you've got a few names like TWOB in the mix too. And for TWOB, this is going to be late game rotation. But let's just hope it's going to find themselves at least a decent spot. For Team Tamalas, Likita Esports, they're messed up big time. Luckily enough for Likita Esports, none of their men fell apart in that fight.
Yeah, fortunately for them. But again, North George in play. A lot of urban warfare to happen as well. But hold that thought for now. Phoenix, they're trying to play the shorelines. They got shot, and that's going to be THW. X-Non-X. Going to be taking a couple shots in to get the knock. But unfortunately, they won't be able to get those confirmation. But THW, they were debating for quite some time. Take compound or take shoreline. And Levi says, you know what, I'm going to try and secure the finish. But if he gets knocked right here, right now, there's no way his members is going to be able to save him as well.
Yeah. Levi's falling back. TSW Non-X, they know this fight's a little too risky. They did find the advantage a while ago, but now they know the Fallen Man's probably back up on his feet. That's why Levi backs up. Levi spotting out all two.
Ooh, great spot from Levi as well, because on the far edge there's also FS Esports, so he's gonna try and wait for FS Esports to make a play right here. But that is if Levi actually makes the play. But for now, he's pretty much stuck away from his buggy. And FS, he scouts things out, gets a couple shots in, and Phoenix, they're backing out.
Yeah, Phoenix is trapped. This is not a good spot at all. It's a big sandwich between the players of TSW Non-X and even FS Esports, and Phoenix in between. For Phoenix Esports, it's better to just back away. It's not a good terrain at all. But at the same time, Phoenix Esports knows this is one of the best spots that you can ask for as well. Phoenix is on the run. They do not want to be part of this sandwich at all, which is, of course, a wiser option. It's going to help them survive for a bit longer.
Yeah, very, very smart. But, ooh, Secret, he finds a connection here. That's a random stray headshot, but still very, very far off. And Venom almost getting knocked off. Oof, very, very close indeed. But all things considered, Phoenix making the right call to reposition. Being caught in between two teams at shoreline this early in the game, not exactly a good spot to be in as well. Want to save those vehicles for the later stage of the fight. And now stage 3 begins. Where will the zone shift? And it seems like it is going to shift into the outskirts of shooting range. North George still in play. The playing graveyard still in play as well. So it is going to be a lot of stakes potentially if it goes towards the south side of shooting range.
Where Phoenix Esports is, there's Revenant parked right next to him. And FS Esports 2 is looking to make that pounce once again. The moment that fight commences, Revenant Spark is going to try the third party. So for Revenant Spark, that's going to be a default advantage. Looking at towards Chargeable, you've got Team Tumulus, Tritomillion Esports, Hyderabad Hydras right next to each other. And those guys are going to be the late breachers. For them, survival is going to be possible.
I don't know about this, but look at this, the southwest corner. There's so many people. You talked about this, but there's 1, 2, 3 teams stuck on the bridge. Oh, this is such a difficult circle to get out. Team Tamilas, Hyderabad Hydras, and also Troy Dublin, they're still in contention for the top 8 position. Yeah. And neither all can be taken out right here. Ranveer, he got knocked on Pekka. He got shot. Mr. IGL, what a shot.
Yeah, the cover fire was immaculate. Pekka knocked out. Now for Troy Dublin Esports, the game is even more dicey. Ranveer is taken away. You've also got Pekka taken away. Inferno gets knocked out too. The smoke bloomed a little too late. And between that little gap is where the man was knocked out. Oh my god, Tritomillion Esports, they're getting systematically dismantled from this fight. What can you do? Ranveer's gonna fall apart to the play zone. Tritomillion Esports, it's a quick wipe on the board. And Team Tumulus, for them, now it's gonna be a secure rotation.
What a shot from Mr. IGL. 2 very, very insane pixel perfect shots there. Getting 2 knocks, that's going to be 2 finishes, but guess what? Circle is going to be coming in, and they just saw Hyderabad Hydras move ahead of them, and they're a little bit hesitant to push through that angle, but the question here is, do they have a choice? They don't have a lot of mats to work with.
They don't. The only thing they can do best is just rotating from the opposite side, but even there's True Rippers. So problems are going to be all across the board. 3 spots out, Revenant Spark, shots taken! Spray God's out in the open. I'm not even sure what the man's doing. Completely lost. Oh no, Spray God surrounding awareness lacking from the man, and Revenant Spark, things just getting sabotaged. Luckily enough, they eliminate the last man of FS Esports, but still, Spray God is a casualty, especially when you need 20 points each game.
That was so awkward of Revenant Spark. Yes, they may have started the fight, but because they had to pick Sarang up, it feels like nobody was actually looking at Spray God. That took almost like, what, 8 seconds, 9 seconds of spray coming in from FS? And after they got taken down, then only they went for the trade, which is a little bit slow, I think. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully things are going to be for the better, because Shadow, his scout out members coming for the Liquidai Esports, and he's going to be sprayed down here. Drops down very, very low. Almost ran out the zone and bled out. But Revenant Spark, they have to hold down the fort. They have 48 seconds left before the zone shifts away from them.
The cover fire from Joker was beautiful. He finds a return knock and look at the Esports. And that's why that Prowl was stopped right in the mark. Nice stuff. Look at the Esports now need to back away, but there's also OG in that same area. Where can you go? looking towards the circle. The only safe way to breach is going to be the right side, but even that's going to be filled up soon. OG spreading themselves out wide. You've got True Rippers too spreading themselves up.
Well, speaking of the sprint here, gatekeep still happening on the northeast side, but the circle, SOA in the middle, Vasista also in the middle. Hydra is also in the southwest corner of North George, so that means there is some urban warfare that may or may not happen. While the teams are struggling to push in, seems like Revenant Xbox is going to try and enter from the northeast side. Likita Esports takes their spot and wait for Revenant Xbox and potentially third-party them when they get into some sort of collision. But speaking of collision, I think Likita Esports, they spotted out Revenant Xbox. They're pretty much stuck. They really want to fight this.
They actually do want to fight this. Hector is already taken some heavy blows upon himself, but his teammates, now they need to provide some cover fire. Hector's out in the open, already taken down super low. Sarang's taking that damage even from the blue. The man's now getting ticked to death. Sarang needs to do something. He tries to make the mad dash, but it does not work out. And look at the Esports, they eliminate Revenant X-Park. A lot of questionable decisions made from Revenant X-Park in that fight, and that's why now they're not in the game anymore. And with that, Revenant X-Park is also going to move to the week 2.
Well, we'll see them in week 2, but Likita Esports making a little bit of bounce back here. They've got 6 finishes, but Orangutan in prime position to be part of the top 8 sees this. They do have 3 finishes, but they are still 12 teams alive, and they're not in zone. They're playing this very, very carefully on how they want to take entry point, but little did they know, Likita going to be driving by. But ahead of them, look at this, Phoenix Esports, Versatile. They heard all this commotion coming from Orangutan and Likita Esports, and they're going to be in a lot of pain. But speaking of pain, Likita, they run into Vasista first.
Yeah, but Vasista Esports Fierce is down. Neo is taken down real low as well. Even Hector falls apart. Goblin gets eliminated. So many knocks, so many eliminations happening within an instance. You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. Vasista Esports, they've still got the man advantage in the fight now. Vasista Esports has been so clinical with the conversion. Neo is the only man alive once again from Likita Esports, and his position's noticed by Pucar. Nade's gonna be tossed right on top of Neo. What can you do? This nade's on the mark. It's gonna blast right on his face. Chips out a lot of damage. Neo barely surviving another nade. Follows up that same terrain, but it's not gonna find the knock. Neo is now creating that smoke terrain. He wants to move up.
Oh my goodness, it was a guessing game for Pucar. Neo actually survives the 2 nades, and because of this, he is going to be able to survive. He's got full health, but another nade comes through from Vasista. They're going to try to check everywhere on where Neo is going to be dropping in as well, but another nade comes through. Does it connect? He does chip him once more. Vasista still hasn't been able to hunt him down, a solo player from the side of Likita Esports, and then another nade comes through. There's just so many nades, and Neo still surviving, this sneaky boy. But he gets the knock on Pucar.
Neo's taken down, barely any sort of HP. Patches himself up once again. 1 nade in the backpack available. The M416 too with 200 bullets on the spare. Neo is ready. This man can be a one-man warrior, but the moment I say so, he gets ran over by Vasista Esports, and that's going to be the full stop to the fairy tale of Likita Esports in this game. A blunderous start for Likita Esports today, but 7 elimination points secured in this game. That might just be a ray of hope.
Maybe, just maybe, but Vasista Esports, Rage God, the savior for that fight, because if that nade from Neo connected, things would have been disastrous for Vasista Esports. Meanwhile, the circle, shifting onto its SOA, we've got teams, them inside the compound. In the north side, we have Rivalry NRA coming from the south, Hydra still coming in from the southwest of North George. We have True Rippers Jelly from the southeast corner doing pretty okay. They need another big game to try and solidify their spots into the top 8 as well. Versatile also looking to qualify the top 8. Orangutan as well. So there is a decent amount of teams still up in contention for the top 8 position.
Too many teams on the edge. OG, VXT, True Rippers, Rivalry NRI, Hydra by the Hydras, and all those teams, they've got 4 men standing, including TSW Non-X. And now TSW Non-X is constantly taking a lot of fire against the players of OG. Those bullets are not going to find the confirmation, but still enough to instill that fear. And now both the players moving up close. Utilities exchanged from both the sides. Roman's taken down real low. I think he's in the back lines with that off angle. He can be the surprising effect in the fight.
Yeah, indeed. And Vasista, they got the reset. They're still trying to hold THW by the edge. And Circle still somewhat covering on towards the north side, so they still have time. They just don't need to rush things so far. 9 teams remaining. And who's going to make the first move is going to be the question here, because everybody is looking to third party, especially in the north side here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams into this northeast corner. Look at the minimap. It's just everybody is just waiting for somebody to get knocked.
Oh no.
That guy is going to be Aru.
Aru, rough luck for the man. But still, OG's got 2 more men standing, so anything can happen. These 2 players, they can put up some major numbers on the board. TSW Non-X, even they once again try to rotate back, rotate around, in my opinion. You've also got 6 nades available in the hands of WizGod, so the man's going to be tossing those for a while. Even TSW Non-X, they need to find some sort of an opener against OG. But that opener can be real tough to find. The nade was close enough. WizGod taken down half of the HP.
Oh, this is so tough. Everyone in the northeast, they know for a fact that it's not worth fighting. The circle is about to close in, but they're pretty much stuck. They're stuck in the deadlock. And in this case, it all comes down to opportunity. Whoever clashes first will most likely be the first one to get taken out. And all these vultures just waiting and waiting. But speaking of vultures, THW Non-X is going to try and nade off Vasista Esports off their backs to try and find space. Circle about to shift in 6 more seconds here. Do they have enough utilities? Because right now, Orangutan, they strike as well.
Vasista Esports in the sidelines, trying their best to fight back, try and fend off the foes. TSW Non-X taking 2 different fights on 2 different fronts. Not a big fan of what's going on here from TSW Non-X. The chance of survival goes down even more low. And now you've got Pukar getting knocked out from Vasista Esports. 2 more players still standing though. For TSW Non-X, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. OG backing away too. Even for OG, things were ripped apart in quite the bad manner.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking good here. Even for Sister, oh my goodness, a nade from THW. That's the opening they need. And that's the perfect timing to strike as well, because they need to make way in the next phase of the zone. And guess what? Versus how they actually get eliminated in that clash against OG early on.
It's tough to believe there were so many teams with all the 4 players alive. TSW Non-X, Roman gets knocked out. His own teammate's nade is something that knocked him out. Roman can be confirmed. A lot of shots are now taken against TSW Non-X. It's not a safe spot at all, but such a big blunder from THW. It can actually cost him the game as well. Those mistakes cannot be made over and over again. I think he's still alive, by the way, in the sidelines, and they've completely missed out on that.
Oh my goodness, this 5 teams in the Northeast is just so disgusting, and THW was able to walk away, but guess what, True Reaper's Jelly, they've heard all this commotion, they finally joined the fight, they got 8 finishes, 6 on Just Kill Limao, but THW bounces back with a nade, and they're going to reset this fight and take a little bit of a slow start here, because as of yet, Atenki hasn't exactly made his mark yet, but Sam, what a shot! What a shot to actually knock Roman on the other side.
Yeah, just tapping away, gets the confirmation underneath the belt. 9 finish points secured from True Ripper's Jelly. This is the exact game they needed to. And with this game, they might have just secured the qualification as well. 9 elimination points already on the verge of securing the chicken dinner too. All the 4 players on track. But the utility is now tossed from THW Non-X. That might just be the spanner in the works. Few teams away. True Ripper's Jelly is to secure the chicken dinner. Even SOA in the backlines is getting picked apart.
Oh boy, they need somebody to win this fight as well, because this is going to be very, very close. Very, very close indeed. Because as of yet, True Reaper's Jelly, they're waiting for something to happen on THW. They have been making so much noise. They've dropped so much utilities. They need somebody to save them. And that team is going to be SOA. But speaking of SOA, guess what? Vasista Esports, next team to fall. Just kill Lamau, was able to find 1 more. Now 7 finishes in the back just for him. 10 in total for True Reaper's Jelly. Sam getting nade off by THW.
That nade from Lovish is going to be a window of opportunities the players of THW were searching for. And that window opens up the moment the man gets knocked out. Look at Lovish wanting to contest as much as possible, wanting to take control off the edge. He does have it too, but the sidelines need to be secured as well. In the sidelines, you've got a team like Rivalry NRI with all the 4 players alive too. Even that can be a major spanner.
Oh my goodness, a new contender shows up. And now Smoker. Gonna be a gatekeep from the side of Levi. This fight in the Northeast has taken so long that Rivalry NRI was able to clean up everybody from the southwest corner. And now they know that everybody is in the Northeast now.
Yeah, Rivalry's got a lot of control on this map. But you can also say the same thing for THW. But TSW's control can be snatched away from True Rippers. So anything can happen. So much back and forth going on right now. Rivalry NRI spotting out the players of SOH, just backing away from this spot. Then you've got even THW Non-X taking shots against Rivalry NRI. Sarvar's taking down real low. True Rippers, they get the knockout and the confirmation against Lovish soon. True Rippers with the man advantage now inside of the fight big time. As THW Non-X, they're just taking down one last man, and that's going to be Levi. But he cannot be the Ackerman yet. Levi, if he does pull off this clutch, that will be one of the most insane plays in the history. But instead, THW Non-X, now it's their time to play for the survival. And this is probably going to be the mature decision too. He cannot pull off a clutch at the end of the day.
Exactly, but as of yet, he's going to get hunted down as well. Rivalry NRI dropping the air to actually pick him up. And here comes the rush, and he's going to go down as well. And we are down towards the final three teams. True Ripper Jelly, Rivalry NRI, and SOA Esports.
Rough luck. Rivalry NRI. With all the 4 players up and alive, the biggest foe for them is going to be True Rippers. But even for True Rippers, one man's knocked out. The revival's going to be there soon. Rivalry NRI, this is the moment where you're supposed to apply some more pressure. SOA as well. They're constantly someone who's being a bit annoying to the players of Rivalry.
Dude, these 3 teams are just poking and poking and poking. They're instigating fights and not taking the initiative. And I like how True Reaper's Jelly was able to just go for a hit and run and casually back off. Because of this, it caused some sort of commotion. But again, nobody is reacting. And because of this stalemate, it puts True Reaper's Jelly in a very awkward position because they've used out a lot of their utilities.
They indeed have. Look at Sam, he's only got 65 bullets in the spare too, which is not good at all. Every single bullet now needs to be counted. Sam, you need to be careful. Even his teammate Ninze has only got 79 bullets in the spare. True Rippers, they need to stock up on the resupplies.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of ammunition to be honest as well because they've used up so much. And because of this, now they're forced in an awkward situation. But now Jelly getting knocked off, that's not good because SOA is creeping up, they're pushing up. And now they are going to be forced in a situation where they have to go head-to-head. Yeah. And that's going to be Rivalry NRI to wait to pounce on them.
Exactly, they can third-party this. Rivalry NRI just waiting for the fight to bloom once again, and this fight has already begun. Sarvar is there up close and personal. Sarvar knows exactly where Ninze is. He's going to try to lob a nade towards that direction, and the nade's going to be close enough to Ninze, but not too close to get him knocked out. Another nade tossed out from Ninze. That's going to dish out a decent bit of damage. Ninze is knocked out. What a well-placed nade from Sarvar that was. A 3-pointer coming in. True Rippers, they eliminate the existence of SOA, but now True Rippers, they've only got 2 men standing, while Rivalry NRI with all the 4 players looking to prevail and secure this game.
They've got the knock, they've got the advantage at Rivalry NRI. Might be able to just do it as well. Here he comes, Soham with the Rivalry. Doesn't seem to find him. They know exactly where they are, but no knocks yet. 4 versus 2. And True Reaper's Jelly is spraying them all down.
Still these 2 players from True Rippers, they haven't given up hope yet, but within an instant, they will be eliminated from the game. Rivalry NRI with a big chicken dinner. Is this going to help them make the comeback in the overall standings though? That's still a big concern and also a question.
It is going to be very, very tough for them here as well, considering that they are so pretty much down in the bottom of the pack. So it is going to be a very, very long journey if they want to do this. But again, you know, consistency is going to be key. But guess what? True Reaper's Jelly. 2 games in a row, top 2 finishes. So I would say that is a very, very huge lead that actually puts them in the spot where they should be slightly above Reckoning Esports.
But I see after that game, we've also got a few big confirmed names that are not going to move in directly towards the Grand Finals from the week 1 itself. It's going to be Linkatha Esports, Seoul 2, and then you've also got a few more names on the latter half of the board who were not able to do that great, including Revenant and Spark. So it's definitely a sad moment for the fans, but at the same time, the team's not eliminated. They have a second chance from the week 2 to qualify.
Yeah, and all things considered, we've seen 4 matches in total, and the window is slowly closing for a lot of these teams to qualify directly in the Grand Finals. And, of course, 2 more matches remain to officially announce who, and now what I mean by who, is which 8 teams will be the first 8 to qualify to the Grand Finals.
And move to the city of joy, Kolkata. That's going to be an interesting affair in the Grand Finals. But once again, back towards that previous game, right? Rivalry NRI having all the 4 players up and alive, that was the biggest advantage they could have asked for. 2 Rippers going in, taking down a few squads around that fray. THW Non-X, honestly, valiant efforts.
I think so. This is still very, very possible for everyone in the team as well here, because at the start of the day, we talked to you, we've mentioned as well, anyone from 3rd place until 28th position is still mathematically possible to take into the top 8. So they all need big games. And unfortunately for Revenant X-Path, they haven't gotten a single big game. So mathematically, it's still nearly, well, technically for Revenant X-Path, it's pretty much done and dusted.
Look, for Seoul, if they get the same game that they got in Miramar, 28 finishes, then they could qualify too. They just need to replicate the past.
Yeah, that is if other teams don't get some more points though. It's tough, it's tough. But even Orangutan as well, I think they are in this position where they are able to get a couple of position points. But right now, they're also in the hot seat that they might not be able to qualify for the top 8 here if they actually drop the ball in their final game.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? You've also got Rivalry NRI. I mean, on the hilltop, they were looking so dominant. SOA tried to move out of that cover. The moment they did so, a lot of shots were taken from Rivalry NRI against them. You also had TSW Non-X constantly being a threat to the players of True Rippers. And for TSW Non-X, as I mentioned, valiant efforts because they were wiping squads after squads after squads. They did have a lot of elimination points in the belts, but at the end of the day, just a lot of teams for them to try and fend off.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit too much as well. SOA Esports was doing pretty well in this position. They are in the top 3, but SOA Esports also still in a position where they still have more games to go for them. And I believe, yeah, they still have one more game actually.
Yeah, they still do have a decent bit left to try and give it a shot once again. For SOA Esports, the previous game wasn't bad at all. Look, they were there in the top 3. Yes, got eliminated by the players of True Rippers Chile. And it's quite unfortunate that SOA had to take a fight against True Rippers Chile. They just did not really have a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, I think this is a very important game as well, especially when Group A is pretty much going to be the last group of the day to play here. True Ripper Jelly, they had top 2 finishes to date itself. So in that next game, which will be the last game they're playing, if they do like what 4 or 5 points, they're pretty much secured. But for SOA, they need a big game in order to qualify.
And the main problem is the upcoming game is also going to be the game of Sanhok. That's just going to be even more concerning, right?
Well,
Sanhok is known to be a random map. Yeah, Sanhok is known to be a little bit of a random map, right? Sometimes if the zone's not on top of you, there's a big chance you're not going to be the one to secure the chicken dinner. The talks will continue, but for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this with Sanhok.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या है? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Rivalry NRI securing a big chicken dinner in that previous game, but is it too late for them to wake up?
I mean, it might be a little too late, but hey, I mean, we talked about those big wins, right? They have brought themselves one, maybe a respectable finish is what they can hope for, and then transition with the momentum into the second week. Luckily for teams like Rivalry and Rara, they might not be able to qualify for the Grand Finals after week 1 is over. I think they can build the momentum since now there are no more breaks between week 1 and week 2.
Exactly. Still, they do have a bit of that chance, right? Since they've got one more game to go in the upcoming moments, Rivalry and Arai can maybe still bounce back. And speaking of Seoul, Revenant, X-Park, look at the esports, now we can confirmly say that they're not going to move on from this week 1 itself directly to the Grand Finals. They're directly going to move towards the week 2, and then they will have a shot once again to move on in the top 8.
Hey, unless they drop a 40 bomb or something on one of the upcoming maps, right?
It's too much to ask for, let's be honest. It's unrealistic. If Seoul manages to get 28 points just the way they did in the map of Miramar, then it's possible. But hey, Johnny, we need to speak about the realme P3 Ultra as well, because even that's an important thing. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself.
And as you were talking about Seoul, let me remind you, those 28 points were just for finishes. The chicken dinner in that match was something else, right? So they made 30 plus points in one game. 2 more finishes added to that. Yeah, 38. 2 more finishes. That's 30 finishes. Get the chicken dinner 40 points. Easy maths, bro.
Yeah, mathematically it's possible. It sounds really easy as well, but let's be honest, dropping a 28 bomber like that is next to impossible for any of the teams in such a high intense lobby.
Yeah.
We all know it's really tough. Specifically, teams are now once again starting to get that confidence back. I'm speaking of the teams that have already qualified in the top 8.
This brings us to a very important, not an important, but I think it's an interesting question. Gives you a different perspective of thing. What lobby do you think was tougher, Group A of the grind or this lobby that we are seeing in the semifinals?
Without a doubt, this one. Because in the grind, it was all about placement. So the intensity was not that much. It was not about directly having a slot inside of the Grand Finals. It was more about moving on towards the quarterfinals or moving on towards the round 4, which did not really make a lot of difference.
It's the change in mindset. It's the fact that if you do not qualify for the Grand Finals, then all of this hard work is going to be in vain. That has put so much pressure on these players, because of which I understand why you said it is going to be difficult to pull off that performance now. But looking at the overall rankings, it seems like safe to say Cincinnati Kids, Godlike has matches in hand, so they're definitely going to go be safe. FS Esports is safe, Reckoning Esports is safe, Jelly kind of safe with 90 points on the board now. They still have one more match to go.
Kind of. They're already safe, man. I don't think Jelly's going to be...
Hey, man. Ryder Esports going to be on the chase now in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about Mastermind Mavericks, man. 75 points, all the game done and dusted. That's really concerning. Ryder Esports, they've still got a few more chances, so Ryder Esports can definitely try and make the comeback. But looking at the latter half of the board, SOA, final shot. You've also got OG with a final shot. Team Tumulus 2, one last chance will be given to them. Vasista Esports as well. So many teams on the verge of that qualification marker, but who can move on?
Exactly. Vasista, Hyderabad Hydras, Versatile is there. We'll have Phoenix Esports with 56 points. They need above 30 points to get themselves to safety.
Oh my god, Phoenix Esports needs a big game. They need a chicken dinner, more than 25-pointer. So for Phoenix Esports now, they just need that brainless aggression back in the game. Phoenix Esports, they just need to go for fights after fights after fights. They cannot be tactical.
And they have one match to pull it all off, man. This is going to be intense. Last few matches remaining, last 2 matches of semifinals week 1. And we still are in a position where teams from the third page can bounce back. But the only thing that is going to make it happen is a 25 bomber.
What blows for the Group D is that their last game is going to be on the map of Sanhok, which can sometimes bring in that random factor too, and a lot of these teams can be instantly eliminated because of that vacuum that's created.
And especially a team like Phoenix Esports that likes to run into the action, as you said, brainless aggression, but in Sanhok, that can backfire. Third-party opportunities are there for a lot of these other names.
In my opinion, Phoenix Esports should just drop on the top of Camp Alpha Island and hope for the best. Because the moment the circle forms on top of Camp Alpha Island, that's when Phoenix Esports can actually funnel in a lot of elimination points.
But that puts them against Seoul, and Seoul in
Seoul's
Camp Alpha.
already given up.
But their win rate on Camp Alpha early fights is actually quite good. So that's the only thing that I think can go against them. Because Soul, you have to remember the fact that they are used to drop fights on Camp Alpha. First, back in the days last year, it was Global Esports. Earlier of this year, the first 2 months, it was K9 Esports that was giving them a lot of trouble. And Soul has never lost, or they hardly ever lose that early fight on Camp Alpha.
Yeah, but then we're speaking of Phoenix Esports to a team. All that does is just fight. So Phoenix Esports, for them too, this fight is well needed, man. If they drop on Camp Alpha, they will contest against Soul. If they lose that fight, it's done for. You move on towards week 2. If they win that fight, it's going to be a new ray of hope opened up once again for Phoenix Esports to once again secure a few more big games. And speaking of that, we've got the Group D as well on the screen. Hyderabad Hydras, VXT, Phoenix Esports, THW, Soul. For them, the chances of qualification are even low. Team Tumulus, the chance is still there.
Hey man, but Rider Esports, we saw them in Group B. They are about to play their second last game. And of course, Rider Esports today has not been kind to them. They started the day on the 3rd position in the overall leaderboard, but since then have dropped all the way towards the 8th. They're on that cusp of losing out on that qualification. And if that actually happens, it's going to be such a heartbreaking story of the undergods that rose up to the challenge, took on the Titans, were almost about to slay them as well. And in the end, they were the ones that took the beating.
Yeah, the main problem for Rider Esports is that the first game that they played today, it was a flop. 0 points from that game. And that right there just created a lot of problems for Rider Esports.
And in the Sanhok earlier during the day, they got wiped out by Diesel Esports. That was something that I did not expect.
Exactly, and Diesel Esports, it's a little too late to wake up. They're getting those elimination points once again. We're seeing those individual plays from Diesel Esports once again, but that's a good sign for week 2.
I mean, it is a good sign for week 2. And as we were talking about it, all of these teams that are waking up late in the end of semifinals week 1, the only luxury they have is there was supposed to be a break between semifinals week 1 and week 2, and that has been taken away because we had a day off on Monday. And now the matches just continue. Swing, you can potentially swing with full momentum from semifinals week 1, transition into week 2, get off a good start, and then just maintain that lead, just like Godlike Esports and CK.
Yeah, the cutoff is definitely going to be rising higher than expected.
Yeah.
There's so many teams on the latter half of the board, but their last game to be played, Team Tumulus and a few more teams just right around that same fray too. But then you've got a team like Mastermind Mavericks barely on the cusp of elimination. So for Mastermind Mavericks, yeah, they do not really have any games left. They have played all the games so far. All they can do is sit back and pray.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to work out too well for them, considering the team right behind them with 2 matches in hand has is tied up in number of points. Both Mastermind Mavericks sitting on the 7th have 75, and Rider Esports sitting on the 8th have 75 points. The team right behind them, I think, is there with like 72, 73 points, so it's not going to be too difficult for them as well to actually take that position away from Mastermind Mavericks. I think good luck in week 2.
The good thing for Rider Esports is that they've got 2 games.
Yes.
That's one of the best possible scenarios you could ask yourself to be in. 75 points, 2 more games left to go. Even if Rider Esports are getting 5 points per game, that's still a guaranteed qualification that they're looking for. So for Rider Esports, there's not a lot of pressure. But if they choke both the games up with 0 points, then that will be a problem. Is that going to happen, or is that not going to happen? Let's find out in the upcoming game. The plane flat path starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards Mongnai. Now this plane flat path extremely tilted towards the northern side. If the teams want to move down south towards Camp Charlie, Docks, or even Sami, now that's going to be a tough stretch, Johnny.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough stretch, and we hardly see any Sami drop clashes, but if, as you mentioned, teams are going to try and play for Camp Charlie, for Sami, for Docks, for Kampong, then we might just see them collide for those vehicle spawns. But let's see. Story of the hour is going to be, can Rider Esports hold on to their spot inside of the top 8? Are we going to... Well, we will see that early drop clash, 8-bit against Rider, I believe, in boot camp.
A lot of teams dropping around Ruins. Rivalry is going to go towards Nakam. You've also got another team pretty close to the players' rivalry. So there's definitely one clash coming through.
Necro, I just want to say one thing. For the first time in the history of BGMI, I'm seeing a team play this game exactly how it's meant to be played. And that special shout out is to Godlike Esports, man. Everyone sticks to their drop. This team plays very adaptive. And that is the beauty of how Godlike is succeeding as well.
Exactly. It's been working out for them. Godlike is able to form up those strategies on the fly. And I guess for Punk, that's his main suit.
Yeah.
That's his strong suit too. He does not really have a proper playing structure. That's why Hero Extreme Godlike is super unpredictable. You just never know what's going to be happening. But for 8-Bit, it's quite a bad start. Rider Esports, exactly what they needed to. That's going to be 1 point in the back. Still, the fight's not done yet. Things can be flipped apart. A lot of damage dished out from Zyro. And even the man himself is taken down low. Zyro up top on the building. He tries to farm the off angle. It's not going to do anything. UMP 45 with him. If he would have had a shotgun, maybe the odds would have been better of him winning. But right now, with the UMP 45 to convert the fight, it just gets even tougher.
He needs to wait for that booster to heal him up. He found an energy drink and a painkiller, so he can go to that more than 60% boost instantly. But it's going to take a while before he is healthy enough to pick this fight again. And in the meanwhile, all his teammates can do. Oh man, this man is so lucky. Finds a first aid as well.
The roof is always stacked. The roof is always stacked of this building.
Yeah.
And that's why Zyro has now found himself on the lucky side of the spectrum. The man's going to patch himself up once again, be back in the action. Fame took a bit of that damage upon himself. Luckily enough, the man shot with the shotgun that far away. And Fame's position is noticed as well. He's got no clue that Ash is right there, but Ash had a free shot.
Yeah.
He did not take it. 8-Bit, these rookie mistakes can cost you the fight. What are you doing, Ash?
Man, these missed opportunities are going to come back to haunt them. But for now, it is Godlike that has shown up to make sure that neither Rider Esports or 8-Bit is going to survive this conflict. Rider Esports, Necro, they need to pull the trigger and need to do it now if they want these points. Otherwise, Godlike is just going to claim all of them all together. Fragger falls as Ash strikes the blow. Godlike moving in from the warehouses is going to make sure that Rider also suffocates in boot camp now.
Rider pull back. That's going to be more mature. Just pull back, but Admino, with that well-placed nade, is going to find the knock again. Zyro, Rider Esports, the troubles continue for them, but in my opinion, the moment they get the revival, they should just back away from this bootcamp area. Play for safety. In the later game, you can try and get those scrappy points to once again get you back in the race, but Jonathan's TBS is once again starting to swing. He gets knocked out, probably confirmed as well soon enough. Even Zap falls apart. Hero Extreme, Godlike. They might have just thrown away this game, but for them, it does not even matter.
Yeah, for Godlike, it doesn't matter. They don't care, but they might have swung the fight in the favor of Rider Esports as well. 2 players fall. Admino, he makes a break for his life. Punk on the other side, still causing trouble for the players of 8-Bit. As he gets a few frags to his name, Admino and Punk lost 2 survivors from the side of Rider Esports. Rider Esports, only 1 man left alive. Same goes for 8-Bit.
Rider Esports is going to be so pissed at Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah.
They were winning this fight. They had the advantage. Hero Extreme Godlike eliminating 8-Bit. Now it's time to shift your focus towards Rider Esports. Oh my god, if you're Rider Esports, you've got everything to blame on Hero Extreme Godlike. If this game is going to be taken down with just 1 elimination point, that means in the upcoming game, Rider Esports needs 10 points. Fame, the last man alive, the final glimmer of hope. He's got the DBS to work with, and what a flick that was! Oh, the man's never gonna forget that flick. Instant flush as well. Punk eliminated from the game. There's Admino still alive, and Fame clutches it. What a play that was!
78 point. It puts them beyond Mastermind Mavericks, and Fame finally clutches the fight against Godlike Esports. Brilliantly done, but from here on out, Necro, it's a story of survival for this man. Can he make it inside of the top 8, get a few extra placement points for his team? Rider Esports might have just saved themselves from getting eliminated in this tournament. Not tournament, but from from the Grand Finals first slot.
Johnny, that's a clip and a half right there. Fame, you better brag about it on social media.
He has to for sure.
You better post it. And you better flex what you just did to Hero Extreme Godlike. That flick on Punk, it was so quick, and Punk just never saw it coming.
If he doesn't do it, one of our viewers might as well do it. Clip it and ship it, boys.
Yeah, clip it. It was definitely an iconic clutch from the man himself. And you got to promote the new and upcoming players, right? Beautiful mechanic showcase from the man.
Oh, but look at this. The cluster forming around bootcamp now. You have Likita Esports down south, Bot Army towards the east, Team Tamilas up north. Oh, if he doesn't find those first aids, man, he's going down in bootcamp itself.
Looking at how the circle is forming out, too. It's quite a standard circle.
Yeah.
Soul's going to start a move as well towards the main island. TSW Non-X still towards Hothin. Roman is the only man who's crossed on over towards the main island. Look at the esports, now they close up. There's no way. Look at the esports, they're just heard him off the floor, I guess. Scoot up the loot.
I mean, what loot? These lads died with nothing on them, to be honest.
Here Extreme Godlike did have a decent bit of loot on them.
They used everything on 8-bit, I believe. Otherwise, I think the last nade they had, they used on Fame. All right, Likita Esports, they're moving in. Do you think if all the players of Likita Esports line up, Fame can take all of them down with just a DBS?
If that does happen, that will be another clip right there. 1 game, 2 insane clutches, and Fame will actually get a lot of fame.
Yeah. Getting famous after this game. Imagine that. 1 match of Sanhok changes your life. That's going to be a story. But look at the esports. They are a little split up. The only way this hypothetical situation that we have built up in our heads work is if all the players of Likita Esports just stand in front of a door and Fame just blows them up.
Either they give isolated fights to the man.
That is still going to be tough because if Fame takes damage, he does not have any heals to work with. That leads to, oh right, he had 3 first aid but no boosters.
More than enough for a fight. And since it's a shock and fight too, it does not even matter up close and personal if you're full HP or 1 HP.
True.
All you need to do is just connect that 1 point blank shot. Simple.
Right in the noggin. Give him a headache.
Not even to the head, probably on the chest. That's going to be the sweet spot. You just need to make sure that you're connecting the maximum pellets. Simple.
That's the problem with those chest shots. Sometimes if they just go a little, even if it's slightly off, the other man survives.
Yeah,
that's what happened in that earlier game of Miramar you and I were on.
Team Versatile. One of those teams that is doing pretty good. Having a look at the replay on exactly how the fight unfolded. Here Extreme Godlike moved into third party. Jonathan went inside of the room thinking that he might just eliminate Oasis right there, but instead Oasis just 1v2s them.
Yeah.
Eliminates both the players. And let's not forget, Oasis is also a living legend. He's one of the OGs, so you cannot really underestimate a player like that. And this flick right there from Famey, I'm pretty sure Punk was sent back to his childhood with that.
That was a slap and a half, and then Admino over there. That was a very tight angle on Admino as well. Admino wanted to take that fight, thought he had the advantage in it in terms of HP, but as you said, it's a shotgun at point blank range, can't really do much in that situation. Versatile. At the start of the day, even Versatile had a decent position in the overall leaderboard, but they have been slipping up as well, so they are under threat.
Wobble Gaming under fire from Team Tumulus. Team Tumulus has just been an on and off, as I mentioned before too. If you're someone that's fighting for the bare minimum, if you're someone that's just getting 7 to 8 points per game, fighting for survival, pulling out big games just get even tougher.
I was just about to say that, Necro, we missed it, but luckily we get a replay. Fame has been shut down.
Oh no.
So just 3 points for Ryder Esports from this game. Hey, at least they're not 8th. They're going to be 7th for now until this game comes to an end.
Some sort of points, right?
Yeah.
That just eases off the pressure in the upcoming game.
You were talking about 5 points per match, right? They get 3 from this game, so next game, I think 7 points.
Yep. Even if they get 3 more points, that might just still be guaranteed qualification, but it's still playing with a lot of risk.
Everyone from the 10th till the 16th position, I think, is in the mid-60s, so they can catch up. If they get 3 more points, that gets them to 81. From mid-60s to 81, not a big leap.
Look, I'm not even going to try to crack a lot of mathematical things over here because my maths is not too good. I'm just going to let the people do it in the back lines. The production crew is there for us to break it down.
They're just going to give us the standings, man. They're not going to let us know how many points everyone needs.
Yeah, but we can figure out, right?
Yeah.
When we have a look at it.
So somewhere about, I think, if you are someone like Botami Esports, you're going to be looking at about 15, 16 points to break inside of the top 8. That is what Ryder Esports need to be careful about. I think 85 should be the goal.
My eyes are on Phoenix Esports at this point. It's one of those teams that does have a chance. They need 25 points.
Yeah.
And then only Phoenix Esports can actually move up. But even if they get 25 points, that's going to put them around
81.
80 points. Yeah,
81,
around 80
yeah.
points. So for Phoenix Esports, yeah, that might just be more than enough.
If they get 81 points, yeah. I mean, it all depends on how the other teams in these lobbies are playing, man. That's the only variable that we can't really calculate. We can calculate, all right, they get this many points, they get this far, but what about everyone else? The pace these teams have been moving at, especially today, has just been completely haywire. And Phoenix Esports, I think 2 matches combined, 1 match, if they drop a 25 bomber in this game, that gets them to 81, then I think just as a bonus, get anything beyond 25.
True.
30 points gets them to 86, I believe. So
We're speaking about 25 bombers as if it's really easy to pull off. And Phoenix Esports right now are sitting with 0 points, by the way.
yeah, they haven't gotten a single fight, and they are breaching the eastern edge of the circle. It's quite empty, and they are going to get surrounded in the next few moments, by the way, in this valley. There's Bot Army Esports up north, Versatile towards the northwest, and then there is Hyderabad Hydra as their main rivals towards the southwest.
So the calculation's simple. Phoenix Esports, the only way they qualify is by winning every single fight they take.
Winning all 3 fights, oh yeah?
Yeah, take down Bot Army Esports, then you take down Hyderabad Hydras as well, then you take down Rivalry as well.
Versatile would be the easiest. I think Versatile at this point is going to be stuck outside of bootcamp because they can't move further. There's Likata Esports that's going to be watching out for them, but...
Or maybe even Hail Inferno Squad can be a soft target.
Ooh, yeah. Hail Inferno Squad a little bit further up north towards the northeastern edge, but that team has been struggling, so I agree.
Phoenix Esports' Venom is spotted. Some sort of eyes available from Bot Army Esports. They've got a little bit of a knowing. There's something happening in the sidelines. Bot Army Esports aware. Phoenix Esports just wants the right moment to strike. You can see Venom. There's a bit of that itch on the man's hand. Forever Red Ross, this team is just being completely lost so far in the competition. Every other teams, they're making some sort of mark for themselves, but then you look at Forever Red Ross and you think, oh, this team is still in the competition.
Yeah. But so is TSWNON. They are looking to take a fight against Team Tamilas. If they win this fight, then it's them basically taking out direct competition, but TSWNON right now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Forever Red Ross, Lavish is just going to let him leave like that?
He's going to get knocked out by his teammates in the back line, so it's completely okay. Or no, actually, it's Team Tumblers who are getting the knocks funneled in. Lavish, the only man alive for TSW Non-X, right next to Levi. And you blink it and you miss it. Eventually, the entirety of Forever Red Ross, they get eliminated from the game. I guess Lavish and his teammate just want to keep their position anonymous.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why they're not taking the shots. They know Team Tumblers is right above them. And they do not want the players of Team Tumblers to know that there's someone on the back lines.
Yeah, they are trying to avoid that unnecessary attention being pulled on them. Also an update on Phoenix Esports, lost 1 player. Things are not looking good now.
Yeah, time for week 2.
Yeah, might as well be. It's going to be very difficult for them to survive. But imagine, I mean, again, it's just a possibility they could still win this game. It's going to be very tough, odds stacked against them, 3 teams pushing in. Because even Bot Army Esports are going to be eyeing out for their position. And Versatile on that edge can block the way.
The main trouble is that the circle is centering towards bootcamp. The main bootcamp area. And already look at the Esports rivalry. They found themselves home. Look at the Esports. They've spread themselves out so wide apart. They control majority of the bootcamp on paper. And for Phoenix Esports to find any sort of breach towards the zone, it just sounds impossible. Phoenix Esports is making that mad dash towards the circle. Altu is taken down real low. Aimbot falls down as well, and Phoenix Esports, they're getting wrapped up. Even Venom gets eliminated, and that's it from Phoenix. They're going to move to the week 2 of this entire semifinals.
Yeah, Sanhok not really their strong suit, and they did a good job picking up the momentum in the last few days, last 2 days of semifinals week 1, but Sanhok again will be the reason for their demise. Hyderabad Hydras, although they got themselves into a fighting position, the team right above them have been taken out inside of this lobby. They have 3 finishes on the board. Hyderabad Hydras, a realistic possibility of moving towards the grand finale if they have a big game. But Bot Army Esports, Monty's again and again pulling the pin on that nade. Distraction for Likita Esports. Goblin knocked out. Viper put under pressure. Monty, although, decides against lobbing out that nade. He's the last player for Bot Army.
Monty, man's got his hands on the nade too. Look at the esports. The players are not even moving an inch. Goblin is knocked out too. The revival's going to be there from Likita Esports. Hector is separated from the pack. And Hector knows now he's trapped. The control that they had is now just turned into an inbuilt trap. Which is bad for themselves, actually. Hector away from the players. Monty's the only man towards the U building. For Bot Army Esports, all the hopes in one basket. And Monty's the man with a lot of burden on his shoulder. We know for Bot Army Esports 2 to move up in the top 8 is now going to be impossible.
Yeah.
But still, you got to give it the last-ditch effort. 2 players against Monty. Molotov's tossed out and against that man. A nade towards the closet room, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Bot Army Esports eliminated from the game.
And look at the esports slowly and steadily are looking to move up in the rankings. 3 players left. We've seen this team make amazing comebacks. They have the experience to hold their ground under immense pressure. I believe that is what we are seeing put on display. But Hector, as you mentioned, he is pinned in those trenches. Versatile move and take control of the double warehouse towards the eastern side of boot camp. Rivalry NRI, this part of the players.
What am I watching?
The riders are going to be knocked from their horses. Sarvar lines them up. Both the players down and out.
There's no way Soul's serious with that push. There's just no way. I'm pretty sure Soul at this point, they know it's done for. So they're just trying to play for the fun. That's it.
I like how they made an attempt to block a few of those shots with those vehicles, but not for long enough.
It was never going to work out. Horse
Yeah.
is not fast enough. But that poor Horsey.
Hey, Horse is still alive.
Yeah.
Too
At
bad
least
he's
someone's
not.
alive.
Yeah, too bad he's not part of any team.
He can get a lot of placement points. But jokes apart, Wobble Gaming. Sporta tossing that return nade. Dishes out a bit of that damage. Team Tumulus now they want to take over the warehouses. Utility warfare from both the sides. Max is taken down real low. The same thing can be said for Rico too, and now Sporta is making that pounce. Maxi's position's noticed. Maxi gets knocked out. It's gonna be the players lining up from Team Tumulus, and 3 players, they get knocked out within an instant. Even Mr. Erangel gets wrapped up, and Team Tumulus, they've been eliminated from the game. Even they're not gonna move in the top 8.
Man, brilliant timing coming in from Sporta. As soon as the nades connected, he took a gamble, and luckily for him, the players from Team Tamilas were lined up behind that wall. Mr. IGL wanted to be the savior, but last man left alive, and 3 players peeking through that door. He couldn't do anything about it. Rivalry, though, they've still been surviving all this time. They're going to try and switch focus, going after Wobble Gaming instead. Sporta, though, he has been dropped extremely low, all thanks to those nades coming in from Chandan and Gojo.
Another nade tossed out. It's going to do the chip damage. But Sporta patches himself up within the nick of time. So it's going to be safe. He's going to be safe for another few rounds. Rivalry NRI still around that same terrain. A lot of shots taken against Wobble Gaming, and now their ground's starting to wobble. Look at Ragnar. The man's trying to make the mad dash, but I don't think he's going to be surviving for too long either. The man's still barely alive on the edge. Hunters gets eliminated from Soul, and that's going to be it for Team Soul. Eliminated with 0 points in this game.
Yeah, I think looking forward to week 2 as well. But Goblin from Likita spotted out, knocked out on the rooftop, and wrapped and packed thanks to the players from Versatile. Likita Esports, they're losing bodies now. This is going to be a big sign of concern.
Johnny, Rivalry NRI, they're looking to pull a back-to-back. What am I watching? 11 finishes, all the 4 players still intact. Even the previous game, Rivalry NRI, they secured the chicken dinner. Now this game as well, 11 finishes stacked up. I guess this is going to be another one of those teams that's going to make the mad dash towards the top 8. All the 4 players alive, they're going to try to mop the floor as they keep on moving towards the circle, which will be real tough. It's not even a question. And I just saw someone shoot the horse.
Instincts kicking in, I guess. You see a pixel move, you take those shots.
Sad life for the horse. But anyways, for Wobble Gaming, how is Ragnar alive? There's a vehicle in the middle of boot camp, and no one is suspecting that.
Oh, but look at this. Well, Ragnar hides. Viper is fighting for his life. Last man for Likita Esports goes down, and he draws the attention towards Wobble as well. Oh, he got taken out because of Viper.
The thing is, how does no one see a vehicle in the middle of the boot camp? How did it get there in the first place?
Because it's in the middle of boot camp, you think that no one is going to be ballsy enough to stay there, man.
The man actually made the mad dash, and on that slope, he took the jump, and that's why he was right there in the middle. But hold on to that thought, Rivalry NRI. Now they need to take a fight against the players of VXT. Sarvar goes down, Somraj, well-placed nade comes in from the mid. A few more utilities even tossed out from the side of Rivalry NRI. That's not going to be enough to force the players of VXT to stay back. And VXT, now they're going to try to make that constant attempt of taking down the players of Rivalry NRI. Chandan's out in the open, taking a lot of shots upon himself. You've also got the blue on the move. VXT with the advantage. Rivalry NRI, they're starting to suffocate to the death. Som is the only man alive. This could have been a nuclear performance from Rivalry NRI, but no, this game might just be stolen from them. And yes, that's exactly what happens.
And I think with this play, the chicken dinner might as well go to Hail Inferno squad in the last match. It is an impressive game coming in from Hail Inferno squad, holding on to this position, but Rivalry NRI and Necro, did they have no nades, utility lacking, and they're going to fail, but Hyderabad Hydras, they were still in the fight for qualification, and AJ has survived all the way till the top 3, but this nade, falls a bit short. He's still there. This one will connect and might be the end for him. No, still 50% HP. So lucky. Now can look to pounce on the players of Hail Inferno squad. The fight between Versatile and Hail Inferno squad and Hyderabad Hydras can take the advantage. AJ, he tried to steal the finishes. He gets nothing.
He can actually steal the chicken dinner away, Johnny. That's the important thing. AJ, it's a 1v1. Take it down. S-Power is also catching a lot of hurt upon himself. 2 bullets in the magazine. Now needs to switch back to the shotgun. S-Power's position is noticed. AJ once again lies prone, but no, he should have constantly kept pushing. He should not have stopped in that instance. The game could have actually been stolen away, but Hail Inferno squad, what a blunder that was.
All of them just assumed that one man from Hyderabad Hydras was no more. No one was looking towards that tree. They had the info. They lobbed out the utility, but when you see that nothing pops up on that finish feed, you need to be aware that the man behind the tree is still present.
I just can't believe that chicken dinner could have actually been stolen from Hyderabad Hydras, and that could have put them in the top 8, Johnny. That was needed. But no, he should have kept pushing. He had the shotgun to work with. Goblin was taken down real low. He could have won that fight. Simple, man. He's gonna look back at the VOD and he's gonna regret what he did.
Overcomplicated things in his own heads. Either lob the Molotov before you make a mad dash, or once you are halfway there, just keep going.
He should have just got the fresh magazine before he made the pound. Simple. His M4 only had 3 bullets available.
No time. The blue zone was putting the pressure.
Yeah, the blue zone was putting the pressure, but I'm speaking of putting the fresh magazine. Like, he needed to
Can't put the fresh magazine out into the open. The tree cover is gone.
Yeah.
You are forced out into the open, and the moment he goes for the reload, so if he does anything but stop shooting, he's dead right then and there. Because Aquinox will see him, will know exactly where to pre-aim his crosshair before he comes out of prone and take those shots.
All I know is that he shouldn't have went prone down. Simple. That's all I know. He should not have proned. Simple. He should have kept on pushing and apply that constant pressure on the man. The moment he went prone down, the man in the front reloaded the magazine and instantly peeked back out and got that elimination point secured. VXT, yes, a solid game, but generally speaking, Hail Inferno squad through that, and even AJ in the end through that.
I think AJ did the best he could. I think Hyderabad Hydras lost players extremely early, so this top 3 finish was like a dream as well.
The thing is that Hyderabad Hydras, after looking back at this game, they know how close they were to qualifying the top 8. And just because of this one mistake, there's a chance they might not move.
There are 2 names in this matchup that have kind of missed out on their opportunity. Okay, make that 3, because TSW NON also got themselves into a fighting position. And all 3 of these teams, Hyderabad Hydras had the least work to do. After them, it was TSW NON. And then the third team in the list that had the most amount of work to do was Phoenix Esports. But we can't forget about Seoul, man. They could have gotten themselves like a 30 bomb and moved through.
Yeah, no, for Seoul, I already knew that they're not going to move on. It's not even a question, let's be honest. In such an intense lobby, getting a 30 bomber like that just gets even rougher. For Seoul, we all knew they were going to move on and pack their backs towards the week 2. I thought maybe Phoenix Esports could still have a chance. Phoenix Esports were not able to get that good game in their hands either. Rivalry NRI, I want to look at the overall standings and find out where they're placed.
7th. I think they're going to be 7th.
Oh, that's really good then.
That is good, but still, just with 70, it's the number that has been concerned. That has me concerned. They have 78
Mastermind
points.
Mavericks kicked out.
Mastermind Mavericks, yeah, they might be on the 8th position now. Ooh.
Oh my god. Mastermind Mavericks is going to be real unhappy with this, and this might just affect their mindset too before moving to the week 2.
I mean, Mastermind Mavericks, yeah, I don't know what happened. Just completely fell apart in day 3 and day 4.
Yeah, Mastermind Mavericks played the first 3 games today, and all those games, majority of the times they choked. And that's why the chance for them to qualify was just nullified even more. Just stuck on that 75 points marker. We still need to have a look at the overall standings to know what exactly is going on there, to get the confirmed standings rolled out. But from what I think, Mastermind Mavericks is not going to make it. But this is also bad news for Mastermind Mavericks because this is going to be affecting their mindset.
Of course, going into that week 2, there's going to be a lot of pressure. And the fate of Ryder Esports, by the way, still left hanging after this matchup. What is going to happen in the last game? We're going to find out after this break. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 semi-finals week 1. One more game remains to decide the top 8 names that are going to be joining us in Kolkata for that grand finale. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And Icy, who would have thought that on the last day, in the last game, things are going to be this intense?
Well, it is going to be very, very close as well. It comes down to this one final match to decide who the top 8 is going to be. Well, in this case, the first 8 teams to actually qualify towards the grand finals as well. But what really made me a little bit happy as well was that Femi, the MVP contender right now, was able to beat everyone in bootcamp just now. Let's go.
I mean, not everyone. He got a helping hand. He got a lot of help from Godlike, man. I mean, there were rescuers to the mission because it felt like Ryder Esports were kind of lost in that 8-bit conflict until 8-bit showed up and picked off 2 players. But hey, if you do not want to get lost in your matches, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control in its segment. And of course, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with 90 FPS BGMI gaming. So go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exciting rewards for yourselves. But coming back to the conversation, heading into this last game, who do you think is going to get kicked out?
To be honest, I think Mastermind Mavericks is pretty much out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, say they had a very great run, but unfortunately, it's going to be very, very tough for them to actually bounce back. But unfortunately, their game... I've used unfortunately 3 times, but it's because it's just unfortunately... They are the underdogs. No one expected them to do well coming from the quarterfinals. And then, you know, first 2 weeks, oh, wait, wow, Mastermind Mavericks is doing pretty good. And then now they just dropped the ball, which feels very sad for them, to be honest.
It is kind of sad, I mean, but hey, with this sort of a run, I think 2 things can happen. Either that mindset is going to be broken heading into week 2, or they're going to be motivated. That just that extra bit of push is needed to break into the top 8 of week 2 as well. But looking at the MVP of this game, rivalry NRI, Sarvar becomes the MVP. This team was doing so well for themselves in this match. It was that lack of utility that resulted in them losing the fight against Versatile and then just getting eliminated in a split second.
Yeah, even Versatile as well was a team that, you know, in that final zone, the final 3 as well, they shouldn't be the ones that actually win that chicken dinner. It should have been Hail Inferno Squad. But because of that chicken dinner for Versatile, I feel like Versatile might just be at the borderline of top 8. So it is going to be very, very close. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Versatile actually makes it to top 7 with 86 points. They have pretty much played all 12 matches. But we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 teams that has not played their match yet on this top 8.
All right, so teams in the top 8, I think True Rippers is kind of safe.
Yep.
Because the other teams are going to be in those mid-70s, and True Rippers, if they get 5 to 6 points, congratulations, ticket to Kolkata is yours. But Versatile 86 is the target for SOA. They need 12 points. Orangutan needs 16 to get close. All right, so let's make it 87 is the target to kick off Versatile. SOA needs 13, Orangutan needs 17. You have Hail Inferno squad. They're going to need a lot of points. They need about 19 points to get to 87.
Well, technically, they can still kick Rider Esports down. So this is going to be a game where Rider Esports needs to perform at the best of the best as of yet. Like you said, it's all Vasista barely qualifying as well. So we might see 2 teams sneaking up here and kicking Vasista down to play another week themselves here in the semifinals.
Yeah.
But just now, did you see where NRI is? They are actually in the top 3, top 4.
Oh, wow.
They actually made it.
Hey, that is just safety attained for Rivalry and Orion, and 2 back-to-back big games. I think congratulations to them as well. But again, a lot of pressure on all of these names. I think Troy Tamil and Esports, a little bit of a stretch for them to actually move in 61 points. And of course, the teams on the last page, yeah, we're going to see you in week 2.
Well, technically, mathematically, for Troy Diamond, it's still possible. But the only way Troy Diamond Esports actually qualifies is that nothing shy of a chicken dinner with at least 15 finishes.
Not even 15, I think at this point.
Maybe 18.
Yeah, 18 eliminations for sure. Because I'm not even thinking about kicking out Rivalry. I'm thinking about how do you kick out Versatile on that 7th position that are there with 86 points. Because Rider Esports, for them, the goal is also getting to 87.
Yep.
And then what happens is there is still just technically 1 spot available inside of that top 8. It's that 7th position, which if Rider does well, and they need about...
They need 10 points at least.
They need 10 points. If they
More
get
than
those
10
10 points, then it's 86 is the target.
So it's still, there is still 2 slots at least minimum for very, very possible. I feel like Rider and Vasista are the 2 bottom 9s that people will try to achieve here. So 2 teams in this game, 2 big games, is going to be able to overcome this.
Let's see if that happens. Rider is still there. They're going to be fighting for their opportunity. And wait a minute. Is it going to happen? Going into that last game, Rider, they have their good luck charm on Erangel again. Revenant X-Park. Are we going to see that fight for Yasna? Does Rider get 4 points off the bat?
I don't know, man, because at the start of the day, Rider Esports, they got a little bit complacent. Think about this, right? Rider Esports, they were in the most comfortable position, the top 2, top 3 position. But 2 bad games because they drop clash in Sanhok in bootcamp twice.
Yeah.
Didn't do too well. And then now in this final game, they need a big game.
They need a big game, man. I mean, and if they fail, it's all just gone, all of that hard work. And this was that, again, it's going to be a heartbreaking story for me because newer players usually, when things just fall apart this bad, that from being in the top 3, from almost making it through, you just get pushed into fighting 1 more week. Your mentality takes a reset as well. And for underguards, it is very difficult to bounce back from a position like that. So for Rider Esports, I think if they move on to semifinals week 2, I don't think we're going to see them in the finals.
Yeah, it is all about mentality, right? At the start of the day, we had an interview with Kyo Lamau as well from Team Jelly. He mentioned as well that, oh no, whenever they're feeling a little bit down here as well, Jelly says that don't think about that, we're going to make it to the lands themselves. And because of that mentality, it kind of brings me up towards the conversation. You've heard of the red car theory, right? If you go out in traffic, if you only look for red cars, you will spot red cars. And in this case, if you're looking for how to qualify, you will only find ways on how to qualify. In this case, Rider Esports needs to do exactly that right here, right now.
Exactly. They're going to have to break the code of Murphy's Law. If you think about things that are going to go wrong, they will go wrong. Rider Esports, the only thing they can think about now is succeeding of breaking inside the top 8, staying inside of the top 8, my apologies, and moving towards Kolkata directly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The last game of semi-finals week 1, the map of Erangel. Here we go.
The final game to decide the fates of everyone here in the first week of semifinals for the realme BGIS 2025 solely depends in this final match. Group A going up against Group B. And there are so many teams looking to take the final 2 slots, potentially of qualifying in towards the Grand Finals in Kolkata. The flight path, starting from the west side of Quarry, ending towards the north side of the Lipovka. A pretty balanced one for all these teams, but as of yet, all eyes is up on towards Rider as well as Orangutan, and also SOA Esports, the closest towards the top 8 right now.
Yeah, I mean, a few teams still in contention. A miracle for Troy Tamilian Esports to save the day. But again, the closest, SOA and Ryder, two undergods that after the first 2 days were doing so well for themselves. And as you mentioned, and as we see the flight path, a balanced one, I think even the gods of BGMI are giving these teams all the cards that they would want to play to the best of their abilities. Now, the only factor that we have to see that can change everything is the circle itself.
Exactly.
Where will the zone take us?
If the circle shifts towards military base, it is going to be very, very tough for some of these teams. But if the circle shifts towards the exact same spot where FS Esports was able to get the chicken dinner and SOA was able to get that as well, we might see SOA actually qualifying as well. So again, it all comes down to circle.
I see. I think we have a three-way drop clash in Pochinki. Altitude, they might have just gone after Ryder Esports, and there's one more team in the mix. Are they getting challenged? Is this the clash that they would not want, at least in the early stages? Altitude, I see them move slightly towards the...
Okay.
All right, it's not Ryder. It's Vasista Esports.
Yeah.
That's
It
fine.
looks like the same color, right?
Yeah. Both of them are blue. Ryder, my apologies, have gone for Kameshki style, but they're playing it safe.
Oh, okay. Better safe than sorry, man. They can't afford to drop the ball right here, right now. But for Vasista Esports, they were in the running to actually try and fight for the spot. But if they are able to get like high finishes in this game, they might just be able to barely sneak by, and that is if Ryder Esports drops the ball.
Ooh. I think so. Door's still open, but it all begins after this squad wipe against Altitude. And Altitude is one of those teams that has nothing to lose, considering they are dead last in the leaderboard. But they can definitely look to ruin the day for Vasista Esports. And also another big fight that might break out could be towards that military bridge. This is what I want to talk about. Troy Tamilian Esports going after the players of 8-bit. And Ash, he's making a run for his life. He's isolated against 3 men from Troy Tamilian. And Ash on the verge of getting knocked out. Well, let me make a correction. He is knocked out.
Well, he's pretty much done for as well. The Scorpion is not going to do him any good. If you miss the first mag, that's it. There's no way you're going to be having enough time to reload that to get a perfect knot. And unfortunately, to say that will be it for Ash in this case. But Troy Tamilian, they find themselves the first strike coming in. But Troy Tamilian Esports, looks like they want to go on for the hunt here. Like, it's now or never, right? Like, they need a big game. They need the chicken dinner. What a better way but to just start now. Just start hunting everyone. You know? Why live life with regret? A man with no fear is a man you should fear. That's exactly what they should be doing here. But meanwhile, Pochinki fight is also going to be starting things off. Lazy being knocked off. Vasista Esports finding the first knock. Gods might be the next. Chips him down low though. Vasista.
They found the opener, and I think Vasista is one of those teams that struggles in backing off. Gods, as you mentioned, he's low as well. And Fierce, that's a brilliant parkour maneuver, man. Gets to the rooftop. That's going to be added pressure on the players of Altitude, but Vasista, they have no utility on them. Or at least they have one nade on Fierce. Pukar finds Prime OG. That's going to be the second knock. I think it's all over for Altitude. It's going to be difficult for them to fight back. They find a trade as Tapatap falls, but Rage Guard is instantly there. Oh, the jump shot! Incredibly done. Altitude, they get themselves a fighting chance.
Oh no, this is not good for Vasista now. They've lost Tapatap, they've lost Fierce, they've lost Rage Guard. Pukar, last man standing, he's gonna be surrounded. He sees the pixel, but it doesn't matter. The nade comes through, he takes him out. That's gonna be Vasista Esports done for, and they're heading to the second week of the semifinals.
Day ruined by Altitude Esports. But hey, Hail Inferno Squad, their day getting ruined by the players of FS. FS have nothing to worry about. They pretty much have secured their spot for the grand finale. Hail Inferno Squad, though, on the other side, we expected this team to bounce back today. Was a decent day as well, but still too far away from qualification, and I think the journey might just come to an end. Jatin OG is the last man left alive, being baited by Crypto into giving some more cues with those footsteps, and now Crypto has the info. He's trying to line up the nade, splash damage dished out, pixel spotted by Jatin. Both of these players just running circles around each other. I think FS is just trying to get their game done with as quickly as possible, man.
Well, probably, but at the same time, shotguns against AKs, not exactly favorable for Jatin here. One pump from Crypto, he's done for, but Jatin needs a double hit shot. It seems like he's going to be swapping for the shotties here to try and even up the score. DBS comes through, another nade comes through. Jatin, half HP, Crypto. any casual tap onto those arms, he is going to be done for. The bait and switch. Who's going to be playing chicken here? Because seems like both sides are just waiting for someone to make a move right now.
Yeah, as soon as that energy drink was popped in, I think Crypto just swung out to try and deny him the opportunity to heal back up, but Jatin now with the bandages is bringing the HP. Shots fired. Crypto again and again, the nade lobbed in the same position. He's just looking for info, man. He's just trying to flush for those footstep. This might connect. More damage onto Jatin, and now Crypto with the bounce. Free fire around the corner. Jatin is just running circles.
Oh no, he knows he's hurt. He knows he's hurt. Crypto. Great game sense. And here comes the jump shot once again. They're just playing ring around the rosies, and now here comes the push. Jatin sneaks inside. They take the spot, and now the repeat comes, but he misses, and Crypto takes him out.
3 finishes on the board for FS Esports. Hail Inferno squad. See you in week 2.
See you in week 2. That's going to be tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow, baby. See you tomorrow. But FS Esports, this might be the last time we see them for at least a month, because that's exactly where the Grand Finals is going to be happening, which is exactly a month, which is in Kolkata.
Not exactly a month.
Not exactly a month, about 20 days.
20 days, yeah.
But still, a very long time.
They get a long break, man. They get to decide exactly how they want to play those 3 days of finale, make their itinerary for Kolkata as well, the city of love.
Yeah, you get to enjoy the luxuries of a 5-star hotel.
Yeah.
Small little perks that the Grand Finalists.
I was thinking more along the lines of cuisine, man.
I have never been there, so I wouldn't know.
Hey, my first time as well, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're going to Kolkata?
Maybe. Who knows?
Am I going to Kolkata?
Maybe. Who knows? Do we have to play for qualification?
Well, we do.
I think if we have to go up against these teams, we are not getting enough points. We'll be like Altitude. Altitude will be better than us. We'll be 32nd.
No comment. No comment. But all things considered, this fight between both FS Esports as well as Hail Inferno Squad has got a little bit of interesting twist, but unfortunately for Hail Inferno Squad, they will be forced to play tomorrow as well. So more games, more action for them. But Rider Esports, this is going to be a hot seat for them, because as of yet, they are at the borderline of the top 8 in overall standings. They haven't really made their mark. They're currently outside the zone in stage 1, so they're really playing it very, very safe.
I see. Apologies, first of all, to everyone, and especially the Ape Army OG, because we forgot to mention that Ape Army a few moments ago was dropped out outside of the top 8, if I'm not wrong. And they're going to be fighting in this game as well to regain their spot. Their goal is as well to hit 87 points.
Yeah, it's OG and also SOA. They were the closest to the top 8, so these 3 teams is going to be fighting for that top 8 spot. So as long as OG and also SOA is still alive, Rider Esports cannot afford to be eliminated at all. No chance, no shot. And it's going to be very, very close, and I don't think they realize it as well. But OG going to be one of the first teams to actually rotate inside the zone. SOA outside, Rider outside. And there's not going to be a lot of space here as well, because it seems like this circle seems to be the exact same circle that we saw how FS and SOA was able to win their chicken dinner down the shorelines.
It's kind of the same. It's a little bit towards the
west side.
Yeah, a little towards the west. So I don't think this is going to end towards the cliff, maybe. But let's see. I mean, if that's the case, then I think SOA is going to be kicking themselves in the shin. And along with them, I think Team Jelly need to realize that their opportunity to shine again. But Wobble Gaming, they show up in Pachinki. Pick a fight against Altitude, pick off 2 players, Cloud's knocked out, Prime OG on the run for his life.
Yeah, and as of yet, Pachinki is smack middle of the center as well for a lot of these teams in the north side. So we do see like about 4 or 5 teams circling around Pachinki. So I think this is going to be a very, very important game in terms of farming finishes here. If this is going to be a Pachinki fight, teams with experience playing Urban Warfare is going to have a very, very big advantage. And when I say that, Orangutan does have one of the most amount of experience. But despite all that, they've lost 1 member. That's not good for OG.
I think the zone might come to an end in the open fields of Pachinki, just south of Pachinki. And as you were talking about OG, they're still up north towards the northern edge. SOA also moving in from that northwestern edge. If OG hunt down SOA, and if they get a clean fight, wipe out all 4 players, then hey, there's 1 more team out of contention. That's your main rivals out of the way.
Well, speaking of main rivals here, guess what? The all-round slayer, realme P3 Ultra 5G, is currently out. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out. Stand a chance to win some amazing prizes by just Googling and searching in on Flipkart, which is realme P3 Ultra 5G for the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming.
I see Rider Esports,
Oh,
they're
no.
losing their players to the zone, man. This is not good. This is a nightmare for the players of Rider Esports. Exist was knocked out, and he will get knocked back on his knees again, because 25 seconds before the blue zone collapses and we have stage 3. And Rider Esports, this desperate push towards the potato hill, it's not going to be an easy one. It's an open position. It will put them in the line of fire of Revenant X-Spark, of True Rippers Jelly, and Forever Red Ross.
But as of now, they safely make it in the zone for now, so it's all about timing. And as of yet, 3 seconds left. The zone is about to close in for stage number 3. That's where it matters most. And guess what? It's going to shift to the west side. The bridge is up for grabs. Open fields up for grabs. Compound, where 8-bit is also up for grabs. So that means open seasons for Troy Temple Esports. And like we said, they need a humongous game to qualify. And I don't know how Ryder is going to play this as well, because they are the furthest from the zone, which is on the far northeast.
Look for those first stage, just play a heal battle strat, I guess, because they just need a few points to stay in the top 8. But Revenant X-Spark, I think they are going to look to pick a fight against the players of Rider Esports. If we don't move through, we're going to ruin the day for someone else. And there's the call. They're going for the chase. Sarang and Shadow after the players of Rider Esports. Fragger, he is going to be the first man put under fire. And Fragger might just get knocked out. No, Fragger takes down Sarang. He finds the second Rider Esports. They're getting those finishes for themselves as Revenant X-Spark are left bleeding. Spray guard out of the way. 4 eliminations on the board. They move upwards of 80 points now.
Fragger, you absolute madman! Swapped his seat on his buggy, turned his round, took 2 knocks, and then got the third one while he was resetting. What a play from Fragger! There was a clutch coming from Rider Esports. What did we just watch?
Hey man, I guess it was a Flipkart delivery coming in from Revenant X-Spark, dropping in all of those packages for Rider Esports. And godlike, yeah, Admino does not care. Runs into Wobble Gaming face first and gets taken out by Red Ross.
Forever Red Ross finding some finishes. Godlike out of the game for now. And we will see them in Kolkata officially. Revenant X-Spark pretty much done for down the count here. But Forever Red Ross, what was that? Ragnar was able to find a knock? Huh.
Did Phoenix not hear him run down the staircase?
Maybe not.
He was just too busy cooking up that nade. Beast takes a little bit of splash damage, but nades come flying through the windows and the doors. Lucifer gets knocked out. There are a lot of third parties happening towards these open compounds. And I don't think there's any escape available for both Forever Red Ross and Wobble Gaming. True Rippers Jelly, they have a line of fire. Bot Army Esports have a line of fire towards these buildings as well.
Well, speaking of a fight right now, this fight needs to conclude as well, because they are the gatekeepers on the northeast. Teams are going to be coming in, and Forever Red Ross, they wipe out Wobble Gaming.
Redemption for Phoenix for that misplay where he got knocked out, but no time to celebrate as True Rippers, they show up. Nade goes out, Sam goes down, Lucifer, well timed, very precise nade. The second one might just make contact with Kyo Lamau, but True Rippers Jelly, that split play gives them some insurance as 3 players from the back lines are still alive, but numbers advantage has been lost. And it goes down again, Kyo Lamau hits the floor, so it's a 2v4 now.
Oh boy, True Rippers Jelly. Only Jelly and Ninja remaining. What have they gotten themselves into here? Forever Red Ross, a big game coming from them. And unfortunately to say for True Rippers, they're pretty much stuck inside. Jelly tries to survive this. Ninja goes for a little bit of cover fire. Was able to take one down, and Jelly finds one more. True Rippers Jelly, they're hanging on, making it a 2 versus 2 now.
This storyline in this game is getting more intense by the second. By the way, Jelly knocked out over here. Forever Red Ross, they have the upper hand. But think about this, I see. True Rippers Jelly, they don't lose a lot if they lose this fight. Forever Red Ross, they don't gain a lot if they win this fight as well. Both the teams too far away from each other on the leaderboard. Ninja still finds that knock, and I think he might hand out the wipe to the players of Forever Red Ross. But as I was looking at the story again, that is what I want to talk about. It's the middle pack. It's the teams that are fighting for qualification that are just left alive. Ryder there with 4 players. SOA there with 3. OG there with 3 as well. Troy Tamilin with 4. And we are already down to 9 teams within the first 15 minutes of this match. What? But Ninja, he's going big. He finds 2. He's looking for the 3rd, but fails. Phoenix again redeems himself. 8 eliminations on the board for Forever Red Ross, but they lost 2 players.
Well, damage has been done, and Circle is coming through. Stage 4 has got to hurt as well, and Phoenix is going to try and drive him out to safety, but guess what? He put him in the wrong car. Oh no, Lucifer, he's about to bleed out his own. Can he make it? Oh, seems it's going to be close, but guess what? Ryder Esports, they're running him in TWOB.
And this is going to be a difficult name to beat. TWOB, they have a lot of firepower, and their Ryder Esports are feeling it now. Fragger, that nades it quite close. He has no HP. It blows up, but just behind cover, Fragger survives for a few extra seconds, but Fame from the distance, can he be the savior for Ryder Esports? Any points gained right now are going to be, or could be, the saving grace for Ryder Esports, but getting shot in the back by Troy Tamilin, it's not going to make things easy. 5 points in succession. He needs a few more. First aid is going to be popped, but the helmet is going to be spotted, and Orangutan find the last frag. Ryder Esports, they get kicked out of this match.
With placement points, that's 6 points for them. So right now, this is the perfect time for Orangutan and SOA to come on top. But they need the chicken dinner in order to kick Ryder down. And as of yet, TWOB gonna be third party from this fight. Orangutan looking for those finishes. And TWOB, they are the next to fall, and they are now in the top 5. OG, SOA in the top 5 right here, right now. This might be it. Ryder just might not be able to qualify.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, all Ryder can pray for is OG and SOA. They get eliminated in this match as quickly as possible, and neither one of them secures the chicken dinner. Oh man, this is getting too close for comfort. Both the teams are still alive, and SOA just got the first finish as well for themselves in the top 5.
The hit and run strategy coming from OG. The hit and run strategies baiting Bot Army Esports, and Bot Army, they're trying to shut them down. And WizGod, he gets taken out, and AKOP pretty much stuck. But Hatenki, the save, the cover fire to keep things alive. OG now 6 finishes.
6 finishes, but WizGod, he's gonna bleed to his demise, I guess. There he goes. It's down to AK and Hatenki. We've seen AKOP. He used to be the star player, took a backseat for the sake of his team, for the sake of performance. And SOA, they take the center of the circle, man. SOA, a big win in their hands, and they can break inside of the top 8 as well. Let's not forget, they already were doing better than OG in the overall leaderboard.
5 teams remaining. And Crypto's last man standing from FS. What are you doing here, FS? Why are you still alive?
Hey, first position. That's all they want.
Fair enough, but all things considered, it's going to be a battle for the middle pack. SOA versus OG. That's going to be the major factor. Whoever comes up on top will be the 8th team to potentially qualify into the Grand Finals. And this might be it. Do they have enough points? Do they have enough finish points for SOA?
But hey, OG, they show up looking for Magic. They try to breach the circle from that western zone. And Magic makes a run for his life. He closes in the distance, regroups with the rest of his team. That's the best possible call coming in from SOA Esports. Had Magic been shut down, OG could have just picked all of them apart and then secured the chicken dinner. If SOA goes down, it makes things extremely easy for OG. But if you want your games to be easy, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control, and the world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset.
Nothing shy of a chicken dinner that is needed here for both SOA Esports and Orangutan. Final slot to take Ryder Esports down from the 8th position. This might be the biggest comeback. This might be the biggest upset for Ryder Esports fans. And as of yet, the circle still going to be showing and favoring onto its SOA, who's currently on the south side of this compound. Troy Tamilin Esports going to be the east side, with Hydro being the last player left. But again, Troy Tamilin Esports mathematically right now is impossible to qualify into the top 8.
1 player remaining. Not enough finishes available in the game anymore for them to actually move through. So quite unfortunate, but let's see how things turn out for Orangutan as Atanki, he sees the vehicle from Bot Army Esports in front of him. spots out Devotee, shots fired, information compromised, and now Athanki needs to run. He makes a bounce, he tries to get away, but he is put under pressure. AKOP swings out, looking to provide some suppressing fire. Athanki gets to that broken wall and he stays alive for a few seconds, but no! The knock comes through! Scary John finds the knock. AKOP, he can't even go for a revive, I see. He has to get out of cover to bring his teammate back, but that is not possible at this point. But AKOP looks for those finishes instead. Great knock come through. Scary Jord, that's going to be one extra point in the hands of OG, but the finish has not yet been secured.
Get as much as you can, get as much as you can. Another spray comes through. AKOP is doing the damage. But Army Esports, they're not exactly healthy. And AK, 4 nades in the back, the zone coming through. Everybody's going to be pushing through. Does he find the connection? And now here comes the jump shot. AKOP, he needs to farm as many points as possible. He's the last man standing and they do get it. Port Army Esports, they go down and AKOP finds the last player.
Hey, but last man left alive. There's 3 still in the game from SOA. 1 from OG, 1 from FS, and 1 from Troy Tamil and Esports. I think the chicken dinner will be secured by SOA. It will all come down to those finish numbers between the teams. Has OG done enough? Is this bounce from AK enough? The question is yet to be answered, and only one way this game needs to end.
We need to calculate the scores. We need to check the scores after this because it's got to be very, very close. SOA, they've got 3 players, but last I checked, they only had 3 finishes.
Yeah.
So do they have enough finish points is going to be the question as well. It's going to be a battle. SOA versus Orangutan, AKOP, placement points. Every single placement point counts. Like, even top 2 is decent enough.
That turret angle is just brilliant coming in from AK. High ground, he gets the vision of the open fields, and in particular his main contenders, SOA, if they step out, AK, he can gun them down in a single blow with a little help from Crypto maybe, but Crypto is distracted by Hydro from Troy Tamil Esports, who's been pushed out into the blue zone itself. 2 minutes left, 120 seconds. Blue zone is going to collapse. Hydro steps out. Crypto needs to get that finish point. If he can't, then that third party might take out Crypto, and then AK will eventually be left to deal with the 3 players from SOA all alone.
Hey man, Crypto doesn't need finish points. He's done for. He's pretty much in Kolkata. So with all things considered, he's going to be playing Spoil Sports.
It's not about his qualification. It's about OG qualifying or not.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. But all things considered, will AKOP be able to clutch things out is going to be the most important one as well. Because if he pulls out the biggest win right here, right now, that's going to be in the history books for sure. Wiping out the final few players and then qualifying into the Grand Finals, that is going to be the biggest storyline heading towards Kolkata. But like you said, SOA Esports, they were close with Orangutan. They've only got 3 finishes. Even with the chicken dinner, do they have enough points? That's going to be 13 points with 3 bodies. That's going to be 16 maximum points here from SOA Esports.
Yeah.
Nobody's making a move here.
No one. I mean, I was waiting to watch this. He has 3 nades, 1 Molotov, 1 stun, 2 smokes, 5 first aids, an energy drink, 3 bandages, DBS, M4, all of this, and a dream for AKOP.
The best realistic possible outcome for AKOP right now is top 2 position, which gives them 6 points, and this 9 finishes, that gives them 15 points in total. That's the best possible outcome. The impossible dream, taking the chicken dinner away from SOA, who's currently inside the middle of the zone and having compound. So that is nearly impossible to wipe them off.
That is why the only way this dream works is if somehow Hydro goes out, SOA miscalculate that it's just them against one team, they step out into the open, Crypto comes in with the third party, and then AK just gets all of those finishes. That's a 1 in a... I think
1 in 100 scenario.
1 in 100 scenario, like 1% odds of success, and even the circle abandons him. The circle moves away from AK. He's going to have to take the back lines of the hill, and he can't use vehicle. He has to run on foot.
Yeah, he has to mask his step as well. Nobody should be hearing him for his coming here. But SOA, guess what? They take the lead. They are going to take center. So that means everybody in this lobby has to face SOA. And whoever gets the knock on SOA means that SOA is not going to get those finishes.
AK needs to start crawling, man. He can't stay on his foot for long.
Oh boy, look at the panic, look at the frustration. He's checking every single corner. Like, what can you do at this point? Oh, no.
He panic resets, he falls back. And he has the cover of the Rich to help him out, and
Dude.
Hydro.
What is both Hydro and Crypto is just in the shack.
Hey man, maximum try hard.
I do agree. But all things considered, Hydro going to be taking this upon. Crypto knows exactly where he is, right?
Yeah.
But does AK spot Hydro from that angle?
Nah. That's that Rich. Crypto can't see Hydro. AK can't see Hydro. Hydro can't see AK. Hydro can see AK actually. Now Hydro steps out into the open, but AK can't see Crypto, and he can't see SOA, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure SOA might have heard the McLaren 100%.
Yeah, they have.
They should be looking there. But look at AK. He's checking every single corner. Oh, the tensions, Johnny, the tensions.
Oh, he gets in the edge. He's barely in the edge of the circle. It's stage 7. All he needs to do is wait for stage 8. If he can make it inside of stage 8, stay alive, then 9th stage, blue collapse. That's the only shot AKOP has at the chicken dinner. It's his only shot at the chicken.
If the circle gives him the slower start, he's going to be good because Crypto is going to be forced out first.
Yeah.
Hydro is going to be forced out first. But if the circle doesn't help him, I don't know, man. Like, this is top 4 we're talking about. That's what, 6, 5, 4 points guaranteed so far.
Yeah.
And like I said, every single point counts. So if AKOP is able to find the 2 remaining stragglers for OG and FS, that's like the realistic goal. Fighting against SOA, impossible. Like, I don't think it's possible at all. Because I know for a fact that SOA needs the chicken dinner. And guess what? The circle, it actually helps SOA. Magic is right in the middle right now.
Hey man, Magic is going to be the miracle worker. He has some cover, if I'm not wrong, as well, right?
Well, that's a shack in the middle.
Yeah.
He's having the Crypto and Hydro shack right now.
Oh man. It's a trifecta of the shacks, and then there's AKOP out in the open.
I know, right? Like, Hydro, he doesn't have his shack. Crypto is still hugging the shack. 20 seconds left. The circle is going to close in. Hydro, he's slowly crawling towards high ground, but as of yet, he has high ground. So that means... And the Rock as well is going to be able to give him a little bit of cover.
And Vision of Magic as well. If he takes out Magic, then maybe the day ruined for SOA.
I don't think he spot Magic. Isn't that a shack?
No.
Crypto. Not like this.
Hey. Things are turning quite nice for AKOP, because if Hydro goes down, and he goes down to SOA, SOA get an extra point. So 4 finishes for SOA, 1 extra placement point for AKOP. But now the fight begins. Crypto lobs the smoke and he runs out into the open. And AK needs to help Crypto out. But Magic, he has that shack for cover. He steps out into the open. If they get complacent of OG, then it might be over for SOA as well. The numbers are working for SOA, but AK takes that point away. The nade, it's being cooked. He lobs it out. All he needs to do is take out Magic. The other 2 players are out into the open, and EXO is going to be suffocated by the blue, in fact. But AK, he smokes off Vision for SOA. He's going to go blind with the utility, man. This is such a risky play.
Last nade, miracle run, nothing else, no smokes, no whatsoever. And the only way he actually survives is if everyone from the side of SOA makes a mistake. Circle coming in, blind nade, does it connect? If it misses, it's over, it's done. No, it doesn't connect, and that's it. Circle right at the edge, and SOA knows exactly where AKOP is.
Oh man, Magic did the right thing. He just fell back, and I think AKOP deny the point. Yeah, best case scenario. They had 3 eliminations, if I'm not wrong. SOA 4 eliminations. They get 14 points, and for the side of OG, 10 eliminations. They get 16 points.
Well, that's the thing right now. We don't exactly know if it's enough points to take Rider Esports as well, because to take into consideration, Rider Esports themselves also have 5 to 6 points in this game.
Yeah.
So technically, it's down towards 1 point difference, maybe 2. If they are tied, it comes down to how many winner-winner chicken dinners. If the winner-winner chicken dinner is tied as well, it comes down to position points. So
the problem is that because of all of the information dump that happened in this game as well, I have completely forgotten how many points SOA and OG had before this match. The only thing I remember is that Rider Esports after this match are going to be at 84.
Oh boy.
And Versatile was at 86. So Versatile will be there on the 7th. Rider is still on the 8th. And now I don't know what SOA and OG are going to be looking like.
So technically, if I'm not mistaken, SOA was somewhere around 67, 68. Almost 70 points. So technically, even with the chicken dinner, I don't think this is enough to actually take down Versatile.
With the chicken dinner, they actually pushed through, but they will be able to take on Ryder though, because
Yes,
they have
Ryder
the chicken
for
dinner.
sure.
Yeah,
Ryder is
for
the
sure.
only one that is uncertain right now. So
Yeah.
it's between Ryder, Orangutan, and SOA right now. And it's going to be these three teams that go neck to neck to take the final slot.
I wish I had better memory, man.
I wish I had better memory too. I do not have photographic memory, and unfortunately to say, for people at home, they have the scoreboards kind of tallied right now. We don't have it right now.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
You guys will be faster than us, so I think the chat section is going to be blowing up right now. But hey, if you want something that helps you in your matches, then check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It has 90 FPS BGMI, it has the smartest AI gaming controller, and of course the world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset as well. It helps you in your BGMI matches, and it has a calculator as well, because it's a smartphone after all, so it's going to help you do all of the maths and the number crunching for this game.
Why did Hindi just take our phone, man? We could have
I
just
don't
used
know,
it for the
yeah.
calculator.
We could have looked at the standings.
Yeah, for the first day, like on the final day in the semi-finals, we lost our phone. Hindi Desk actually robbed it from us.
Yeah, they were quicker on the heist. They were quicker in the rotation.
Now where do we get a calculator right now?
We gotta make the rotation tomorrow for semifinals week 2. We gotta get our devices back.
Fair enough, but all things considered, it has been a very, very fun journey to see all 32 teams to actually compete for the final 8, but eventually there will be winners and there will be losers. Hearts are broken, and there are teams that are celebrating because they are going to be making an appearance in towards the grand final. So as of yet, we're pretty much going to be securing the 8 teams that is going to be qualifying in towards the grand finals. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack, they will have to continue their journey tomorrow in the second semi-finals of week number 2 to fight for their last 8 spot to qualify.
And a few big names are gonna be there.
Oh my god.
Soul is gonna be there. Revenant X-Park is gonna be there. And if this does not work out, OG as well.
Well, maybe Troy Tamilin Esports as well. Team Tamilas.
Mastermind Mavericks.
Mastermind Mavericks.
Who else is gonna be there? Visista Esports.
Oh.
Are they safe? No, I don't think so. They got taken out super early. Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, they're gonna be there as well.
Phoenix as well.
Phoenix as well. Ah, I forgot about Phoenix. Medal
Esports. Everybody's in the bottom fighting for the final 8 spots.
8-bit. 8-bit had a pretty fun time. They moved directly to the semis.
I don't know what you're talking about. 8-bit has one of the worst possible times. Like, they got drop clashed by everyone. Ryder, Hero Extreme Godlike. Who else did they get wrong? Hell Inferno Squad, if I'm not mistaken.
In the last game, Godlike pounced on them. Yeah, unfortunate, but hey, before we move to the rankings and the number crunching is being done, let's have a look at the highlights of this game. Ryder Esports, valiant effort, I have to say, but in the last game, when it's a make it or break it situation, usually I think you and Necro agree on the fact that it's better to play safe. My mindset is I'm a pessimist in real life, right? I believe that everything in life is always going to go wrong. If you are on that 8th position, chances are you're getting eliminated. Just go YOLO, pick a fight, take out the main competition, take out teams like SOA, take out teams like OG right off the bat. That's the only way you can secure qualification. That might have given better odds to Ryder Esports.
Well, for OG, that's exactly what they did, because the moment they found out who Ryder was, in that situation against TWOB, they went in, they wiped them, stopped the bleeding. So that was a very, very good run for them. But with that being said, the MVP for that match is going to be none undeniably AKOP from the side of Orangutan. He gets himself 5 finishes in total and also a top 2 finish. So that's 6 points and 5 finishes by himself. 11 points just by AKOP himself.
Yeah, funnily enough, when he did not get a haircut for a while, he also looked like that mascot over there. But moving on to other things, top 5 players, you have Crypto from FS, you have Phoenix from Forever Ed Ross, Atanki from OG also makes the list, and PMWIIGL from Hell Inferno Squad. But important things, overall rankings. Are you ready? Here we go. Ryder Esports, they fail! SOA, they get 88 points, all thanks to the chicken dinner, and Versatile qualifies on the 8. All of that effort from OG. I think they're going to be 1 or 2 points short, man.
The moment of truth has been decided. SOA Esports will be the next team to qualify in towards Kolkata themselves. And these are your top 8 that will be in the grand finals. We have Cincinnati Kids, Hero Extreme Godlike, FS Esports, Rivalry X NRI, Reckoning Esports, True Reapers Jelly, SOA Esports, and Versatile. The first 8 teams in the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations on getting your tickets to Kolkata, lads. Have a safe trip. And of course, make sure your plans are set in order once you make it to the grand finale. But let's look at what the difference was. 86 on Versatile. And I think Ryder and OG. Oh no!
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no!
The only way Orangutan would have qualified was that they got one confirmation on towards SOA.
Yeah.
And Ryder Esports getting taken out that early by Orangutan. This is gotta be heartbreaking for all these two teams here. Orangutan and Ryder Esports, can they pick themselves up for the second week? Oh my goodness, this is sad. This is really sad for Ryder Esports.
It is
and
sad for
Orangutan.
Ryder, it is sad for OG. OG was top 3, Ryder was top 3. At one point, Ryder was top 3 today at the start of the day. OG was top 3. OG was number 1 at the end of day 1. Both the teams just completely slipped and fell and hit their faces.
They could have qualified if they had good games, but Ryder Esports, they had run-ins after run-ins after run-ins. And the only time they played safe was this game, and they did pretty well, but just wasn't expecting TWOB to crash them as well. Because think about this, Revenant Xbox crashed them, TWOB also crashed them, and even OG crashed them, and eventually OG was the one that takes them out. But all things considered, now the teams at the bottom now heading into the second week. Revenant Xbox, Soul, Diesel Esports, 8-Bit, Forever Red Ross, all these teams are heavy hitters in the second week.
Yeah, but hey, our predictions were made at the start of the day. Let's see who's going to see their team move to the finals directly. It's you, Icy.
Of course.
You went for True Ripper's Jelly. Wow.
100% prediction. Believe in Icy Baby. 100% prediction. But all things considered, Ocean is going to be joining with me as well. We both qualified.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports as well make it through. Both the teams were in a safe position. Phoenix Esports, yeah, my apologies, lad. Maybe the good luck charm is running out.
Well, unfortunately, say they still have another shot. There's going to be 4 more days of hard work.
I did better than Necro. I'm happy about that.
Well, all things considered, that pretty much is the end for the first semi-finals so far. So, True Reaper Jelly pretty much qualified. Reckoning also qualified. But for journeys into the second week here, Likita Esports, Revenant Xbox, Team Tamilas, Phoenix, Soul, all these teams, they have to go for a complete reset, starting from the entirety of 12 matches in total to fight back for the final slots.
Hey, but let's have a look at the list of MVPs now. Sarwar from Rivalry NRI makes it on number 1 in the list. Adi from Mastermind Mavericks is there as well. Admino from Godlike on 3rd. Fame from Ryder on 4th. And then you have Chandan from Rivalry NRI on the 5th. Man, Rivalry NRI, these players are popping off.
Today was a big game for Rivalry NRI. Like, they had one of the biggest comebacks as well. 2 chicken dinners coming from them is just huge for them. And now Savra is going to be the new leaderboard, overthrowing RD. And as of yet, we can only time will tell, because we will be seeing them in the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll see them in the grand finals, and of course, once we get to the grand finals is when the MVPs are gonna get recalibrated. But for now, I think Rivalry NRI, this team is looking like one of the top contenders for the trophy. I'm afraid to say this because it's comparative to everyone else that's there in the list of top contenders. These players are still fresh on the circuit, but hey, look at what they are able to pull off with all of that, right? 41 eliminations on Sarwar over there.
Well,
it's been impressive.
Well, Sarwar, obviously, you know, we did see his name pop up multiple times now here, and I think at the start of the day, Fame was actually on top as well.
Yes.
So
yes.
I feel like it is going to be a fight for that spot, but eventually it all comes down to the close right here, right now for the first semi-finals. But the second semi-finals is going to be happening tomorrow. Teams at bottom, they better prepare. And I'm talking about Ryder Esports, I'm talking about Orangutan, because that final game might have hurt them mentally, morally as well.
I agree. I think, yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough bounce back after that particular match. And of course, this is what I was talking about before the game as well. With Undergods, it happens if you fail from a position where you were supposed to, you were destined to succeed, it becomes very difficult to bounce back. But to the players of Ryder Esports and of course all of the Undergods that are still left in the fight, Mastermind Mavericks as well, think of it this way. You made it this far. You made a few mistakes, you fell because of those mistakes, and it's okay to make those mistakes, because one of my favorite lines from a movie is, I think you're going to get this movie, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can be hit and still get back up.
Exactly, that is going to be very, very important as well. Most importantly, you know, life doesn't plan sorry, life doesn't go the way you expect it as well. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. And like you said, when it goes down, and I mean real down, and when you reach the bottom, there's no way else but up.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only position that you can be in. And at this point, it is just one stage of the tournament remaining. Semi-finals week 2. That's going to be starting from tomorrow. And of course, I wonder if the teams are going to make any adaptations to their game plan. Is Phoenix Esports going to let go of Revenant Xbox in the second week? Are Rider Esports going to give up on that bootcamp drop of theirs because they keep getting challenged and all 3 contenders are there in semi-finals week 2?
Well, it's going to be very, very intense as well because somebody's got to make move as well. But most importantly, the defending champions have the one final shot, and it all starts tomorrow for the second semi-finals here. My name is ICBaby12. He is Johnny. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the second semi-finals.
you